Is chillin'. What more can I say? We killing them. Hold up before we end this campaign.
My fault, y'all. I'm probably about to get copyrighted. It's all good. I don't really care. What's up, everybody? Good morning. I hope everybody's doing well. Welcome to the Ivy League live stream. If you guys are new here, my name is Justin. Hit the like button, subscribe, follow me on Twitter at Ivy League Trades. Same profile picture as the YouTube. All right. Stream contributions. That link is in the description. If you want to give back, if we help you in any way, whether we make you some money, help you see the markets a little clearer, and if you find any benefit from this stream, feel free to provide a contribution to the stream and help us continue to do what we do best, and that is pull money out of the markets on a daily basis. I am running a workshop. $25 contributions to the stream. That's what it's going to go to. I'm raising money for the stream. There's a couple of things that I have in mind. I'm not going to give away the secrets just yet. So if you guys want to sign up for, 2-3 hour workshop, $25. I don't really want more than 20 people. All right, because I'd like to be able to see where, some of you guys are having trouble. And I want to fix it. I want to help you guys be able to fix it. And I feel as though there's a few things that, from entries to being in the positions, there can be a lot to unpack. All right? With just a few words, you'll be able to make life a little bit easier for yourself. If you have even if you have a basic understanding, whether you're a professional and you just are on tilt. For anybody that doesn't know what that is, if you've been in the game long enough, you may... you will find out. It happens from time to time. Okay, second, yesterday. So I say follow me on Twitter. Again, by the way, hit the like button for me. Our goal today, 20 likes. I know we can do it. I love you guys. Thank you guys for everything that you guys have already done. I'm ecstatic, even for the 345 subscribers that I do have that say, I got 345 people behind me that say, you got to show up and show out for us. So we're going to lock in. We're going to be here all day long. So let us know how you're doing today. What are some things that you're watching? And let's set the stage for what's going to be a good, strong finish to this week and some volatility that I still expect going into Christmas. Going into the end of the year, really. But what I was getting at. Yesterday, I took 2 trades yesterday. Really nice trade here with Nvidia. All right, I ended up going short for the pullback. We were at a moment in time where I wasn't sure what was going to happen. All right, the market's nice gap up. We were consolidating, so I was watching one of two things, and there was something that I saw. Okay, there was something that I saw that, which I'm going to get into, and it relates to the Chinese stocks. Okay. So yesterday, I saw we're bumping up into this resistance zone. All right, we bumped up into this resistance zone. We wicked up through it on a 3-minute, 1 minute. I'll actually take you guys to a 1-minute chart real quick. All right, so this was a trade that I got in at around $1.10. I just got out of this for $1.80, just about 75%. And I mean, it wasn't for just a few minutes on this candle. It just fell out of bed. Right? And these are the unexpected things that happen. So understanding what your goal of that trade is really important before you do it. I know I have resistance here. Where am I taking profit if I get the move? Continue to always, and I don't give a shit how little, how much. Well, if I would have held it longer, if I would have did this, if I would have did that, listen. Your job is to manage risk. You manage risk by one, buying correctly, and I don't just mean your entry point, the price that you buy it, but if you're trading options and it's a Friday or a Thursday, and if you're trading daily SPY or Qs, daily index options, and it's a day where you come into the morning and you can tell as a trader that's been doing this for a while that the markets are more than likely going to be sideways, what are you doing? those daily options are only really good for days of follow through, something that has news. Let's just, the runs that Palantir has had, right? Or the day where the SPY is just going off, whether it's to the upside or downside. That's really when you get you pull the real meat out of those options. Unless you want to be a seller, right? There's a reason and a why to trade certain things at certain times. All right. Yesterday, I got short Nvidia. I didn't get short. I bought puts. I grabbed some puts here for about a 70 to 80% gain. It's like 75, 80%. Got down into VWAP, and I just took it. This thing just fell out of bed before I could even, because I was watching Baba, so I just took this all off at once. I remember going over to the options, and they were like $1.75 or so, and I'm like, shit, I'm out of here. And then it just, we look, and this thing was just starting to flush. So real quick, for anybody that's new here as well, which I'm going to get into the second trade I took yesterday. Level 2. Level 2 is down here at the bottom left, which is going to be on the left-hand side of this is the stock level 2 for the stock. Okay? On the right-hand side is going to be the level 2 for the options that I'm trading. Okay? And the strike price, which I will let you guys know before I get into them and stuff like that. As long as we have likes and, we are, having a good conversation and things are going well, I have no problem at all. All right? Again, my job here is to not, empty people for money. All right? I would like to be able to do this workshop if you guys would allow me. If you guys have any feedback for the stream too, I am working on getting my camera and stuff back together. I am going to turn that back on. So if you guys have anything to help me, some words of like just any advice or things that you guys think that I could change what it is that I'm doing here, let me know in the description below or the comment section. Greatly appreciate it. Second, let me make sure. Okay, so our desktop is good. Audio input's good. Check mic check. Is our mic really not working? Is my mic really not working? Oh, we are good. Okay. I just thought that it was weird that this was not. Bro, that is so weird. Why is this not moving? And desktop audio is not running. Audio capture input. Let me see something real quick. Okay. Alright, I don't know. I don't know why this isn't moving. That's so weird. You guys were really the first people on TV to start talking about poly market and make it a thing. And I know you guys got a lot of flack for that, and I just appreciate you guys. And if the TV's too loud, you guys just let me know. But anyway, so here's my point. Here's what I was getting at. Alright, I got short Nvidia yesterday, or I grabbed puts yesterday on Nvidia. Nice trade for me. Secondly. Yesterday, I got short Baba, so I had profits, and then this is why I'm going over this right now. Thank God I took this thing off when I did. Here's the problem. I had profits on this thing out the gates. So, I got short Alibaba up here. If you don't follow me on Twitter, again, same at Ivy League Trades on X, formerly known as Twitter. All right. So yesterday, I had wrote this. I said, watch pre-market. What was it? 97, really 97.50. Okay, 97.50 is the zone I was watching here, just for a pullback. All right, just for a pullback. But I also said, and you guys need to understand this when I say, if you guys ever go to Twitter and you guys see a trade idea or something, if I'm not streaming or whatever, I need you to understand what this title says. Next up, 97 Baba short if the markets hold or consolidate, which means there was a bit of divergence when I was watching this between watching the SPY and Nvidia yesterday. This was um, this was sad because I ended up getting in these. I forget what price, but I know it was about 20 cents on 50 cents. I think it was like 54, 56 cents on these Baba puts. Okay. I think it was for the 94s. Pretty sure it was the 94s or the 95 puts. Okay. And these they went all the way up to like 74, 75, in that 70-cent range. So there was a nice 20 cents on 50 some cents there. And I'm like, damn, E-Trade was down yesterday for whatever reason. We had massive volume in the overall markets. So this is why it's important, real quick, to just always take your money. And I talk about this all the time we have no idea what's going to come through the news headlines at any second or any minute. And if you have not lived through a limit order down or a limit up or a limit down, it is the worst if you are in a position. So that is why I always say, guys, you ladies and gentlemen, not just the guys. Guys, when I say guys, I mean everyone, all right? Our job is to manage risk even when we're right. Okay? Even when we're right, we need to manage risk for the unforsaken things that electricity goes down in New York City and the NASDAQ, for whatever reason, shuts down. Your brokerage shuts down. Too much volume. There's a problem at the clearinghouse or whatever it is. The app. There's just problems. So that's why you manage risk all of the time. So I ended up getting out of this trade flat. I tried to wait a little bit, and I just felt like, but I was like, okay, it's just not that, it just wasn't happening, so I took that position off. I think I sold it for about a penny less than I bought it for, so it's pretty much, a trade where I just paid commissions and a penny, because I'm pretty sure... Yeah, I mean, I know for a fact I sold them underneath. It was maybe 2 pennies, but I'm pretty sure it was a penny. Because I was actually trying to get the commissions back out of it. So, I was throwing limit orders. They would not bid this thing up. And what I mean by that is, like, the asking price would go up, but then they just, like, the bids were not stepping up. And I was saying to myself with Baba that what's funny is that I was telling myself this was going to go higher, and yet I did the exact opposite. But it's okay. It was meant to just be a pullback off the 50-day, back to VWAP, high a day, and that's exactly what happened. That was the trade. That pullback, and then if we got continuation or an increase in volume on that move, then I would have known that's a failed break above and hold of the 50-day. So, no harm, no foul. All right, I always have a plan when I do something. So we're going to get going here. We're going to start with the overall markets and indexes and earnings, all right, and, sniff out some opportunity. So if you're new here, again, welcome. I'm Justin. If it's your first time, again, welcome. Hit that like button, subscribe if you haven't done so already. We are trying to get to 1,000 subscribers. I'm working on my camera. I don't have a shirt or anything on right now. My camera is on. Here's the thing, is that I don't know why. I think there's something really wrong with... I think it's just something wrong with the camera in and of itself, that the camera just freezes and it just shuts off by itself for whatever reason. So I don't know if it's either my computer or it's the camera. So, and it's a shame. It's a brand new fucking camera. So, and when I say camera, I mean a camera as in just right on the top of your monitor. All right. So I hope everybody's doing well. Let's get to work. And again, $25. All right. Any contributions, if you want to pay for someone else, a random person who's new that wants to learn how to do this professionally and stay consistently profitable. I do have some stuff that you guys will be able to go home with, or just take with you. Pretty much a checklist and a lot of the things that I do to help keep myself on the right side of the trade and consistently profitable. And I noticed once again, like yesterday, when I don't stream, I am such a better trader when I'm not focused on worrying about sound, what I'm saying, what am I, you know what I mean? So I'm going to go at this just like I would without you guys here, So DJT took a big L this morning. Yeah, let's do it. Let's get right into it. So we'll look at DJT. We'll look at some of these earnings, and then we'll go into the indexes. But again, I hope everybody's doing good. So, but real quick, I did want to say that. $25. If you don't have $25, you got $20. I'll work with you. Again, I'm trying to raise some money for the stream. So I want to do a workshop with 15 to 20 people, and if you want to if you guys want to buy it for someone else, all that money, it's not all that money because it's not a lot of money, but it's going to be used for the stream. So again, I'm trying to raise some extra money with your guys' help. We'd be able to do that. The workshop, I don't have a date on it. Get a couple more people going here. I think we got about 5 people right now, 4 or 5, if I'm not mistaken. It might be 6. It might be 6. I'm just not sure yet. So again, if any trades we take today, if you guys make any money, if we help you out in whatever way, and you want to join it yourself or buy it for somebody else to help someone else out, that's fine too. All right. So DJT. So can we talk about something really quickly about DJT? Today is Thursday. Where did we open up? And these options were bananas. And what did I say? Yo, I told you guys. I said, if you guys are going to trade DJT, I think y'all need to be a seller. We saw these 35s for $10. These 35 calls and puts, bro, these things were $10. Not a big L just yet. Not a big L just yet, XTC. I was about to call you XQC. So, anybody that was a seller, and I talked about this Monday, congratulations. Yo, that is a come up. That is a damn near a 90% trade on $10 contract. You guys got to think, even if it went to that, it just, remember, at the end of the day, on Friday, it's dollar for dollar, penny for penny, outside of the premium you paid. Remember that. So, we're right back to where we opened up on Monday. So, this is pretty easy in my opinion. This is pretty easy. As long as we're below... Oh, snap. Okay, this is cool. And look, we're going to have some runway here. So, we have the 200-day moving average that we're sitting below right now. And then we have the 20-day moving average at yesterday's low. Sitting right at yesterday's low. So, you guys know what I'm going to do. All right, and I will say this. Just like the markets. Remember I told you guys Monday when we started selling off and last week that the markets were oversold at highs? It's not surprising we made that run back up. It really isn't. Again, we still have a Fed meeting. We have some stuff going on. I think right now it's important to recognize while I do this. Guys, Germany, keep an eye on currencies. Because now we're getting into the grit of what happens around the world. Will kind of help you here. Make sure you guys are looking to see what the stock, DAX, the German, European indexes are doing to give you some insight here. They led us to highs, by the way. You could have just followed them. So find the leader. And again, keep continuing to watch currencies. All right, so 20-day moving average here on DJT. Premiums have just gotten murdered. So I wonder if today's going to be a good day because we have, what is this? So if we get any bounces into Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday, where are we at right now? 30.80. I would just love to get a bounce right up into this zone here. Hold on, let me see something real quick. Again, guys, I'm going to be going at this just like I am by myself when I'm not streaming. I'm going to look for like $32.50. Watch this $32, $32.50 zone and see if we can look for that bounce back rejection. That's what I'm going to look for, guys. I mean, this thing's oversold. Let's also make sure he's not doing like a speech, like a major like 8 o'clock check-in, hey, I don't know how to explain it, but just anything that could tick this thing off to the upside, make sure you know about it and know his schedule. Make sure he's not going to be doing anything because that is a reason to set this thing off. And I say that because this is as oversold as you can get. this is there. So it's not going to take much. You get a day where there's a little bit of volume. This thing's rallying again. I just want you guys to know that. But I'm going to look for a bounce back into that $32 zone and that 20-day moving average. Bounce backs into 32. Like 32, 32.50. Here, let me show you guys. Right here. 32.25, 32.50. Right there. All right. Right there really appears your resistance zone. Let's look at that right there. So let's use Wednesday and Tuesday's low in that 20-day as our rejection zone. We had nice volume yesterday. Let's make sure we have volume on our side again today. So what I would do is whatever time frame you guys are going to start using to make sure that you're going to get follow through, you want to make sure, like if I have a 3-minute chart over here on the right hand side, what I'll do is I'll put a 3-minute chart and make sure that you have at least, so if you want to know if you have above average or not volume, you want to see at least over 2 million shares. If you see 2 million, 2.5 million, 2 to 2.5 million consistently traded, that's where you want to be to give yourself, continuation, right? Or even more than that, call it 3. All right, maybe you want to see 3 million shares being traded consistently. See if they really start to give this thing up. All right, so that is that for DJT. All right, and then targets. What are we going to target? I got to be honest, 30, 50. I think we got to target. I think this is a trade where I would put on for about 2 weeks. All right, let's go see what they want for these as of yesterday. What's today? 7th. And I don't know if there's any holidays next week. It's not bad. It is really expensive, but this thing can and will move, especially the timing of this. We're past, this, we could be in the sell the news. So I would look for next week puts, or even go out 2 weeks. Go out even further. Go out even further than that. Give yourself time. That's going to be DJT. I'm going to look for a move back down to the 100-day moving average. I want to see this level break. I want to see $30 break, but that's going to be the move today, is a move down to $30. Okay? Move down into 30. And if you do get this bounce up there, that's still, even just down to, so at the 20-day moving average, that's about a 14% move from yesterday's low. If you get anywhere up there near $34, that's a 14% move, believe it or not. All right. So I want to see a retest up here of this 34.20 zone, and then we'll look to sell that off. See if we can get a pullback. All right. So there's that. Let me get rid of this. I want to get rid of that. Yes. What's up, CT? How you doing, bro? How is everything? So keep an eye on DJT. We're going to go right into ELWS. Keep an eye out for this base here. That base is down at 30.50. That's going to be our target, and we'll see if we can break through that. You have a nice increase in volume. So this is looking good. I like that for DJT. I'm going to play the downside. You guys, again, you just have to make sure and do your work. Does he have a speech or something coming up? You got to look for that, because this thing is oversold. This thing's oversold. Just like I was talking about the markets being oversold, and what did you get? Blow. We got the victory, or you got the verdict pretty damn quick. Markets ripped. Markets ripped. Lower taxes, or at least not increasing taxes. Making way for, they were talking this morning about mergers and acquisitions. They're already starting to talk about the M&A part of the markets. They're already starting. They're ready. So they're already getting to work. I'm not sure, man. I'm not sure. ELWS. $10. I don't know. I don't know anything about this, if it has news or what. There's not much volume with this either. You know, you're talking only a few 100,000 shares. All right, let's go to the overall markets real quick, guys. I'm gonna get through this really quickly. All right. Boom. Let's see here. Let's pull this up. I will say, Google, guys, watch this 180 level. Watch this 180 to 182 level. Shit. Damn it. Bro, come on. Still waiting for this pullback. We got a lot. There's a lot of good looking charts, by the way, you guys. All right. Start with the daily chart. So we're off making new highs as we speak. All right, that's a nice gap and go. I'm kind of curious with volume if we kind of get an exhaustion gap up here. We did pull back to this previous high already yesterday. We went pretty much, ultimately, we came down, revisited prior Fed days highs, and we double bottomed at the 50-day. We took off. You had some okay earnings have been okay. I'm not going to say that earnings have been okay. They really haven't, but they could start to be with, you know, with the market not worrying about tight regulation, higher taxes, all things that are and can and will stunt growth. So pullbacks, 590 on the SPY. We look for pullbacks to 590. We did not quite hit that 585 level. It's like 585 flat. 584.75. Massive volume yesterday, but take notice, okay, take notice into the volume that we had yesterday and what side of that was on a 5-minute, 3-minute, 1-minute chart. I think we got to look for pullbacks, you guys. I think a pullback is in the cards, or a consolidation. Now, a consolidation would, in my opinion, if we consolidate like we did over here for 2.5 weeks, then I would look for a move higher. You just got to watch for that shake and bake, which is exactly what this was. Uncertainty of the president. We get the verdict. Bang. Why is that? Because we were already massively oversold. MACD, you know, just across the board. That's what consolidations do. They allow you to trend higher. So for today, I'm looking for pullbacks into 590, 589.80. All right, 590. We'll just call it for what it is. So here we go. Looks like we're getting ready to bounce back up higher. Hold on. So here we go. Here's our 5-minute chart. And again, if the TV is too loud, let me know. So pull back to previous day's high. What I want to see is if we can pull this thing back. We start it now. I kind of want to look for something like this. Okay? I kind of want to look for something like this. And then we just figure out what we have going on. Because we get our Fed meeting today. For those that don't know. Alright, we get our Fed meeting today. So we have a reason to possibly break back down to the previous highs, which I'm not sure if we will. Usually it's not till like the day after. Let's see where we close at tomorrow on a weekly candle. Bank of England also cut rates, by the way, which they haven't done in a very long time. So you're getting this global shift, which could also take part into the dollar. That's why I was telling you guys this morning to watch the dollar, because when these countries continue to cut, it's going to help our dollar pull back, and you know, it'll put us back to kind of where we need to be. We could also all have a weak dollar for a bit. We have an 8-week, 4-week bill auction, 15-year mortgage rate, 30-year mortgage rates, Fed interest rate decision at 2 o'clock, and then the press conference at 2:30. So save your money like, unless you really see something here. Consumer credit. We also get Fed balance sheet today. Tomorrow we don't have much other than the Michigan consumer sentiment. And then we also have 5-year inflation expectations, which is going to be interesting to see too. All right, so that is that. Let me make sure I'm not forgetting something here. Retail, wholesale inventories. Oh, we have our initial jobless claims today as well. This could actually start to pull back with all of the employment from the election. Okay, so let's remove this. That's what I'm going to look for, guys. I want to see if we can pull this back a little bit. I'm not going to fight the trend. I'm not going to fight the trend at all whatsoever, but I will, just putting the pieces together here. You know, the MACD is still on an hourly chart, just still pulling back. It needs a pullback. That was a massive move. So, you know, if we continue to get this divergence here where, you know, we get this pullback, right? Get that pullback to 590, and then we start to see the market. Oh my gosh, come on. You get this pullback there. You gotta be kidding me. This is why I hate big moves like this. We get this pullback into 590, and then if and when we make a new high here, we look for divergence. If you don't know what divergence is, it's exactly why you need to, and I'm talking divergence on like across the board. All right, not just an indicator. All right, sector divergence, dollar bond divergence, gold, like divergence with indicators. Put in new highs, see if we get some divergence where things around that high is showing weakness and it's still continuing to make highs, and then we'll look for the volume and the timing for our MACD and RSI for the actual entry point for the pullback. And again, I kind of would like to see a pullback here, or just any pullbacks. Look how far we are extended away from everything once again. All right, one day, if we could just get a pullback between today and tomorrow, we could get this 20-day moving average to catch up. And that's what I want to look for. I want to use that 20, you know, that trade line. Everything is connecting right here at 585. So I want a pullback. I would like to see a pullback at least. All right, we get that pullback, then I'm going to, you know, I'm going to do my thing. All right, let's keep it moving. Qualcomm. So Qs should be nice and strong this morning. They should be our leader. I'm actually going to go here. Yeah, the Qs are... No, they're lagging. That's weird. That's so weird. You guys see this second high here in the SPY? Check this out. So you guys see this? Look at this. Look at this, right? Look at this. Boom. Right? It has a downtrend. Right? That is a downtrend. And the reason is because I guess the Dow is still our leader. That's lower highs. If you go to the SPY, they were not lower highs, they were higher. Right? It's not trending down, it's trending up. Right? That double top, that second one was higher. And that bounce back there on the Qs was pretty much, you know, like that bounce back was like there. Right? It was lower than the initial morning to the left. Right, it was lower than that, which was just putting in lower highs. The Qs were. All right, so even with those earnings, and if we go to the Dow, that should be our IWM and the Dow. The Dow, not really. IWM has been a beast, and it is still a beast. So if you're looking to be long something, if we get a pullback for whatever reason in the market, maybe you see some de-risking just for the sake of the Fed meeting. Okay, the uncertainty of what we're going to do. Maybe they just take. Maybe Powell says something, because again, they're still dwindling their balance sheet. What if he says that they're going to start taking more off their balance sheet than expected? Okay. So IWM here. Let's go back. I know this is boring. I do apologize. Stick with me, guys. We're getting ready to go into some things. We got to see what the overall markets are doing. Okay. So there's a small gap fill at 234. All right. I mean, you can't argue this chart, guys. Look at this volume. Look at that volume. Massive volume to the upside. So I have to be honest here and say I need a pullback. If we can get ourselves a pullback, I'm in it to win it. All right, I'm in it to win it. Even though it did it yesterday, I still think that's not enough. I still think we need more. I still think we need more. That's actually kind of funny, what I saw right there. All right, so let's go into some different names and some earnings. This is our pullback now. So if I wasn't clear, what I'm looking for now is a pullback from now till, I don't know, 8:30, 9 o'clock. I want to start seeing us pull this thing back for a little while and then look for a bounce around 9:30 or so, going into the bell, at the bell, maybe a little bit after the bell. And I want to see us, we could probably take that long. All right, on that pullback. All right, so for instance, all right, so in my opinion, would like to get a pullback, kind of just something like that, and then see if we reject that low and pull it back a little bit more, okay? Or do we get above it, it kind of holds, and then extends higher, but then does the same thing where it just dies over, going into Friday. This could all happen at the end of the day with the Fed day too. All right, so let's get rid of all this stuff. But those are the levels, that's what I'm looking for. And that's the level, 592. 592 is on watch. If we hold and try to extend off of it, you could also look for a double top. See? It's just pulling back massive, coming into a Fed meeting, you should expect professionals to take some money off the table. Yeah. All right. So, first things first, let's go look at Mega Cap Tech. Let's look at Mega Cap Tech. We'll go into some earnings. So, Mega Cap Tech is not making new highs. Apple is actually below its 100-day moving average. Okay? It's actually below it. So what I want to see here is if we can get any type of where are we trading at 223.42. Okay. Wouldn't mind watching prior day's close. That's Papa Romeo Zulu Oscar PRZO. So what I want to look for here That's a massive rejection again. That's wild.
Greg lost 45 pounds with Life MD.
Struggle with my weight since being a teenager. I like to eat. We go somewhere, walk a little bit. I don't need to stop.
I gotta be honest. I want to see if we can get through this and hold it and try to extend higher. I'm not sure what we're gonna need with Apple. I'm not even really looking at Apple anyway, so I don't know why I'm looking at it with you guys. I wanted to point out what's going on here, because remember, leaders lead, laggards lag. The laggards are lagging right now. They're playing catch up. You're seeing it in the IWM. So I would watch 224. If you see Apple, and anybody that's trading Apple, if you see that it just cannot get above 224, I think you have a nice support level back down here at 220. Let's see, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday. Okay, so we are making a little bit of progress here. And if we can hold, see, we are above Monday's high. Let's see if we can start to extend. I would look for 228, you guys. I would look for 228. And maybe the this Fed meeting is the reason why Apple gets up off its butt. All right, let's get above this 100-day moving average, 224. And I would be looking for moves back to 228 to 230. All right, into that 20-day moving average. That 20-day is going to start curling down, which it already is. 50-day. All right, so everything is pointing to that 228 zone. That was a mean tail yesterday. It's actually pretty wild. Why is it the market was up? Look at that tail, guys. That's actually not good. Think about what the market did, and look at that tail on Apple. That's not a good sign. It's not a good sign at all. All right, markets closed at highs. Apple closed at lows. So that's a big sign right there. All right, that is a big sign. All right, for weakness. Sign for weakness. All right, 100-day moving average. If we can get a rejection there on Apple, the bottom end of this range is down here at 216. All right, 216. There's a little bit of an area. This is why I don't like it that much. 218 is really where you got to watch. Like 218 to 216 could really be your support zone. That's the island reversal. Right there. Okay. Right there. You have a nice little bear flag forming. So if you crack 220, look for a move back into 216 to 218. Call it 214 to 218. Now I say that because your previous high here is at like 220. So it's a wide range. I don't really care for it. Final support's down there at 214.50. So just understand that this support level is about $3 wide, okay? All right. So that's that. That is Apple. You are above Monday's highs. As long as you're holding above Monday's highs, I think you got to look long. I think you got to look for a break above 224. And I think you got to look for Apple to try to extend higher. It may just not do much. But don't forget that they are tapping into a new market in India. I still haven't went and got, my my new iPhone yet. As far as my, I have been due. I just haven't made it to Verizon. I just haven't went. All right. So I got to be doing that. Maybe you'll get a random quarter where they come out and say, yeah, and everybody ended up, upgrading to their new phone. They have a lot of people that I'm sure do. All right, so that is Apple. Let's go to Microsoft. Guys, listen, if you guys have any tickers, please throw them in the chat, and we'll go over them. What's up, Ann? Yeah, man, I'm happy. Listen, you know what I'm happy for? I'm happy that I don't have to talk about politics anymore and offend anybody because, again, I did not die for anybody's right to vote, okay? But I also truly believe that Kamala is just not a person that should be in charge. She has proven. I mean, listen, she and Joe Biden knows this. She illegally locked up over 100 people, and they federally had to release them because they were under no obligation to lock them up because they were assuming, and they didn't do it. They didn't do it lawfully. It just shows you those are the type of actions that show you, if you're such a scholar, what the hell are you doing? All right, and then she talks about, abortion, stuff like that the government shouldn't be able to choose for you. Well, in fact, the government isn't choosing for you. They're telling you we can't tell you yes or no, because if you're saying that you can, that means you are telling you that you can. So Kamala must think people are stupid. I don't know. Should they be able to do something? Yes, absolutely. They should be able to just have funding for the states or whatever, or the states should just be mandated to just do it all over the world. For those occasions, for those certain occasions that, but anyway, the demonization of the greatest companies in the world. Okay, this is the fabric of our back, just like construction workers who build the buildings for us to be able to work in. Okay, we don't demonize them. The more we continue to tax them and take money from them, that is less resources they have to continue to develop and innovate and, not just grow as a company, but these are the companies that provide retirement, healthcare, weddings, homes, vacation. These companies provide a life for people. And I'm just sick and tired of people demonizing all these big and small companies like the government is this greatest creation that is the innovator. The furthest thing from the truth. The government has not innovated shit in years. Okay? Let's just start there. The government takes money and buys it from the other companies. They take funding and they give companies contracts. So I just believe that that's not the route that I would like to see United States of America go down. Okay, we don't need to be the world's police. We need to be there when others need us, for sure. But, we need to do what we can to ease companies and people's situations. Not make it harder. Not make it harder. I believe that. That doesn't mean you guys believe it. You guys don't have to. You guys have your belief. I respect everyone's belief. It's so funny because we hear these things. There was some guy talking about, venture capitalists, they bought up all the homes and shit like that. Like, can I give you guys you guys should know this whenever you hear these things. First off, the banks are the ones that make a profit on the spread of the loans that they bundle together for homes. You want to talk about not commercial, but residential real estate is not backed by BlackRock and this, that, and the third. All right, there was an uneducated person who made himself, in my opinion, look like an idiot because it's Wall Street, it's venture capitalists, this, that, and the third. Well, guess what? Everything that he said was wrong. He was trying to say that we don't have homes because they bought them all. No, we have people now that are trying to do good for themselves, and you have people that want to buy and own homes and own equity and have something. All right, there's been a change in how people and the things that they enjoy doing and their actions. You just have social media has woken people up, and people want to have equity. They want to have ownership and value and add it to their life to have a good life. Venture capitalists and Wall Street, they buy commercial. They buy commercial apartments, commercial shopping centers. The banks make a spread on the loan that they bundle together. Let's get that one straight. Second, you can't even demonize them either because, once again, those are the companies that do big business to allow people to have a good life with healthcare, retirement, homes, provide a wedding, a vacation, and the life and the dental plans that they need, to live a comfortable life. So once again, this demonization that we don't have homes because Wall Street bought them all up just makes you look stupid saying it. They don't buy residential. They buy commercial. The banks do the residential work and they make a spread on the yield, on the loans, and they package them up together. So let's get that straight. And there are plentiful homes out there. It's just the fact that things have gotten out of hand And the government has not allowed us to have the pullback that we need because they want to keep it going. So people get left behind. And how do they get left behind? The smaller and businesses, they can't pay enough to not only keep a profit, but they would love to be able to pay all these people a lot of money to be able to make it in life. People don't want a lot. They want the basics. Sure, would they like to have a nice car, maybe like a piece of shit with a small little old truck or a car and a home, a Corvette in the garage, maybe a boat? Sure. It's not much to ask. But when things get out of hand and you have massive inflation come mess you up, it's bad. So I just think that's all. That's all I'm going to talk about. It was just so funny to hear, and he was just how Wall Street's bad, this, that, and the third, and blah blah blah. I'm like, dude, this motherfucker, he just sounded dumb, because that's the truth. The only aspect of which BlackRock or venture capitalists or whatever, even a lot of those people are individually owned companies that are a small business, right? The ones that own the hotels, the commercial properties. So I am thankful. And the market's showing you. The market, I think, showed it, not just because it was a quick election, but because it's a sense of easing. We don't have to worry about the government gripping its hands around, companies, and the way that they can do things. What does that mean for banks? This is why banks have went. You guys know that in 2025, margin requirements jump. So if you guys are looking for loans, you guys may want to do it now, because you may struggle to do it here in the next couple years. From 2025 going into 2028, all of it should be implemented by 2028, which means either you're going to have a higher down payment with a better credit score, or they're just not going to give it to you at all. Depending on what it is you want to borrow. If it's for a vehicle, if it's for something that is going to lose value, it's going to be a lot harder to get, and I'm telling you guys that now. So if you guys want anything, I would be doing it now. Interest rates really aren't there working for you. I mean, I feel like you have a little bit of time. Maybe do your own research on it. But margin requirements for banks are going up here starting in 2025. For banks over $100 billion. All right, which again, I feel like it is a lot of money, but they need to keep up with inflation too. I think they should have raised it. This is the same bank requirement since 2008. And we've already released $7 trillion. Like, you guys understand how much money has been brought into the system? You guys get what I'm saying with, like, they need to be raising these numbers, as time goes on, not keeping them the same, because there's more and more money out there. But anyway, let's keep it moving and grooving. But I hope everybody's doing well. It's good to see you, bro. So where are we at here? Financials, nice pop yesterday. Okay, so one of the stocks that I've had on my watch list was Baba. Baba came in with the gap down. Let me do something really quickly, guys. I'm sorry. I want to go see the dollar and where the 10-year yield is. And I want to talk about TLT today with the Fed meeting. All right, Bitcoin. I'm going to start just going like I'm going about my day, because it's 8 o'clock. So if you guys have questions or anything, you guys just let me know, or any stocks you guys want to look at. I'm going to go through the day like I'm not streaming, and I'm doing what I got to do. All right, so Bitcoin this is a really nice consolidation. We mentioned this on the stream over the course of the past year. I know Animal was here for it. I know a lot of you guys were. I said, guys, if you want to own Bitcoin, I think you need to be buying these dips. I feel like this is just a rally, consolidation, and we're on our way for a stage 2 rally to the upside. Okay? So here's our stage 1. There's stage 1. Consolidate. Consolidate. Extend higher. Okay? Extend higher. This is your pullback. So you are pulling back now to previous highs at 73,000. And that is also what's funny is that they think that it's immigration and stuff that people care about. At least for me, I care about it, but it's not what I care the most about. And the economy's not what I care most about. I care about whether or not the government's going to facilitate innovation and growth, or are they going to try to stifle it and ramp up regulation, ramp up, making things harder. I don't like the government making things harder on anyone. That's not their job. Their job is actually the opposite. That's why government was made in the first place. When government was made, not king and queens, but they were farmers. They were businessmen, right? They said, we need to have a pathway for land and all these things. And how do we, make things beneficial and run things that can help? And it's turned into the world police. And they've used 9/11 as the excuse to try to get rid of the Fourth Amendment. If you throw 9/11 in front of it, you don't need a warrant, right? That's it. Like, I get it, but it's not okay. It's not okay. You need absolute 100% proof, and you still should be able to get that proof and get a warrant. It's just my opinion. It sounded good. It sounded good at the time, but anyway, so the dollar is starting to pull back. We have some divergence. This is all good for the market. Let's look at the 10-year yield real quick. The 10-year got up to 4.5. Pretty sure that's what we talked about. We said 4.5, maybe even 4.6, right? 4.5, 4.6 or so. We don't want to see it going any higher. Wow, we haven't been this high in a long time, huh? Wow. Holy cow. This looks like the same setup we have going on right now. And look at this, guys. Holy shit. Do you guys see this? Look at this. If I take a picture, watch this pivot high, right? You see this rally, right? Pulls back, and then you have a higher double top right there. Rally, pull back, boom. It's not necessarily a double top, but there is a double top there with divergence when it pulled back. And it pulled back, held this previous high. And look, it held the previous high. And then what did it do? Consolidated to boom, rally to that 5.3 level, 5.2.5. Holy shit. 2006, 2008. And look, watch if this thing starts to go up there, guys. Keep an eye on that. Keep an eye on if it tries to go up here again. Tony Dwyer. Okay, if you guys don't know who he is, you guys can look him up. He has said something. He has said that the 2-year has never put in or I should say this. The market has never put in the low before the 2-year puts in its high. So the market's low was in like January, July, something like that. He's topped out around October or so. Well, it really was like October for the indexes. I don't think... No, see, that's the problem. Well, we're not going to get back down into the 300s. I don't think there's no way. I don't think there's any way we get back down to the 300s. Unfortunately. I stopped buying at 400 on the SPY. I said anything over 400, I just can't do it. And look where we're at. Foolish me. It's all good. 4.5. Anyway, I'll go over that at lunchtime. But so yields are bouncing. Let me see here. All right. So TLT with this Fed meeting today. All right. I want to see how far this pullback takes us. I would like to see a pullback to 72,000 on Bitcoin. I'm going to take this. Put that here. I want to see a pullback to 72, guys, on Bitcoin. All right, so if we can get that pullback, Let's go to the daily chart.
Reported a loss of 2 cents. The estimate was
Holy
a loss
shit.
of a penny, so what was expected for Lima Victor Oscar.
Join the club and save when you sign up for Black Friday
All right.
early access alerts. Go to cnbc.com/club early access.
So let's go through some of these earnings real quick. We'll go back to Baba. All right. So Alibaba.
We got a couple of chip stocks that are in focus tied to earnings reports. Qualcomm shares right now higher by 6.5%.
Let's go to the daily chart. So I was watching this zone yesterday on Alibaba. I don't think I locked my cat out. All right, this base right here. So you guys can see this dotted line where the support level is here at 95. All right, 95. That's that previous support, and then it became resistance, and we held it yesterday. Now we're looking at this gap fill. Okay, now we're looking at this gap fill, which is the trade line and $99. Okay. We are a bit overdone. So I think you could see Alibaba back to $100, and I feel like that's where we're headed. All right, 20-day moving average, 100 with support, resistance, and I think we're going back up there. And then if we stay up there for a few days, then next week I'm going to look for a pullback on Alibaba, and that's when it opens up, guys. That's when things really open up, because you could get a place where, so what you have going on here is this 50-day coming up, the 20-day also coming in, and then what do you have right there? You have a wedge, and that is going to make for a breakdown, okay, a breakdown or a breakout. Boom. And there's room. And there's room to go on both sides of this trade. All right. So this is a trade I'm watching for next week. Maybe Wednesday or Thursday of next week. Tuesday, Wednesday or so. Okay. We're going to put ourselves right back in between the 20 and 50-day moving average. The thing is these Chinese stocks do not trade like normal names. So it may not consolidate like that. It'll probably, like, they don't really do the support and resistance, in my opinion. It's kind of weird. They do, but they don't. Like, you can never really try to assume anything with these type of names. All right, so that is Alibaba. Rejections up there at 100. Any pullbacks off of 100, then I'm looking for a move back into $98. All right, that's that. All right, let's go to, we talked about Apple. Let's go to Microsoft. Let me pull this back. I want to make sure, guys, that I did not lock my cat out. Just give me 1 second real quick. All right, cool. So, Microsoft. This is a nice little pullback here. Previous highs. Okay. 20-day moving average, 420. Get some nice support right there at 420 on Microsoft. And Microsoft has room back to 425. If you catch a 4 to 5 point move on Microsoft, that's a nice trade. That's a really nice trade. Okay. So write it down. Grab your pen and paper. Write it down. If you don't write it down, you're not going to know about it. And we'll obviously, we're going to wait and see if we can get a pullback on the overall markets, and then we'll use that as our entry point if we can find some support in the SPY and the Qs. I mean, honestly, this thing really could get up to 430. I think 430 is the major level. So I'm going to put a number 2 here. All right, I'm going to make this a 2 at 430. Oh, they have Steve Mnuchin, guys. Steve Mnuchin's on. Let's listen to this real quick. This was our previous press secretary.
It's a large extension of many of the great success that President Trump achieved in the first term. The top priority, I would suggest, is extending the Trump tax cuts, signature part of his program. I think that should be easy to pass in Congress, particularly if the Republicans control the House as well, which it looks like it will be. The second thing is I would make sure that all the sanctions are restored. The sanctions on Iran and Russia were very impactful. In the case of Iran, they're now selling millions of barrels of oil, which needs to be stopped. And the third part is reenacting his trade agenda. I think that tariffs do need to be used to get counterparties back to the table, especially China, which is not living up to all of the agreements they made in the Phase 1 trade agreement.
Right. I want to get to the tariffs in a moment, but I want to start back with the tax piece for just a second. Extending that and making the tax cuts that you folks implemented permanent clearly is a priority. The question I'd ask is, how much does that get even adjusted from here? Which is to say that the president-elect now has suggested a corporate tax rate not just of 21%, but possibly 15%. Will that just be for, now, of course, the questions become, is that just going to be for folks who manufacture here in the U.S.? Is it going to be restricted to certain types of companies? Is it for everybody? How do you see that piece of this playing out? And to the extent that there are going to be folks in the Republican Party who might say, you know, we have to balance our budgets, we have to be careful about some of these things. Some of the tax giveaways that he's also talked about, for example, you know, no tax on tips and other types of things. Do you think that there's going to be a debate about these issues?
Well, 15% was our goal last time. We couldn't get it there. I mean, my suggestion is, as President Trump has said, if the corporate tax is going to be lowered, it should be lowered in a way that supports U.S. manufacturing and U.S. jobs, as opposed to across the board. I think your comment about deficits and spending is an important comment. I think that the debt to GDP ratio is way too high. When we were in office, it was 100%, and we were going to a path of paying debt down on a faster rate than we were increasing GDP. And I think that spending is definitely going to be an issue. You see the backup in the 10-year Treasury in the markets, and I think that it's something that needs to be looked at.
Steve, so many old sacred cows of the Republican Party seem to be at least being modified or changing. And you just mentioned what I would consider to be almost industrial policy, and that's having a different tax rate for things that are made here. Don't you think there's always unintended consequences? Do we throw out comparative advantage completely? Don't you think that there are certain things that, I mean, here you've got the government more or less doing something Democrats like to do with the CHIPS Act. They're picking the winners and losers in the private economy, which never, ever works. But suddenly it's okay for Republicans to really be proposing industrial policy, almost central planning.
Well, I think we definitely don't want central planning, and we definitely don't want the government picking winners and losers. Well, what I would say is the trade agenda for a long period of time has not worked. And the reason is, you know, even if you believe in free trade, we don't have free and fair trade. We have one-sided trade. If you look at China, our markets have been completely open to them on investment and trade, and their markets have been closed. And we always said,
You guys hear
if
that?
we could open their markets, their middle class, to U.S. companies, that would
Did you hear what he just said?
So I think that the economic policy just needs to be used to create a level playing field.
Stephen, when you think about the tariff piece of all of this, though, there are questions about.
But that's Microsoft, guys. I'm looking for a move back into 425. Watch 422.50 and any pullback longs off the 20-day moving average. I'm looking for a move into 525. Possible rejection up there.
And we were talking about the market forces and how, you know, if you're in that business, you don't want gas prices to go down too much. And so how this balance.
He does. He wants to help Americans save money like he did before.
Policy, and I think energy policy is absolutely critical because it also ties to our national security. And you're right. If you look at crude, which you have on the screen at like $71,
Yep.
crude could go down to $65, and it would still be profitable for a lot of businesses in the U.S. to be able to do energy. You got to remember, we also have ample amounts of LNG. LNG is a very clean alternative. We were in the process of reaching agreements to export U.S. LNG. I think that needs to be explored. So I think energy prices coming down will help inflation. I think President Trump clearly understands inflation. I mean, you've seen in the last administration, it was clearly one of the top problems. So he understands that. We didn't have inflation. If he does tariffs, I think my recommendation that he would use them in a strategic way and make sure that we don't have inflation across the board. And again, if you look at the China tariffs, Ambassador Lighthizer and I worked very closely. He had lots of exemptions for things that were critical to U.S. businesses that they needed.
Stephen, Elon Musk has called for, quote, at least $2 trillion in cuts to federal spending. You have probably, I know, spent an extraordinary amount of time looking at the books of our government. Would you know how to begin to do that? Is that a plausible thing to do? And if so, where would you go first?
Well, I definitely support the idea of cutting government spending, and particularly looking at if there's waste in the government. I think $2 trillion, if it's $2 trillion on an annual basis, that's obviously a very big goal. I think $2 trillion over time is more realistic. But I also think you have to look at entitlements. Entitlements are a big part of government spending. If you look at the Social Security Trust Fund, it's going to run out of money. This has to be addressed. So I hope these are issues that President Trump takes on in a second term, because these are really important long-term issues for the country. And I think he's in a position now, particularly with, this overwhelming result, to take on difficult issues. And I think that's got to be part of government spending.
What should we expect, though, from the economy? I ask because if you have potential inflation that you're trying to offset at the same time, maybe with gas and some of these other issues, if you're going to be firing and cutting huge swaths of the government, that's going to have another impact on jobs and so much. Obviously, you've probably heard Elon Musk said at some point there might even be what he called temporary hardship at one moment to get to what he thinks is going to be a lot better of a world on the other. And as investors are looking at this stock market, which of course,
for anybody that's still watching DJT, guys, there it is, 32.50. You're there now, 32.50. 32.50. This is the level we're watching. We're watching this 32.50 to 33. This whole area up here. What's up, Brandon? It's good to see you, bro. Yeah, we're watching this level for a pullback. We want to look to get short up around this zone if they give it to us. You just, what I was saying earlier is, again, for anybody that's trading DJT or buying it, selling it, shorting it, longing, whatever, you have to be looking at his schedule and making sure this man is not doing a major announcement somewhere that's like a, I know, like, not saying like the inauguration or something like that, but just make sure you're watching that, because if you're short, you're going to get your ass handed to you. You could. This thing's oversold, guys. And if you see some volume, just like when we talked about Monday, when we talked about that volume that we had and we could not break 30, that buy-side volume was still coming in there pretty damn heavy. And then when we came in Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday, I'm like, man, guys, Monday's volume was nice. It was nice. You had to watch out. And, so, and it did what it did. It went from 30 to 45. Came in with a nice gap up. So we're looking for bounce backs. We're looking for bounce backs in the 30. I'm going to say 35, but I don't think we get 35. I think 34, 33.50, 32.50, all right, is really what I'm watching for. I would love to get $35, but I don't think it's going to be that clean. The market's just not going to give you a clean setup like that. Just go right up there, consolidate for a couple minutes, and then sell off. It's going to try to trick you along the way. Just like the market, when I'm like, I'm looking at the market and I'm like, man, the market is oversold. And what it do? It started to sell off, shake and bake, rip back to the upside. I'm like, I know, just couldn't make things easy.
Spending the economic plans we did with the Fed, and as you recall, I gave back a lot.
All right, guys, I'm sorry. I am done with Steve Mnuchin right now. I gotta worry about what we have going on here. So, what are the names I've been watching? Oh, by the way, anybody that was able to get this re-entry, congratulations. We talked about $13.25, $13. Let me throw up the 15-minute chart. This was a beautiful trade, guys. A beautiful break, retest, climb higher. $13, $13.25. It breaks out. It circles itself right back around. Bang, bang, double bottom, rip and roar. Right off of 13. Now we're above $14. So American Airlines. If you guys look at this daily chart here, this resistance zone, there's just, here, let me pull this back just a little bit. Snack that smiles back. I don't know why I had that in my head. 15. I'm looking for like $15 to $16. So, let's see. Right here. Okay, you guys can see this, right? So this is the previous high. We closed above it yesterday, 1396. We are still above 14 right now. So I want to look for moves back into 1450, $15. I at least want to get to $15. I think now we have opened ourselves up. We have nothing here to the left of us to stop us from going higher. Okay, like if I look at this area right here to the left of my screen, this that consolidated downside move right there, that is not a rejection. Like there's not like a candle where it like goes up and then pulls back and then you know, it puts in like a lower high. It's not like the resistance zone is at 1550. So in my opinion, there's not much here to stop us from climbing to 1550. Like if like I would use the gap fill as an example. I'm not going to get into it right now, but that gap fill is what I would say, okay, this could be a nice rejection point. Something like this, guys, right? Right there. Like going into like that, right? Like if you were coming up into it, then you would say, okay, cool. You know, that's definitely could be a resistance zone. So with the fact that we are above that now, in my opinion, this is a support level here. And I'm going to look for a move higher, guys. So this will be a trade that I'll put on my watch list if the market pulls back and climbs. A nice little easy trade here, hopefully. Nothing's easy, but I mean, it's like 10. This is about 4%. We'll see. They can get a little boring from time to time, but could be a nice little trade if we really start packing in some size. A nice break and retest right here could really be it. This actually might start to pull back. This might be a failed break or a failed. This thing might fail. There's a good chance this might fail. It's holding right now, but she is kind of overdone, guys. I might actually get short American Airlines up here at 1450. I'm going to take that trade. I'm going to take that side of the trade. I just think this was a really nice break retest move. If we get up to 1450, 1445, we could get a really nice 7% move back down to 1350. I think that's very possible. Unless it consolidates, and then in that case, it's not going to move. All right, so she's pulling back now. She's pulling back now. All right, so that's American Airlines. We talked about America. Let's see. All right, hold on one second. Shit, I don't like that. Man, we guys, be careful for a pullback. Watch for a pullback in the majority of these stocks. Holy shit.
United of Omaha, policy started just $6.38 a month. And with the rate lock guarantee, my rate is locked in for life.
A funeral could cost more than $9,000, and prices rise each year. Have you helped prepare your family to pay for these expenses when you're gone? With one call, in as little as 5 minutes, you can qualify for up to $25,000 in
All right, sorry about that. Again, guys, hit the like button for me if you could. Greatly appreciate it. Subscribe if you haven't already done so. If you guys have any questions about anything, just let us know. I just want you guys to know also as well. I'm still running a workshop, boot camp, if you want to call it that. $25 if you guys learn anything here or want to give back or want to donate a spot to someone else. I'm trying to raise money for the stream. All right. And with your help, I'll get into it once we get a little further down the road. That link is in the description. Let's go look.
Continuing claims 1.829 million above the 1.88 million expected.
S&P is not really moving. Not really worried about it right now. All right, here we go. Okay. Initial jobless claims 221,000, right in line with expectations. Non-farm productivity quarter over quarter 2.2%. Unit labor cost 1.9%. That actually increased. It's what we talked about. People, it's harder for people to have the same way of life. They need a raise. Continuing claims 189 or 100. How do I say this? 180. I'm just gonna say like close to 190,000. 189,200. I don't know. 189,200. I don't know how to even say that. So give me 190K. Even though it's not 190. Just round that bitch up. This is still rising, which is take notice to that, guys. More people, they're staying on unemployment. They're not able to find a job, or they're not looking. Jobless claims 4-week average 227,000 versus 237,000 previously. Expectations was 237. So that was under expectations. All right, retail inventories excluding automotive wholesale inventories month over month. So that'll be coming out at 10 o'clock. So we don't have anything until 10 o'clock. All right, so let's see here. So we talked about Alibaba. Here's a SPY pulling back, which is what we talked about. It's what we wanted to see. We have a Fed meeting later. Let's see here. I got to hurry up and go through some of these earnings. All right. Talked about Baba, Microsoft. Come on. Bro.
Yesterday we're dabbling with well over 200 basis points over a boom. So ponder that when you consider how many more auctions we're going to need, and the fact that I know Mr. Mnuchin talked about lower interest rates, but I think many of these experts need to be more clear on what part of the yield curve they're talking about. Andrew, back to you.
Rick, thank you. It may be that the bond market is ultimately the governor on Washington. We'll see. Steve Leisman joins us
Yes, the
now.
bond market is the governor of Wall Street. It is. That's the free market. We could replace the Fed with the 2-year, but I kind of like having a Federal Reserve. I think all the countries need to continue to use a central bank. All right, so that's our hourly chart. We are a bit overdone. I'm going to be patient today, guys. Like Microsoft here in the near term looks overdone. And this to me would mean that break above the 20-day moving average, you know, maybe we go over. I'm going to stick to the plan. So what is that? 420. 420. Let's pull this back. I have not traded Microsoft in quite some time.
MBIO, Mustang Bio, granted orphan drug designation by the FDA for MB108 to treat malignant glioma. That's Michael Bravo, India, Oscar, MBIO.
I cannot get Kanye West out of my head. I cannot get his songs out of my head. That's why we used Kim K today. She's still so bad. She's just got the most beautiful face.
Steve, I want to thank you for your analysis, and we look forward to seeing you later today when we're going to be hearing from Jay Powell. Thank you, sir.
All right, still to come this morning, Senate Minority Whip John Thune joins us on the election results.
All right, so yeah, I was just making sure and double checking here. You know, this is a little worrisome when you're coming into the day, and I could very well see a play for both sides of this trade.
WKHS workforce shares trading higher. Company announced orders.
All right, let's move on. We got to look at Nvidia. We need to look at semiconductors. 420, 420, 423. Is that what that is? 422.50.
RTX, Prepare Therapeutics, may offer and sell common shares of up to $100 million from time to time. That's from your
420.
web trade. RPTX.
Meet Scorpius Holdings, symbol SCPX, a Texas-based
422.
American, now partnered with
The NZI, Bonsai, and their preliminary numbers now at $3.26. In a high of 340. Continuing heavy volume on that from the member Zulu, India.
Scorpius, SCPX on the NYSE.
It all started with a small business idea.
It's a pillow with a speaker in it. That's right, Craig.
Pulling in the perfect team to get the job done. I'm just here for the internet. AT&T, it's super fast.
I'm also writing down right now 422.50 rejections.
We had everything we needed. Internet out? Don't worry, we have AT&T internet back.
And we would look for a move back to 415.
Don't miss CNBC Pro's best deal of the year. Sign up and save with exclusive Black Friday early access alerts. Sign up now at cnbc.com/pro-early-access. Terms and restrictions apply.
Listen here, folks. Cars for Kids is not just for cars. We accept all kinds of real estate too. Vacant land.
Yeah, so if we see, this is the thing, right? Is that we have the 20, the 20-day, 50-day. You have all these moving averages right there. That it's probably going to be a little difficult to just think you can break through 1, 2, 3 moving averages. You know what I mean? But if you do, 415. All right, 415. And that's that previous support. Double top resistance. We break above it. So do we get a day?
For all your skins. Gold Bond.
Discover the only system of chef-crafted meals, smart oven and app that makes cooking as simple as scanning a QR code. With Tavala, explore a wide array of meals crafted by talented chefs. It's like, well, magic. Get started
Come
at
on, where we at?
Tavala.com.
So yeah, right there. Looking for a tail here. Boop, right into there. We'll see. We get something like that. All right. See if we get a pullback. So I've got both of these in mind. Actually, that tail would actually be up there at 422.50. All right, so that's that. Let me move on. All right, so I wrote that down. 422.50 rejection. If we do get that, then I'm looking for 415 target. Eagles 415. Listen, take profits along the way, guys. Make sure you're managing your risk. Okay? The whole way through this trade.
APD Air Products
Yeah, right, Joe. I think going into it,
is not forecasting any significant
Nvidia.
Q1 2025 to concerns about the
Nvidia.
China. That's Alpha Papa Delta.
President Trump and literally up and down the
So yesterday, I took some shorts on this. Or I'm sorry, I grabbed some puts. It was a nice trade yesterday, right after that first attempt at 144. Grabbed that pullback through VWAP. It's a nice trade. It was a really nice trade. Right now, we're hanging out right above it. I still think, you guys, Nvidia needs to pull back to 140. I still think a 140 pullback is in the cards. All right, which is this previous high. It's your previous high there. Yeah, right there, 140.
we'll be able to make some progress and some headway with the coalition, the much broader coalition that's been built out since this election.
What's your working number on where you think?
It's a beautiful breakout, break and retest.
Probably hopeful for more, but
well, Pennsylvania's going to come home, Joe. I hope that they will call that soon. They should, and Bob Casey should concede there. And
137.50.
Still open questions, and I think we would be at 53, obviously, with Pennsylvania, 54 if Nevada or Arizona were to come home. But there's still vote to be counted there.
Hold on 1 second, guys.
And we would be at 53, obviously, with Pennsylvania, 54 if Nevada or Arizona were to come home. But there's still vote to be counted there. We're certainly hopeful, and our candidates are as well. They've run great campaigns. But either way, we're going to have a substantial working majority in the United States Senate, and that will help us get President Trump's team in place so that they can implement an agenda that is consistent with what he campaigned on and what I think the American people are looking for, and that's addressing the issues that I mentioned earlier.
it's so nuanced. And in the House, we don't know what the end result will be, although the betting markets now look like they're predicting that the GOP can hold the House. But it was hard to even say the GOP held the House for the last 2 years. They did, but with the Freedom Caucus and everything else. And the Senate was crazy, too, because you had, Manchin and Sinema didn't really know what that was. What will this enable Republicans to do? Will it, in having a president in the same party, but a president who certainly is not shy about what he wants to happen? Well, he's almost a whip. He could almost be the whip of the Senate and the House, I would think.
Yeah, he is that. Well, look, Joe, I think that if we can hold the House, obviously we have a legislative vehicle available to us called budget reconciliation, which the Democrats used extensively when they had all three. But when you have unified control of government, it gives you an opportunity to do some things. Obviously, we've got to extend the Trump tax cuts, which if we don't, ends up being a $4 trillion tax increase on the economy and almost $2,000 per average family in this country. I think energy policy, I think border policy, You know, if you look at the economic agenda, it's also a regulatory, and the cost of regulation's been $1.8 trillion since Biden and Harris took office. So lighter touch on regulations, again, extending the tax policy, bonus depreciation, interest deductibility, R&D expensing, the things that get you the big growth in the economy. We need pro-growth policies on the economy, and then we've got always got to be paying attention to what's happening with respect.
Just had to go feed Abby real quick. Anyway, all right, Nvidia, Tesla, Qualcomm, ARM. We got to hurry up. Sorry, I was lagging. All right, sorry, I was getting a little tired here. Chat wasn't going crazy. My Israel stocks need to go up now that Trump is in office. I hope all your stocks go up, baby. Hope all your stocks go up. Let's remember, let the market tell us what's going to go up and what's going down. Anyway, let's see here. So Nvidia, all right, that's pretty much going to be this previous high. Pullbacks here at 144. I want to see what happens if we get this double top high here at 144. Pullbacks into there. If we end up holding it, or if we have a gap, will this gap get filled? Okay, the SPY has a gap, Qs have a gap. Will this gap get filled? Massive buying going on right now. All right, I think this is overdone, guys. In my opinion, I feel like we need a pullback. All right, we need a pullback here. Again, we could always consolidate. We can always consolidate. You don't need to pull back. It can, you know, the market can consolidate and then lead us, you know, to another leg higher. All right, so we kind of pulled back there. Okay, this is a nice little zone. Okay, 146. 146. And I'm going to be honest, guys. I would actually look for... I would look for 143 to 142 to be the... 142 and 143 to be the support level. If we do get a rejection. So I'm going to say a target here. This is going to be my first target. 143. All right, right there. And then this will be the second. You might even get another 140 test, but that was yesterday. Or not yesterday, but that's... You didn't get it. You got it pre-market yesterday, but that's it. So as long as you're above 144, 144.50, I think you got to look long. All right, but just understand that, you know, we are kind of a little bit overdone here. We are a little bit overdone. All right, we are a little bit overdone. So that's Nvidia. Did you guys write it down? Did you guys have enough time to write that down? Good, great, grand, wonderful. Again, listen. I'm doing a workshop here. That link is in the description. Grab yourself a spot. All that money, not all that money because it's not a lot, but that is going to the stream. I'm trying to raise money for the stream. There is something that I would like to do with you guys and everyone, which is, it's really cool. And with your help, you'd allow us to be able to do that. And I want to also just help you guys. I do. I really want you guys to be able to see a difference in your trading and the way you do things. And if you would allow me the opportunity, I would, you know, I would be honored to be able to give you guys, like, you know, again, I don't want more than like 20 people, but I want to help you guys get to the next level and really start, you know, being able to get to the point where you're doing the right things and you're consistently profitable so that you can start packing on the size and continue to pack on the size and you know, and get yourself to a point where you're unstoppable. All right? Like if there's stuff out there you want, you can go get it. All right? If it's, you know, whatever that image or life or whatever it is that you would like to do, or if it just pays for a hobby, you know, you have a hobby that you like to do, So anyway, listen, there's still at least 15 spots that I know of. Grab yourself one right now. Don't wait. All right. I don't know how much longer they're going to be there. Again, all the funds from the workshop are going to go to the stream. I got something really cool that I want to do. With you guys' help, you'd be able to do that. But more importantly, I mean, hey, $25 to make more money. I would put a $300 to $400 ticket on that. Easy. Easy. There's a lot of stuff that I don't talk about on this stream. There's a lot of things I don't say on purpose. It might seem like I go through a lot, but there's it's a little bit more. So anyway, Nvidia. Let's look for a pullback. All right. At least that's what I want to look for. I'm going to be watching the semiconductor sector today, as you guys can tell. I'm just kidding. I'm right now. I'm writing down my watch list real quick. All right, let's see here. Man, I would love to get a 140 out of this, man. This would be a huge trade. Huge trade. What type of volume do we have this morning? We got to look at Lyft, ARM, Qualcomm.
What's happening with pricing? Because there was a question about just the strength of the consumer. There was a question about whether there's a race to the bottom on pricing, which appears to have stopped between you and Uber, especially in certain markets. How do you sort of look at
Here it goes.
right now?
That's fine.
Yeah. So two things. The first
That's
is
okay.
we operate competitively, right? That's our sort of deal, and so we want a rational marketplace, and we like the fact that prices are, they're strong and good where they need to be. I think the more interesting question, at least from my perspective, is what have we done with surge pricing? So surge pricing, which we call internally prime time, is something I think you and I talked about it last time. We opened up a can of whip ass on it, if you remember, and that's working. That's working. So surge pricing is down 40% from where it was a year ago, and nobody likes it. It's the worst. It's the thing that sort of drives people bananas. So I think when you think about pricing,
Sorry, guys. I just want to get this.
It's competitive. I think what we're really trying to do through things like pricing,
All right, right there.
great service, is get that surge pricing down as low as it can go.
Obviously we are now just 24 hours, 48 hours after this election. When you look at different pockets of this country and the strength of the consumer, are there certain pockets where it's clear to you that there's significantly more strength and certain pockets that worry you?
Yeah, not particularly. The trends that we tend to see more, actually, to go back to that surge pricing, for instance, is where we've been able to lower that the fastest. That's where demand has grown the fastest, and actually our share grows fast. So Chicago is an example of that. Boston is an example of that. But I don't think that's a macro.
And let's see here.
The big picture continues to be, frankly, for us, a lot of back to work action. Even party time. Actually, I should say Halloween was a monster all across the country. So if anything, I see more strength and pretty uniform rather than anything particularly concerning.
By the way, how was election day? Is that a big day or no?
It's good. Yeah, it's not a gigantic day, but obviously the shift, people go different places, they go to the polls. We actually offered 50%.
Damn. So we do have a decent amount of room to the upside, you guys. I do take that back. I mean, I don't take back the analysis, but we do have some room to the upside here. So it looks as though this might be I feel like it's screaming Fed meeting. All right. So what I would look for is if we pull back and we hold 144, you could possibly look for a long back to make a new high. All right. Hold on 1 second here. $590. All right, 590.
So how are these autonomous partnerships going to work in the future? And who do you expect is going to be, I mean, and how much do you worry about a Tesla, for example, turning their entire fleet into these vehicles and not just doing it, but creating their own version of Lyft?
Yeah. So let's look at one of the partnerships we just announced yesterday with Mobileye, who is an industry leader in autonomous technology. Their tech is in BMW and Volkswagen and in Ford and Honda, all around the world. And today it's level 2, right? It's the lane assist.
Just give me 1 second. 46, pull back 144.
Self-driving. So the arrangement we have with them is as they develop that, every one of those cars for all those OEMs can be Lyft ready. So those cars can be on the Lyft platform. And you mentioned Tesla.
So this 144 zone is what I'm looking for. For a pullback. I mean, again, listen, eventually, guys, I would like to get... I would like to get this gap fill. I would like to get it.
This did not happen overnight. This was not luck. This was years of meticulous planning and sacrifice. Now is not the time to be wasteful. Now is not the time to cut corners. You need a partner who truly...
So I have two options here. Long at 144 to new highs, to new all-time highs, or we, look for a 146 short, take profits in front of 144, which would be a $2 move, and see if we can either, what is that 143 for? What is that dotted line for? Nothing really. 144. I would love to take the thing back to 146. Anyway, short 144. Short to 144. 142. 140. Alright, that's Nvidia. Alright, so we have earnings here. We got to talk about these earnings. Some of the stocks that are trending. Qualcomm, mRNA. I think mRNA did a little bit better, you guys, than expected. So Q3 2024 GAAP EPS 3 cents. May not be comparable to $1.90 estimate. Sales were $1.86 billion, which is a beat of $1.25 billion. So sales are there. So that's still the same. Full year 2024 expenses are now anticipated to range from 4.6 to 4.7 billion, previously 4.8. So they're saving money there. So this may end up trying to pop. Capital expenditures are now expected to be approximately 1.2 billion, previously 0.9. Oh, but their capital expenditures went up. Okay, so that kind of offsets itself, but I'd say more so to the capital, like they're spending more. Your guys are 29 billion, approximately 9 billion. Oh, look, they're talking about capex on CNBC too. All right, let's see. I do, Brandon. I was actually trading natural gas like a couple weeks ago. Um, so we were long the dollar or natural gas. We got long natural gas right here. Literally. You can ask the chat, Brandon. We got long right here. And we actually played it through Boyle. We actually played it through Boyle. It was a nice run. It was a nice hit, man. It was a really nice hit. Because of this divergence that you had here and a few other reasons, like with the dollar and stuff. Like this was a beautiful, beautiful play here when we got long. And this thing just ripped in August. And it was September, early September. All right, but we'll actually, let's look at it now. See, you're right back down. Actually, look, it's like it's trying to reject and hold. It's so weird. The volume is coming in pretty heavy there. You notice that? Even at those lows, look at how that volume's coming in. I don't know when the contracts end or whatever, but all right, let's go here. So Qualcomm, Moderna. Let's go into Qualcomm real quick, and then we'll talk about Moderna. It's 9 o'clock, so we still have a little bit of time here. I kind of want to get rid of all of this. No, I'm going to keep that.
LIQT, LickTech establishes joint venture in China for marine water treatment market. That's Lima, India, Quebec, Tango.
We got to look at TLT also. Got to look at TLT. All right, Qualcomm. Quali. Right now we're trading at 182.40. 182.40. So I can get rid of everything below.
HYPR.
We turn to the Fed this afternoon and tons of double-digit earnings movers today. Our program begins with the Fed on deck, poised for another rate cut as stocks look to build on that rally.
Tesla gets a price hike following Trump's win. How Elon Musk stands to cash in on the so-called Trump trade. And we got
Right there. Okay. Let's get rid of this.
Warner Brothers Discovery, Zillow, Novo, the list goes on from there.
Let's begin with this post-election rally as the street awaits today's Fed rate decision. Jim, still a lot of notes.
Just want to make sure I don't have some like circles or boxes or anything in the way there. All right, so here we go. Qualcomm. I know it's not Qualcomm, but I just call it that. All right, previous resistance zone. So that's a target. 190. 190 is a target. So right now we got about $10. $10. Where are we at? 179, 182. So we can see right here. Let's see here. Boom, boom. Previous highs.
GNLN 181. Inclusive distribution agreement.
I would assume they do not in any way consider what is yet to come in terms of policy from
with safety strips, Tech Corp, fentanyl, xylazine, and drink spike detection. Test strips, that's Gulf November, Lima November.
That much where there is real weakness. There is a trucking recession. Autos have
shares popping on that.
Problem in the economy. No affordable housing at the same time as mortgage rates going up. If I want to use a metaphor, sometimes it pays to have a metaphor.
All right, so that's going to be the range here, guys. We have these pivot highs here.
XBIO, Genetic
at 179, 180.
With Scripps Research Institute to advance teenage
She's kind of overdone.
That's X-Ray Bravo India Oscar XBIO.
Say, listen, you should buy this stock. And I tried to hit Judy on a lot of different things, where Judy's really coherent on everything, but in the end, it's a freight recession. So I gave up. I didn't know how to do it. And I said, well, look, make up your own mind. Well, yesterday the stock was the biggest.
And TNX and AMZN, Nutanix expands partnership with AWX. That's November 10th, November.
All right, guys. So yeah, I'm gonna use 180. I'm using 180 as the zone.
ZVIA, ZV expands distribution of its better for you soda into more.
And again, if the markets are bouncing, then I think it's pretty easy to know what I'm gonna do. You know what I mean? If the markets are bouncing and going to continue to make a new high, then I'm just gonna ride the strength. Just riding the coattails.
So therefore, they might be in the sweet spot. Versus Enphase, which is regarded as something that should be forgotten.
SolarEdge gets downgraded today to underperform at JPM. Interesting note on that point, Jim, about small caps and any regional bank name that would need
Google up in resistance. All right, so here we go. This is really nice.
Debt is unlimited appetite so far. Steepening curve is helpful, and to your latter point, anything that points to
Into your latter point.
favoring them, incentive
What?
favoring them helps.
All right. Just had to hit the fan. So Qualcomm 180. Watch this 180 zone. 180 breaks. Look for a move back down to 175. 180 holds. 190 targets. Previous highs. Actually, I'm going to tell you guys right now. That would actually be the target. 195. I feel like that is the target right there. Let's pull up an hourly chart. Yeah, 190. 190.
Everybody needs to staff up conceivably. Well, I'm just saying, I know we got
Oh, there's a little zone right here too. Shit. Keep an eye on yeah, they're talking about the M&A wave that I was talking about with you guys earlier. Watch for a rejection up here on Qualcomm. Okay, watch, we did not hold that level, and now we look for, can we get back above it? All right, I'm trying to hurry up, I know. I just gotta write this stuff down. Yeah, I think this bounce back, we got to be careful. I did not see this at first. I'm glad I looked at it. All right, so that level is going to be 184.40. 184. Call it 185, I guess. I'd call it 185.
That's why some argue it's going to be targeted and that there is a place for tariffs. We've got a piece up on CNBC.com today about retailers. CBS News has one on, cites AutoZone, where the CEO says we will raise price before the tariffs. We will get ready for the tariffs with price increases.
I think what people don't realize, thank you to Steve Oakland, who was actually
All right.
the amazing night that you chaired. The alarm parts
Oh my gosh.
This stuff was made in China. The original might be made here in Mexico, David, but you can't make you can't.
Is everybody? Did I go over this? So I'm watching 180, the zone that we're at now, and to see this bounce back in front of 184. If we break above it and hold, then I'm looking for a move back to 190. All right. So I think that's going to be a little important here is what happens. All right, so that's that. All right, that is that. Gotta watch this level. All right, next one we'll go to Moderna. Let me make sure.
My favorite chart is a look at searches for Yellen versus Mnuchin, which I think we built. And essentially,
This is good. This is a good sign right here.
have the most effective advocate for your success.
And the pieces about it talks about the headline about Hamilton, but that Mnuchin was such a great spokesperson and Yellen disappeared. And Semplus has tremendous weight. And I think what you say is it didn't matter that.
Oh yeah.
Housing
Man, if we can get this thing going, guys.
by Yellen, and there was no story by Yellen, and you start saying, well, what really was the story with Janet Yellen? Where did she go? Why did Buttigieg?
You guys can hear me, right? You guys can hear me? That the mic's good?
Where they could convince a different part of the election.
All right, cool. Yeah, I think you can. All right, so 180. I do like the long. And I'll take profits through 185 and see if we can get through 185 and maybe extend back to like 187 or so. You know, I don't know if you get right back to 190, but you know, it all depends. Depends on the market, depends on the Fed. We have a Fed day today, so there's a lot to unpack that could happen. All right. Again, today our goal is 20 likes. I know we can do it, guys. I know we can do it. I know we can do it. All right, so that's Qualcomm. 180 holds. This 180, 181 level. And I'm looking for a bounce back. Come here, Abby. I think Trump and Vance, honestly, guys, I know a lot of people don't believe it. I think you could get a scenario in these 4 years where they attempt to try to legalize and downgrade marijuana. I do. I do. I truly believe that he also feels that you know, people are being wrongfully committed, like it's not that big of a deal. Is it a gateway? Could it be a gateway? Sure. But as a person, you're gonna treat something good or bad. You know, I feel like it also is a part of the person that you are too. That plays the factor in that role. You know. All right. So that's Qualcomm. Let me go back here. Excuse me. All right, so the next one, mRNA. Let me write this down first. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. Sucks. I hate when I do this. I just have so much stuff right here, not necessarily in my way, but mRNA, no, Qualcomm. Has anybody been watching AMD as of lately? So we have a 180 hold here on Qualcomm. And if you guys can hear the background, just let me know if the TV's too loud or whatever. I have the window open too, so you'll probably hear stuff outside. But if that stuff is bothering you, just let me know. Anything I can do to be accommodative, just let me know. Alright, so that's that. 180. Yep, 180. That's that. 180.
In New Jersey, it's very clear. You're very happy that we work here. If we were in Englewood, are you divorcing me? No, I'm just saying this. So all I'm saying is you're on thin ice. And I have the house in Pennsylvania. How about the cows? I'll trade you cows. I'll trade you 4 Mexican houses for 1 Italy house, and the Irish house is about to be bought.
Guys, I think we can go all the way to 195.
Thesis that it might get acquired, or is it more based on now you're a Gelsinger fan?
I am a Gelsinger fan through and through, and I only have 3 houses for sale in Mexico.
What changed?
Because the peso is just
with you and Gelsinger.
The peso's with the shred.
You were just, I mean, by the way, well, the stock so appropriate.
The stock to the level where it doesn't.
All right, so the long, obviously you guys know that 180, but the rejection, if we cannot get above 185 and things turn south, I'm not going to shy away from trying to take this back to where it may be going, and that may be 175.
When we come back, tech CEOs congratulating the president-elect on his victory. Bezos, Nadella, Cook, Benioff, as they get ready to deal with the new administration. Take a look at the pre-market. So many movers. Wolf, Bros, Lyft, Donut, RL, Tap, Hershey, Warner. When we come back,
All right, so if we do reject that pivot area here, we could look for a possible move down into the high 170s. It's very plausible that this could happen, especially if the market starts to try to fill the gap. But as long as we're above and holding 180, I think we got to be bullish. We are also getting ready to start pulling into that 100-day moving average, which is also what we need to... Oh my gosh, I just did that. Okay, no I didn't. I don't know if I did. No, I didn't. Gosh, I got scared right there, man. I thought I hit auto range. You can't lock in your indicators on here for whatever reason.
That could disrupt the $19 billion mechanical ventilation market with an innovative life support system that elevates and stabilizes declining oxygen saturation levels without a ventilator. Inspira Technologies, stock symbol II.
So I'm going to put this blue line so that we have the 100-day moving average. Bing, bing. Bada bing, bada boom.
You have an excellent warranty.
Warranty?
Warranty.
Okay, gotta go.
You must have American Home Shield.
How'd you know?
I can tell your appliances and home systems are protected. Covered repairs and replacements are taken.
All right, Myrna. mRNA.
Never lies. Half off cookie dough. American Home Shield. Don't worry, be warranty.
Don't miss Jim's best deal of the year.
I think I can help you become a better investor.
Join the club and
So right now,
sign up for Black Friday early access alerts. Go to
same thing as Qualcomm, holding this previous high here at $55. So I'm going to put that as my target or my hold. That's where we're at. Dotted line. Let's go to the daily chart. Wait. Let's actually put in the high also, so we have that low. So these two lines are going to be where we are, and then the one on top of it is pre-market high. Okay.
Now Xfinity Internet customers can try one line of unlimited and get one free for a year.
I've been working with Mr. Frybot for about 17 years. Recently, I was in an auto accident in the middle of nowhere. My doctor at the time removed my tailbone because the tailbone was cracked in 3 spots. Mr. Frybot's team handled all the paperwork for me. He gets the work done, and he goes above and beyond the beat. Mr. Frybot will always get you the compensation
Damn.
you deserve.
So
100%. He believes to win. I would give Mr. Frybot's law firm a 5-star rating.
I'm Fred Frybot, and we are Delaware's injury lawyers.
Top tech executives lining up to congratulate the president-elect on winning the race for the White House. Amazon
okay, that's where we're at now. So we are kind of holding support. Kinda. I would be looking for 55, 46. Cool. So we are above that. I would be looking for this zone here.
Well, I think that there's a sense that they might do this to anyone.
I'm going to get rid of this. I'm going to get rid of that. I'm going to get rid of not that. But I want to put this line right here. Because this, oh no. Wait. Right there. Oh my gosh.
Well, that was the term I was going to use, but I was going
Cordiality, now he enjoys that, and that can be an important component of his relationships with.
And how much does it cost to send him something positive?
Nothing.
Exactly.
Bezos obviously
56. We're below 56.
Blue Origin, which competes with Elon Musk's SpaceX.
Oh my gosh.
To some extent, Washington Post. So that's important as well, you'd imagine.
All right, this in my opinion is a key level.
They wished him well. It'll be interesting to see.
$56 on Moderna. Right now you're below it. Right now you're below it. All right, that was a previous. We got above 66.
Former Secretary of Treasury Steve Mnuchin handled himself very well to be able to say how reasonable
I was here in 2020, guys.
would be a vendetta.
And what I mean by that is I've owned this. Well, I don't own it now, but I bought Moderna in the 20s and low 30s. I did a lot of buying in the 20s, and I remember getting here. I remember this double bottom gap. I'm like, damn, this thing's already, up a lot from where I bought it. And it was just like I bought it, and just in a few little while, again, Moderna, in my opinion, was the only one that I thought was actually making ground. And it just felt like their trials were going better. And it just felt to me that they were going to be the one to be either the first one or the best one or whatever. And they were. And they were the winner, in my opinion. Over Gilead. Stuff like that. So let me log in real quick. So Moderna. Just give me 1 second. Just logging in. I don't know why even. Come on.
But there is a general sense that the president-elect would prefer business people and
Come here, Turkey.
in national security roles.
I don't hear her. I don't think she's meowing.
That's interesting because there was a
All right. So $56. 56. I kind of want to get rid of that, but I can't. So if we go to this daily chart here. Oh, we have the 20-day moving average right there too. So now it's all making sense. So if we can't get above 56, it might seem like 56 is going to be a resistance zone. All right, so
National Economic Council. Here's one I'm going to throw it in. Is there anyone you think survives that could be actually a bridge to the Democratic Party? Yeah.
What, from the current administration?
Yeah, I'm just asking.
No.
Oh, okay. There we
You
go.
mean the way in which Harris said she would bring a GOP around?
Exactly.
No,
Exactly.
not a chance.
Not a chance. No. Okay. Well, I just put it out there.
Not a chance.
Look at
He said I have no comment. You're still in the running?
How convenient the timing of your divorce and the new administration.
Wait, so Jim Cramer is getting the divorce? That's so screwed up.
Twice divorce, it's not worth it. That may be the kiss.
That's sad.
Time, David, is not a charm. And the third is real bad.
We'll get Kramer's mad dash and
Bro, did you guys know that? Did anybody here know that Jim Cramer was going through a divorce? Wow. That's a shame. Fucking women, man. I tell you what. Anyway, I'm gonna just mind my own. Let me see here. Let's see. I'm just trying to make this make sense. There's a little area here at the highs at 58 that I want to keep my eyes on. I want to keep my eye on that. So we got up there. We could not hold this previous high. Now we could just be stuck here consolidating between this little zone. But if we get above 56 and hold it, you got a nice little $2 move there back to those previous highs.
That's why you go to Biz2 Credit for funding. Our simple application makes it easy to get fast financing.
All right, we got 5 minutes, guys. We got to get ready here. I know I took too long. I need to get better at doing this because I feel like, you know what? I'm going to get rid of this. I like this level right here. I really like that one. 54. I think that's a key level right there. All right, let's go, guys. Hit the like button, subscribe. Down in the description, okay? Get your spot now for the workshop. I'm telling you, you're not going to want to miss it. It's only $25. It's only $25. If you want to buy one for someone else and a friend, whatever, what have you, oh, that's fine. But let's turn your account around. That's really the goal. I'm going to give you guys some stuff to take home. I'm going to give you guys some aspects to the markets on how I look at them. We're going to talk about, you know, I'm not even going to get into it because I'd be kind of like giving some of this stuff away, and I'm telling you, you're not going to want to miss it. You're not going to want to miss it. But anyway, hit the like button. Our likes today, our goal, 20 likes. Second, once we get to 1,000 subscribers, I'm going to be doing a giveaway. If you guys want to follow me on Twitter, at Ivy League Trades, Twitter handle or X handle, whatever you want to call it. Yeah. I wish everybody luck today. I'm trying to get... I want to... let's see here. Where's the... I was going to say that I need to get better at this. I'm going to start doing some of these streams in the morning. Like I'm not even streaming because like the 2 days that I've had off in the 2 weeks from streaming, I've been killing it. We pulled back right there. That's a break on 180. If you guys have questions, comments, anything at all, Post it in the comments section. I thank you guys for being here. Let's have a great day. Lockman. You know, tell a friend. What else? What else? What other? What else? What else do we have for a sales pitch? But really, honestly, though, I'm just kidding. This is not a sales pitch again. I am trying to raise some money here for the stream, and with your help, we'd be able to do that. There's something really cool that that I have planned that I would like to do with you guys, and then. So let me pull up the SPY. Is the SPY really up 2.5% right now? Or is that from prior day's close? Remember, we have a Fed meeting. Keep TLT on watch. All right, keep TLT on watch because the SPY and the Qs may have volatility and a bigger move priced in. Let me see something here. We're getting ready to open up here. 30 seconds, you guys. 30 seconds.
The opening bell is brought to you by Nuveen, a leader in income, alternatives, and responsible investing.
Benzinger market update ahead of the open. S&P futures up 19, Dow futures up 7, Nasdaq up 115. Gold is up 21.20 at 26.97.30. Bitcoin futures down 13.90 at 75,000.
All right, Google. Watch Google for a pullback up here. Google. Pullbacks 176 off of 180. Nvidia. Kind of the same thing. Let's watch these semiconductors. Let's go. Hit that like button. Subscribe. Buy yourself or someone else a ticket to the workshop. I'm telling you right now. Don't play yourself. Don't play yourself. Get it. A lot of these people are not only, they're going to charge you, you know, hundreds of dollars and steal your data at the same damn time. Just trying to help you guys out. I'm telling you guys right now, if you want a new way to look at the markets and really do this. All right, Moderna pulling back. Give me 1 second here, guys. Let me zoom in for you so everybody can see this. Shit.
Well, enterprise software was preferred under under President like Trump, in part because it doesn't require a huge infrastructure. Enterprise software is the domain of very smart people. I think everything with ServiceNow has been the run recently in Salesforce.com, very good.
All right, Qualcomm pulling back right into that support zone, guys. Nvidia still holding. Nvidia still holding up there at those highs. But be careful because Nvidia is really oversold right here. Qualcomm selling off, guys. Selling off. We're going to get a double bottom there at 53, 54. No, that's Moderna. I'm sorry. That's Moderna. Okay, Moderna just pulled into the support level, guys. Moderna just pulled into the support zone. That is a support level. Watch for Moderna to hold. We keep an eye on, obviously, keep your eyes on the shit.
They seem to be arguing that, in fact, it is slowing dramatically, even with more CPUs added, more chips, that the progress is not nearly...
Nice long, man. God damn, these moves are awesome, man. The trading lately is so awesome. 20-day moving average. You know, Moderna now has to get through 56. You could probably get a double top short right there. It fit in front of 56.
Clean Technologies announcing pricing of its $4 million.
All right. Qualcomm on the 100-day moving average. Let's go ahead and look at the S&Ps. Again, thank you guys for joining us. Lyft, ARM. I did not pull up ARM. I'm sorry. that is one of the favorite ones that we do like to trade. I want to thank you guys again for the likes. Okay, I want to thank you guys again a lot for the likes. Okay. All right, let's see here. I need to keep an eye out on the people that are here when there's a lot of people here so that I can, you know, really help out with what's going on and give everybody some help with the levels and everything. Let's go, guys. Look at the Qs bouncing, ripping. Look at Nvidia. All right, watch Nvidia. Why is Qualcomm not getting back above that level right there? You need to hurry your ass up. Excuse my language. All right, ARM. ARM. The exact opposite of Qualcomm. Qualcomm pops on earnings. Okay. Qualcomm popped on earnings. And then ARM sold off. And now, for whatever reason, you're getting a pullback off of that bounce on Qualcomm. But yet, ARM is bouncing. Look at Nvidia go. This is a little support level here for ARM. I think you do need to bounce back to 151 in order to reject the top end of that zone. Okay, at 150, 151. Hold on. Shit. I'm not sure which one of these lines.
TTEC, T-Tech Holdings, falling to the lowest, halted on a circuit breaker. Tango, Tango, Echo, Charlie. Company reported their earnings earlier.
All right, let's go check out DJT. We talked about going short. We want to get short up there at the 20-day moving average. All right, 20-day moving average. If we get bounces in front of, what is that, 33, 32.50, 33. That's where we were looking for a, you know, we were also talking about going out a few weeks at a time here. Okay? Go out a few weeks. Don't just look for a daily. Unless it shows you that we break and you get the continuation and you want to scalp, that's fine. And again, I'm not telling you guys what to do. I'm not telling you guys how to trade, but I want you to think about what you do to yourself in your account. If you have never, or you feel like you're just like climbing a brick wall of just like, you just can't get over that hurdle, do something different. When I tell you to do something different, understand what a 10, 15, 20%, let's just say green. There she is. There's the baby. So, yeah, just give yourself time. Pay more to make more. All right? You know, a 20% gain on a $4 contract is a hell of a lot more than 100% or 150% on a 20, 30, 40 cent gain or a contract. All right, now let's get to work. Sorry, I just had to open the window. All right, $32, guys. Watch that level there. We're looking for that 100-day moving average. DJT is about to open up, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, it's about to open up. Again, I want to bounce back. I need a bounce back to that 20-day, somewhere up there where I can feel safe, like like 3350, 3382, but this volume is really increasing here, which is a good sign. So really nice rejection up there at $32. If you grab that, that's awesome. I would actually look and use, like, if you can, maybe we already rejected that. It's like 3276. Watch 3276. Let's see. Let's see what we got. Watch this zone right there at 3074, 3075. Pull out. Again, level 2 for the stock is on the far left. This level 2 on the right is for options. All right. I got to get me something going here. I had a really nice day yesterday. Manage your risk. Anything can happen. The broker can shut down and not let you get out of your position. And it'll go to zero. Act like something's going to happen every position. But don't be scared. I don't know. All right, Nvidia climbing. Qualcomm still pulling back here, guys. And that's okay. It's just kind of frustrating to see. You know, it's just frustrating to see when all right, there's the gap fill. Dude, Nvidia is on one right now, bro. Like, seriously. This thing is on one. No joke. This is crazy. This is honestly insane. I love that we have a Fed day today because I'm going to start looking for a pullback. Alright, I'm going to start looking for a pullback on Nvidia. I don't want to fight the strength, but I'll be damned if I can't try to do something here. Is there news or something on this? 500 month of Nvidia stock after a Trump win, top 10 earnings, market clubhouse. Did you guys hear anything at all from Nvidia? Or like news that would, like, this is crazy. This is seriously crazy. Let's see. Where's Google? All right, Google, you could get a nice break and retest here, you guys. All right, you could get a nice break and retest. Watch 180. Watch 180 on Google. Very possible here that it breaks above and it holds, and you're looking for a move back to 185, 184.75. Man, I'm looking for a pullback to 175. Like, this would be nice to get a pullback down here, consolidate a little bit, you know, kind of like climb your way up. But you need a nice pullback to get there, to be able to do that. And it looks like it's probably going to reject. I do not want to go after the one that's strong, but
DXYZ shares continuing to spike here. 2718 company.
I'm not sure what Coinbase is, or not Coinbase, but Bitcoin is doing.
SpaceX.
Bro, this is crazy. This is just a gap and go. This is going to start being a parabolic top. I'm telling you. If we start getting a parabolic top here, watch out. This could be something else. It really could be. This could start to get a little crazy. Wish I could listen to music and have music playing for us, but okay, so Microsoft has room to 430. Oh. Is that 425? That's sad that Kramer's getting a divorce. I just feel bad for anybody that, you know, because it's just sucks. Especially when, like, your reason for doing what you're doing is probably, you know, more so someone else or for the things that you have going on. But yeah, I don't know, maybe he should have got a BBL or something. I don't know. I don't know what she's into, but she must have found somebody new, because she gone. All right, here we go. Microsoft. Let's watch Google. And Google did not hold, so watch for bounce back rejections at 180. Bounce back rejections at 180. Nvidia is a little over 1% in the green. I'm going to try and go for this, you guys. I'm going to try to go for this. Baba. Alibaba. Let's see. Is anybody watching the solar names today? Fuck, I'm gonna miss it. I gotta stop. I gotta go. I'll pull it back. Fuck, they already took it. They took it. They took that. They took that. There's so many things we could trade. What are you guys watching? You guys let me know in the chat what you guys are watching. Tesla. I forgot about Tesla this morning. Massive gap and go. Massive gap and go. Unreal. We're already at 300. Are you kidding me? Guys, we were at 238 on fucking... Today's Thursday. Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday. By Monday... insane. So a 2-day move. A nice 2-day move. Shit. I just wanted to see what that percentage was here. It's a fucking 20%. Excuse my language. Sorry about that. 20% move is wild. Alright, what's going to happen here? Sucks. Alright, so I'm pulling up Nvidia right now, guys. And I'm watching this zone right here. I'm gonna let this thing get just get as far extended as you want. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go get extended. And then we'll reel it back in when we get to like 11 to 12 o'clock in front of that Fed meeting. Alright? We know how to play the game. We know how to play the game. Get everybody all bulled up, thinking we forgot about the Fed meeting. Oh, we know. Alright, but this thing does have some room to go. Oh man, it's gonna pull back now. Fudge. Alright, so we said, what was it? Pull back 144. Wait. Wait. What did?
Most Humana Medicare Advantage plans include dental coverage with $0 copays for covered preventive dental services, vision coverage.
That's a massive breaking retest. 146. 144.
Coverage towards hearing aids. There are $0 copays for in-network preventive services like annual wellness visits, mammograms.
Just gonna put this on. It's gonna be a high risk, high reward play here in a minute. I'm not putting it on just yet.
You get worldwide coverage for emergency and urgent care when you travel, so you can have peace of mind when you're away from home. And of course, you should be able to see the providers you like. That's why Humana works with multiple large plan networks of doctors, hospitals, and pharmacies. So get the most from Medicare with the Humana Medicare Advantage plan. You can have more coverage than with the original Medicare.
All right, 144 puts for this week. High risk, high reward trade. Okay.
It's called Medicare Advantage.
Just hold on. Watch. Watch. Does it hold?
Sales agent today to learn more.
Come on.
A free decision guide. Remember, annual enrollment for Medicare Advantage plans ends December 7th. Humana. A more human way to help you.
Why are so many more stock investors now trading options? Because options can deliver greater returns on the same security.
Just watch. I think this thing pops again, guys.
Hi, I'm John Majarian, and this is my brother Peter. Are you ready? It's not an option. It can teach you how to become a successful option trader.
Okay, that guy's way over there. Okay. Just didn't want a bunch of shit coming in. Yup, I think this holds. Put my AirPods there. I'm gonna try to hold on to this. See what happens here. Alright, alright, it's time, I feel like. It might be time. Alright, it might be time.
Coming up at 10 a.m. Eastern Time.
Alright, so that's 144. These options right now are 41 cents, 40 cents. I took that, guys. I just took that. I just took that trade. I'll let you guys know. Sorry, I know it was quick. What was my entry? Oh, I paid high price for it. This thing could extend too. That's a beautiful break hold. This thing might hit the highs here. Like I said, this dollar. Fuck, I knew it. I should have just been a little bit more patient. This 1 minute chart, man, is. It's all good. This 1 minute chart's got room, you guys. This thing has room, so. I don't want to get my legs taken off, so. Let's see, what do we have here? I don't know if I'm missing any type of news or something here. I still like it. I like it. If we can just get ourselves a little pullback. It's 9:53 right now. I just had some really nice trades yesterday, and I do not want to give them up. I do not want to give them up. Let's go. And some buyers. It's a mixed bag. It's still a mixed bag here with Nvidia. We don't really have the volume. The volume it's clear where, you know, where it's at. Oh, damn. That's not good. They just flipped. Fuck. Again, this is a high risk, high reward play, guys. High risk, high reward.
Also, CXW Core Civic, another prison stock, up about 17% now. Charlie X-Ray Whiskey.
Oh shit! I should have went after Qualcomm or something. They're still pretty damn heavy, man. They're still heavy. All right, again, so I do have one position on here. It's not really. What do you mean it changed its color? I'm not sure what you mean.
Interesting. I mean, he certainly in autos went to car plants and did the union thing and talked up EVs.
These are non-union, and that was a big break. I mean, they made a very significant misjudgment, I think.
Again, there's not much volume here on the sell side, guys. There's not much at all. But I have to do what the chart says. I'm going to give it some time. I don't know. You have to join the you guys have to join the workshop. Join the workshop. I think it's important. All right, I'm going to keep this on, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to go look at a couple other things here. Qualcomm still below the 100-day. Microsoft, Google. There's a break and retest right there on Google, guys. It's a nice break and retest. knew that was going to happen. I knew that's why I did not want to do that. But look at the cues going, man. This is why I do not like to fight these blow off tops. You know, it's more important to wait, but you know, I gotta do what it says for me to do.
Now that's better. Trade PMR doesn't have a massive call center. Instead, your calls are answered by real people who know you by name and are empowered.
All right, so
Like me. Hey Chuck, how are you? What can I do for you?
see, this is what I mean. This is what sucks, bro. I should have just waited a little bit. What did I give for this? It's not bad. High risk, high reward, okay? She's just gonna keep going. That's crazy. There's no reason why it should be doing that. Like this right here is ridiculous. Are you guys watching this time in sales and level 2? Are you guys watching that? Because if you are, this does not make sense.
Wholesale inventory is minus 0.2% versus minus 0.1% expected.
That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. So here we go. Retail inventories has not been released, I guess. Wholesale inventories negative. -2.
Investing in a trust may not be suitable for all investors. Investing involves significant risk, as the value of Bitcoin is highly volatile. You could lose your entire investment. Carefully read the prospectus. Wednesday, November 13th, New York City. Join Ben Affleck, investor Jerry Cardinal, David Einhorn, Nelson Peltz.
ALLO, Allogene Therapeutics, announcing phase 1 data demonstrating potential of IL-316 and heavily
Yeah, this volume is massive.
renal cell carcinoma,
Gonna-
MSITC and IKCS. That's Alpha Lima Lima Oscar.
This is crazy. This is a blow off top. This is exactly what this is. And I'm gonna get squeezed. Fuck. Like I want to do my best here because I see underneath what's going on. And yeah, I don't know.
With ARM Holdings CEO Renee Haas, first on CNBC, on the back of the company's latest earnings and outlook. Shares of the chip designer, by the way, reversing some earlier losses.
Again, timing. This is the thing with options, man. Timing can be a bitch. It really can.
One of its off-the-shelf therapeutic cancer vaccine in combination with Keytruda demonstrates
So,
activity and durability in first
so
line.
one of the things, it's not that I was worried about, but
That's India Oscar Bravo Tango
um,
and Michael Romeo Kilo.
one of the things was, see, like, look, like Google, this one's working out. It's trying to work out here, guys.
Biotech said their combo with Keytruda shows 55% OR.
Double top somewhat in Apple here.
That's India Oscar Bravo Tango.
I don't know if there's any news out there that I don't know about with Nvidia. Have you guys heard any news or anything with Nvidia? A collab, teaming up with another company. Apple looks like it wants to get going. Microsoft. What did we say here? So Microsoft, 420. We said 420 holds long. 422.50 is the first take profit. 425 is the target. So pretty much long-minded. As you guys know, this could be a little buy point right there.
MTR ArcelorMittal on its conference call.
I'm just not getting the volume that I need. Oh man, I'm gonna have to start to take this thing off, man. This sucks. I knew this was gonna happen. I had a feeling that this was just bad from the start. This is gonna be a pair. This actually might be what I want to see right here. Come on, baby. Like, oh, of course. All right, let's. Dude, I would love to have this at 30 cents. I just felt like if I wasn't patient enough, like yesterday, if I wouldn't have just taken it when I took it, you wouldn't have got it. Wouldn't have got it. You know? And again, this was a nice move. This was a beautiful move up here. We saw it failed to hold. It pulled back. It broke on this retest here. As it broke it, it was pulling into it, you know, in that candle. And then it just, boom. You know, and that was even on low volume too. So, I mean, I get people really want to own this thing, but it's just going to take time. I screwed up. We have not tested this level yet at 144. We have not tested it, but it doesn't care. It's going to be a blow-off fucking top. God damn it, bro. You're such a fucking dickhead. Sorry for the language. My fault, guys. I mean, what the fuck? What is Nvidia doing, guys? Is this everybody just being a little bitch and just covering their short? I'm looking at time and sales, and it's all red. There's nothing but red and red, and you get these little brief intermissions of green. And I know these goofballs are going to just slam this thing down the minute they shake everybody out of it. We are so extended. It's not even funny.
Coming up at 10:30, natural gas storage, a build of 67 BCF expected.
Oh well. I should have went with something different. I should have went with Google. And I knew it. I told myself, I was just like, man, don't do Nvidia. It's up. It's one of the strongest stocks right now. Don't short it. You got it yesterday. You'll be. This is where when I talk about like tilt. Like, look, it's holding this high, and it's just going to rip again because it's shaking people out. It's shaking everyone out. This is like the perfect setup. Oh, yeah, we need to go back and retest this 144. Yeah, well, we will next week by Thursday, like Wednesday or Thursday of next week. We're not going to do it today or tomorrow. So you get this scam action. Like, look at this. Look at this. Like, there's no news that it's just fucking stupid. And I know we have ARM and Qualcomm and stuff like that, but there goes ARM. Okay. Of course. Of course. Weren't we just talking about this? So this is the day. This is why the day I get fudged up. This is why. I do it on the day that we were watching this. What? Why did Qualcomm recover? No, Qualcomm never recovered. It might though.
AMSC shares popping here. American Superconductor.
What's wrong, sweetheart? I'm just going to give this just a little bit. I'm going to get ready and start to get up out of this thing and just give it up. Because ARM's just going to keep going. And I took the wrong time. I knew it. I told myself, not today. You did it yesterday. We're going to be, semiconductors are going to watch with Qualcomm and ARM. I literally said it in my head. I told myself. I mean, I'm not worried about the loss. It's a high risk, high reward type of play, but I still feel like, damn. So ARM did just break above this. So I don't understand what's going on. Why is there such a big reversal here? I know that. So the CEO is on right now. I feel like.
Really now coming.
We did get analysts saying that you did not raise, that it was a beat, but you kept guidance pretty much the same. At the same time, I thought the guidance was so remarkable that there really was no need to be able to raise it. You came through. So tell me what the difference is between the analysts who think you should have raised and what actually happened here.
I thought why did it sell off on the
single quarter? What we are really focused on is executing to our strategies, making commitments, and probably most importantly, keeping those commitments. We have beat the guidance, I guess now every single time we've had these phone calls. And that's what we're really trying to go off and do. We're not trying to be overly ahead of our skis in terms of raising expectations to levels that we don't think that we can meet. We want to meet and beat expectations, and that's essentially how we operate this quarter.
That's ridiculous.
Renee, you were actually one of the few companies that did really well in China.
What the fuck?
But you also seem to be the go-to for if you take the Grace Blackwell, which is the most advanced chips or platform that NVIDIA has. How important are you when you get an NVIDIA Blackwell? Would I rip it up and I would see a lot of ARM?
You would, and what's going on inside the data center, Jim, we are so excited about, because we've been talking about the data center at ARM for many, many years. And we had some big announcements over the last quarter where Microsoft announced general availability of their Cobalt chip for Azure. Google did the same for their Axion chip for GCP. Those are about 60% improvement in terms of performance and power over x86. And that's what we call general purpose compute. Now, when you talk about Grace Blackwell, that's going into AI clusters for training and inference, another level of computation in the data center, if you will. And Grace uses ARM. So every time NVIDIA ships a Grace Blackwell, that's a good thing for ARM. But probably more importantly, Jim, it's a great thing for the ARM ecosystem, because what that means is the same set of software that's being used to run these general purpose compute data centers are being used for these AI data centers. And it makes it very, very easy for operators to have a consistent software base, which just makes it very easy to migrate for ARM, which is great. So I think that's been a bit of a tailwind that has now started with everything going on with AI and everything that NVIDIA is doing.
Also, Renee, there's a lot of misunderstanding between the lawsuit with Qualcomm. I think people say, "Whoa, Qualcomm's big, ARM's small, $150 billion company, hardly small." But when I read through the pleadings, and I understand you can't go further than the pleadings, because that's not your job. I get to think that if Qualcomm doesn't come to the table, that most recent move that you made really exercised what is basically a drop dead for Qualcomm. Qualcomm would be pulled from a lot of different venues. Am I right?
Well, I can say this, it's an ongoing litigation, so there isn't a whole lot I can say about it, but the facts are pretty simple. Every contract that we have has an assignment clause that says if the company acquires another company, you have to get ARM's consent. We've done that 130 times in our history. We've granted consent 130 times. In this case, consent was not granted and has never been granted. So as a result, we have decided to send a notification to Qualcomm that they are in breach of their license because consent was not granted. That's really it. And the base principle of this, Jim, is really around fairness. We have contracts, as I said, that have this standard language. It's been adhered to every single time. In fact, Qualcomm has adhered to it 3 separate times. So in a sense of fairness to the entire ecosystem and industry, we really felt we had no choice other than to really enact our rights and file the claim. So that's really about all I can.
All right, I'm just going to let you guys know, if we get anything, if I get any at all pullback to VWAP, or if I can get out of this as soon as I, near my entry, I'm going to take it off. This volume just increased on an ascending wedge, which is a which is a bearish pattern here. This is a bearish pattern. I want to see this thing pull itself back. All right, I want to see this thing pull back. I want to look for the 50. I want to look for the trade line. I want to look for 140, which is ridiculous to fucking say. 147.50. I knew it. I knew I shouldn't have did it. I knew I shouldn't have went after it, but I just, if Qualcomm is selling off, I don't know. I'm going to try to hold on, but if I get back to where I was, I just think I need to take this off and just manage my risk a little bit better, because there goes AMD, or not AMD, or yeah, AMD. This thing's going off. I don't understand. ARM, why did ARM sell off and have a bad earnings, but then today it just gets up here and just starts going bananas? What happened? Why did that start off? Why did that start? Overweight raises price target to 145. 3 analysts. I don't know. I don't know. But I thought it was kind of funny. He just started to talk about DJT broke under $30, you guys. It's underneath $30 now. It was talking about some type of legal thing, and I thought that was going to help it pull back.
At the end of the conference call, there was a question from a very good analyst talking about how the AI PC basically is dead on arrival. I want to say that all these different smart PCs haven't worked. You said it's way too soon, premature, to, let's say, write the obituary for these.
Oh, 100%. The AI PCs that were introduced last June at Computex were really the first coming out for the next wave of Windows on ARM machines, and we're really excited about the potential there. We've already seen the Apple ecosystem flip over 100% to ARM. We think that the same in terms of getting to very large numbers with ARM on PCs can happen as well. So it's a little too early to read on these first sets of units. The Windows ecosystem is a little different than the Apple ecosystem. One of them is that there's a lot of different SKUs, there's a lot of different models, different price points, et cetera, et cetera. And I think once those start to get filled out by not only multiple units from OEMs, but also multiple chip vendors, which we know is going to happen, I think you'll see an acceleration of Windows on ARM. So we're quite positive about it. And if you look at the hallmarks of what have made those Windows PCs on ARM great, similar to Macs, it's the battery life.
Come on, let's go.
20 hours of operating a
Just
product.
give me back the break. That's crazy.
We're very optimistic going forward on this.
We could have a fucking 50% fucking trade if I would have waited a little bit longer. This is some bullshit.
Renee Haas,
unfortunately
CEO of
probably-
ARM Holdings. I'm sorry.
Thank you. I have to
Well-
share your opinion, unfortunately.
There you go. I mean, there's a guy who understands it as a realist. And also,
When they're hot, they're hot. Jim.
yeah, that's true. But Renee,
Yeah,
I will
I've been
tell you,
had
the stock was
Nvidia
down
chips,
badly,
bro.
and I looked
We
through
had
all the
that shit
notes. I
back in
said,
the
well,
90s,
this
you
is
didn't
just
tell
wrong.
nobody.
This is the second time it happens. And you have to buy this stock on weakness because Renee is doing a fabulous job.
How about tonight?
Okay, Ivan Merkel with your power. I'm looking for power companies that could do the same thing as we saw with Vistra. I mean, these things just, they don't stop. Jason Robbins, I think DraftKings, when is Florida going to come around? How about Texas?
Just like he said, they don't stop. And as soon as he said that, this thing just popped right back inside the wedge. And then now it's trying to continue. Isn't that something? You gotta be fucking kidding me, bro. You gotta be kidding me. Come on, Powell. This is not cool. This is going to be one of the worst trades I've had in a while. What I'm waiting for, guys, is I'm waiting to see if I can just catch a pullback and get out of this thing for about 10 cents more. It's probably not going to happen. They're just going to run this thing up. They're going to run ARM up. I'm sorry. And I'm going to take the pain so I don't do this again. Alright, so ARM's stopped going up. I'm going to wait. I'm going to give this a little bit. We got some time. This is definitely some relative strength here. You could come out with a day where it takes it all back. You know, so don't get overly, you know, just like, you know, Kramer's divorce. Don't get too happy because at the end of the day, she's going to leave your ass anyway. You're coming right up into that resistance zone. So, yeah, it's all good and fun now. But what's coming down the road, what's coming down the pipe is not going to be fun. You know what I'm saying? Especially when they start throwing the word lawsuits and stuff like that around. So, Qualcomm. I'm not sure what happened with Qualcomm, but this is kind of why I looked at Qualcomm and I saw ARM. And I'm like, okay, ARM's down. It started to bounce. And I'm like, what the hell's going on? I'm like, okay, so there's a little bit of divergence between ARM and Qualcomm. But yet, you know, and then it just, Nvidia just decided to just run with ARM because it was going to the upside, which is absolutely crazy. Just absolutely insane. It's absolutely insane. Alright, that might be the long for Qualcomm, guys. That might be the bottom. It might be. Let's see. It's a nice 4,000 shares bought right there. Somebody stepped in. They just picked up 4,000. Unless it was a cover for a short. And there's the break. Let's go ahead and look. Where's the Dow? Dow's kind of lagging. IWM is at low a day. It actually made a new low a day, guys. So for those that don't know, QQQ is up 1.7%. Okay. I wrote soy boy. I was watching something where like some gun short. Alright, so IWM's making a low a day. The SPY is just hanging out at highs, is up 0.5%. The Dow right now is 0.1% in the green, I guess. Yes, up 0.1%, so it's pretty much flat. We'll see if we can attempt to take this off. I don't really know what else to do. Alright, I just got, you know, I got offsided by ARM. And look, this isn't even that much volume. It's not even a lot of, like, these volumes are just low volume pullbacks. Nothing more. And that's not a good sign. It's not what you want to see. It's not what you want to see. This thing might just start extending higher. I'm gonna say it. Fucking weekly candle breakout. Look at that monster fucking candle. Sorry for the language. I do apologize. If anybody is at work or cannot hear cussing, just let me know. Or just say, hey, yeah, could you watch because I'm at work or whatever. I have a kid. This fucking blows. This just fucking blows.
What does that mean? Well, as you might expect, of course, perhaps any number of different potential deals.
Hold the line. God damn, this is crazy. This is fudging crazy. Fudging crazy. Come on, Spy. Turn your ass around. Come on, Dow. Look, the Dow's trying to turn around and go positive again. Turn your ass around. Bro, this is so stupid. This is so stupid. Oh my god. They're doing this just to fuck everybody up. I know they are. This is crazy. Oh my god. We just couldn't get a fucking break. We couldn't get a break. Thanks. Thanks. We appreciate it. But guess what? I'm gonna stand on business. I'm standing on business. I think you're doing too much, and I'm gonna sit here and tell you to your face. I think you're doing too much. I think you need to cool off a little bit and pull that ass back. I think you need to pull it back a little bit. That's right. Pull it back a little bit. Let's go. With your non-volume having ass. Pull it back. Pull it back. You're doing way too much, bro. Just sit down. You have way too much to drink. You're getting a little crazy out there. I know you're excited. It's your first time off the bench. I get it. Everybody feeling you. Your jerseys are selling out. I get it. I get it. You gotta relax. You're gonna go around and tear an ACL or something. Pull back. Come on. Let's come back to the bench. Let's pull it back a little bit. Let's go. Clap it up for a break even. Clap it up for a break even. Come on, we fighting hard around here to stay even. This would be profit, y'all. I told you. I should have waited. But you know, you know, I'm human. I'm not going to be perfect. You're human too, so don't put that pressure on yourself. Now we just need this thing to start, you know, paying us. How's everybody doing? Let me know in the chat. How's everybody doing? How you guys doing today? I know we got to have somebody here. I know we got somebody here. I know. Just fucking bounce back. Sorry for the language.
AI can help your customer service people resolve issues faster so their customers are even happier. Another thank you for you.
I read the board really well yesterday, and even this morning, and I kind of did the opposite. I knew going on this was just like be patient, wait a little bit, let it show you it's going to reject. But like, what made it easier was that yesterday I thought it was just as clear, and then it worked out, you know. So I'm like, that the fact that I just did it yesterday, and with Qualcomm having decent earnings and stuff, I was like, man, you might want to be careful with this one. There was just something about it. Something about it. So next time what I'm going to do is I'm going to write this down. I'm going to tell myself, wait for like a double top. Wait for that ascending wedge. I mean, really, we're only giving it $1, so we're just giving it a little bit of room. But this is why I don't like dailies or weeklies. That's why I don't like weeklies. You're putting too much pressure on yourself to try to time it, you know, and sometimes it doesn't work out. All right, DJT. Let's talk about DJT. DJT is down 20%. Down in the 20th percentile with the 20%. Down in the 20th percentile of the stocks that are 20% down. No, I just felt like saying it. I don't know why. Come on, man. Come on. Do what's right. Stop playing around and do what's right. Do what's right. Do what's right, Dow. Do what's right. This is crazy. Look at these tails. Look at those tails on the SPY. Madness. Let's see. That's not good, man. They're gonna. What's that? DJT's about some more. I would not be buying DJT. Holy shit. Unless you're buying short. It is. I would be shorting this thing, bro. We're targeting 25. But yes, it's down 20%. Buy the rumor, and now you're supposed to be selling the news, my guy. Come on, my dude. You should know this, B-Rad. Sell the news. It's time to sell the news. Oh, Biden is about to address the nation from the Rose Garden. Okay. So not... This is why I said keep... this is why I said to keep an eye on if there's going to be any little events with, like, you know, with the microphone in the hand for Donald. Like, I didn't know if they were going to I know, like, he had his presidential speech or whatever he addressed things the other night, but I was just saying, because this is oversold, you have to, like, know his schedule. You guys need to know what's going on, because DJT can and will pop. And if you get short, I think is the right side of the trade. This thing can pop and limit up in a second. You know, and that could mess you up. I don't want nobody to get messed up. I don't like that I went short the leader of the market. The SPY is making new highs still, and here I am, the goofball. Like, look at this, 594. Like, I'm such an idiot. I really am. See, here's the thing, guys. I saw Qualcomm. Okay, that was down. I saw Qualcomm down, breaking levels. ARM was selling off, but then it just popped for no damn reason. This is bullshit. What are you doing? This is crazy. You do have the 20-day coming up for ARM. I don't know what to tell you guys. If it was me, and like everything that I see says to be short ARM, or not ARM, but Nvidia. Everything. ARM is a different story. Nvidia is much worse. The chart on Nvidia is much worse. Alright, so there's that. This could be a nice pullback to 145. Let's go take a look at Nvidia. I mean, I'm just trying to hit this. Just trying to get a pullback down to like 146 or so, man. Come on, man. Every second, remember, every second Yeah, we'll have to look at his schedule. Every second the clock is ticking. Especially for people that are in weekly options. This is why I should have never took weekly options. The clock is ticking. Got away with it yesterday. I just did not expect ARM to blast off like that. So right now I'm just sitting in this position, guys. We'll see if I can get like a break-even trade here. I really think, though, that the market's going to fool around and like really like make you fight for either money on this. I don't know. We have a Fed meeting. Maybe that Fed meeting brings us that pullback. Maybe we come in with a gap down tomorrow. I don't know. So what I am going to do is I want to see, as I just don't want to go any higher. I just don't want this market to go any higher right now. Which it probably will, like Nvidia.
President Trump had said about it is that a lot of it, the affordability problems, is due to illegal immigration, and that after he carries out the largest deportation operation in history, that will ease prices by reducing demand. Do you agree? Are you optimistic that that can help?
The big challenges in the real estate market are affordability and availability.
Well, just like this guy said, the biggest thing is affordability in real estate. That is it. And I told you guys that this morning. Most people, if you just look at salaries, right? Just your average salary, not somebody with like a degree or just anything. Just go look at like random jobs online. And, you know, you'll get like a median price, you know, depending on the city. And then go look at how much the houses are in a city. And think about if you're single. Look at it as if everybody's a single person. You're like, oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. That math ain't mathin'. The math ain't mathin'. So this real estate guy is saying is like, really, it's not a supply problem either. It's an affordability problem. The government has not let us have a pullback, which is what helps bring prices down. Instead, we just keep going up, up, and 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 up, while college tuition goes up and up and up and up and up, and, you know, raises and, you know, people's salary, sure, it goes up a little bit, but it's following at 3 times slower. You know, it's at a pace that just can't keep up. And you add on some time with that, shit, that thing got dusted. Just like my options. Dusted, bro. But you know what? The market's telling me something here, and this sucks. It's going to bounce. But something's telling me, man, that I wish Nvidia would just come home and stop playing games. Nvidia, your family misses you, bro. Just go back to 145. That's all we need. Just pull that motherfucker back to 145. Cause I'm nervous. It's gonna hop on the train right now. Look at this. This is a monster setup right here. And if you guys don't know what I'm looking at, this is exactly another reason why you should be signing up and/or signing someone else up or giving out some free spots to the boot camp. There's something that's about to happen here that that's more than likely about to explode this thing if it works out. A couple things are at play here. I know it's so like I got to get a new mic and a new voice. Let's see. There's a couple things that are at play here. This is where it happens. I guess what? You know what we could do? We could actually go look at ARM to see what's going to happen. I think I see enough, though. I think to see enough that I'm not even going to get close to what I want to sell this for. If I can get to like 35, 38, 35 or so. I'm trying to get break even, but I'll take this off at 35. Like, look, that volume is poop. Come on, man. Let's sell this stuff off here. Dude, the SPY is still hitting highs. What the hell's going on? Do we have any divergence at all? Yes, we do. Alright, we're getting some divergence here between tech and the SPY, between the Qs and the SPY. This is good to see in real life. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Dude, what happened? What was the news? Oh my gosh. Look at this. Look at that. This thing just took off. It was making a new low. Oh, they're squeezing. They're squeezing, man. Holy shit. What happened? Is it Bitcoin and MSTR? I cannot believe I'm wasting my fucking morning on this thing, man. Trading is not hard. It's not this hard. SMCI. Fucking piece of shit. This is ridiculous. So much better than this. Intel ripping. Intel's ripping. Like,
global market strategist with Wells Fargo Investment Institute. Little cautious, says inflation's decline is likely to stall. With shelter, housing, rents, wages a problem, the market is now more realistic on the number of Fed cuts, but the risk is still that it does not cut as much as the market expects. These cuts come amid a better economic outlook than in the prior survey. Average recession chance in the next 12 months down to 30%. That's the lowest level since early 2022. 68% say stop waiting for the soft landing. It's here now. That's where we are. 2.2% GDP expected for this year. That is up from 1.3. The outlook for next year down a little bit. This is a continuing pattern. They keep seeing weakness ahead. It keeps not materialized. 1/8 the forecast now. 2.2. It was 2.2 in January. 2024.
all right. And look, there's a tail. I think I missed my entry, guys. Look, 7,500. Somebody just took off about 8,000 shares outside of the 4,000 right there. So somebody just gave up 8,000 shares right there. You got some size coming in too. I don't know what to do here. Come on, baby. Come on. I guess I'm going to put out a limit order. Man, I'm going to miss it. I just fucked myself. I just missed that pullback there to VWAP. That was my get out of the jail free card. That was my get out of jail card right there. Again, if you guys are in this, I would take it off. The IWM is climbing back higher now. ARM, if you guys are watching ARM go higher, then, you know, I think that's the trend. I cannot believe I'm sitting here wasting my fucking time on Nvidia right now. I'm sorry, guys, but that really pisses me to fuck off. This shit is not that fucking hard to do this. It's really not. Here's a break and retest for DJT. ARM, you fucking dirtbag. You really are a fucking dirtbag, you piece of shit. Oh my god. What's Qualcomm doing? Like, I would like to go long Qualcomm. This thing is just selling off like crazy. Intel. Look, I'm going to get so fucked on Nvidia. I'm going to get so screwed. Just man up. I'm going to let these nuts hang. I'm going to let these nuts hang. Sorry if anybody's at work, but I just got to do what I got to do here. If anybody followed me on this trade, I do apologize. I do. I do apologize. We have a serious wedge forming here again on the SPY. Like, everything is pointing, guys. to a reversal. But it's just like when. Could be the Fed day. You know, this is why I hate not giving myself time on these trades so I can give it the room that it needs. All right, Intel. So Intel made it all the way up there. Holy shit. I'm really frustrated. I'm wasting my time here. Let's go take a look around the markets. I did. It wasn't a video. It was my fault. It's because I didn't know when I took this position. No, that look at ARM. That's why this is happening. I didn't know that ARM recovered and just ripped face. Like, and I didn't see any news. Like, so this is why this is happening. I mean, it's down 10 cents. 10 cents on 40, 20 cents on 40 is a 50% downside. When you trade options, you've already got to give it 15 to 20% from the jump. I did say this: high risk, high reward. High risk, high reward for a reason, and I said it over and over and over for a reason. Because I felt like this thing could just punish the shit out of you, draw down to like 50%, bang, Fed meeting, go into lunchtime, right? And then Jay Powell says something, we pull back towards lunch, go into the Fed meeting. Then Powell's like, yeah, we're gonna increase our holdings, our selling, blah blah blah, or something. Bang, they take off the risk. We'll see. I just think this is right now a time where this is just a blow off top, and I think that's what's going on here. So again, blow off top, mix that with a recovery out of ARM. I didn't see this, and I'm sorry. I didn't see this. I don't know why this happened. I don't. But yet Qualcomm can go higher, right, on decent earnings. I guess decent. And look, Qualcomm's selling off. So it was like, wait. So what's the story? Some bullshit is what it is. But I'm going to let my nuts hang. I'm going down with this one. Because I'm just... Listen, if I'm reading this chart and the way I read everything that I have in front of me, and there's some things I'm not telling you guys, I feel like they're just shaking people out. I think that's what's happening. You're getting people that are scared, they're covering their short, and I think when that stops and all those orders are done with, you could see more profit taking. And I mean, who's buying up here? I mean, it does have earnings coming up in about 10, 14 days, but the earnings have been declining. Not necessarily declining, but not going up by as much. Every time I don't follow the chart, I always kick myself in the ass. So you know what I'm doing right now? I'm not kicking myself in the ass, and I'm going to just take it for what it is. I just think I messed myself up with a weekly option here. But I don't want to get rid of this and then bang, we get some type of news or Powell, and this thing goes right back down, and then it's in the money, and then it's just like, down 25, 30, 40% to up 100. Collecting dollar for dollar. Monthly chart, let's go look at it. Yeah, I'm not saying that it, isn't bullish, but the market and some of these earnings like Qualcomm and ARM, they were heading down. So it was just like, you know, I don't know. If again, this is why I always preach to not buy weeklies, and I need to practice what I preach. Even this is so overdone. It's not even funny. Not even funny. The weekly chart and daily chart look good, right? And that's what's going on here. Is it's ripping to make this daily chart oversold. MACD putting in a lower high. Look at the MACD. You're up here making new highs, and the MACD is, you know, was at 6.5. Now it's at, you know, 3.94. Why is that? When you make new highs, this thing should be making new highs, and it shouldn't be below the trade line. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot that I see. I also am looking at time and sales in level 2. There's a lot of sellers in here. I just feel like this is the market, and they're just shaking motherfuckers out. I'm telling you guys, man. I could be wrong here, but I always told myself, or at least I always get mad at myself for seeing things like this, and then I get pissed off when I either for instance, now, it tries to do this. The market's not going to do it in an easy way. It's going to try to shake you out, just like the pullback a couple days ago. I told you guys this consolidation that you know, the SPY and the Qs were oversold, they were oversold, and then the market starts selling off, and I'm like, dude, these markets are oversold. We don't have it would be different, and my point is that there was no catalyst to sell off other than not knowing who the president was, and then we got it, bang. So does that mean that the market would have continued to sell off if Kamala was a president? That's something we'll never know. Or was it just looking for the decision? You know? Look, you already hear it. M&A blog. There's already a lot. They're already, right now, in talks getting shit going for acquisitions and mergers. This 1 minute chart's going to be a bitch. Come on, right now, let's do it. Right now. I'm going to put a limit order at 35 cents and just call it a day there. I'm setting it right now. Good for the day, 35 cents. Place order. I have a limit order at 35 cents. Okay, I have a limit order at 35 cents, guys, to get out of this. You probably don't even need the limit order because part of me wants to go to 38. Shit. Dude, I don't want to get mad at myself if this thing goes right back to 145, 144.50. I gotta raise this, man. Fuck. Because I really feel like I'm making the right decision here. I was just a little too early. I really feel like this thing could pull back. Qualcomm is breaking levels. Double top on ARM. Come on, ARM. What are you doing? There wasn't that much of a catalyst to be doing all that. Fuck, man. This thing starts limit ordering down, and you're going to start seeing these bids go up, and I'm not going to be able to move it fast enough. I'm sitting at 35 cents, guys, so I'll take a small loss with this. I don't want to take a loss. I don't want to. I do feel like if you go out a few weeks or so, that I do feel like Nvidia's should start to pull back. I think that's the right trade. All right, just want to make sure that I'm saying everything correctly here. Again, guys, hit the like button for me. Subscribe if you haven't already done so. Our goal today is 20 likes. Doesn't look like I'm going to get 35. They're going to try to bounce this back. It's all good. It's all good.
So I did some research and called Coventry Direct. They explained life insurance is a value.
And it's all good. Wait. No. What was the Biggie Small saying? I know he said, if you don't know, now you know, Trigger. So, damn, I feel like I had something. You guys want to know what's so funny? That Biggie Smalls album, Ready to Die, like, because we had cassettes back then, and we had CDs. CDs kind of just came out and stuff. They didn't just come out, but yeah, CDs, when that album was released, yeah, they kind of did just come out. I ended up, and I'll let you guys know if I raise this. I have the limit order. I have the limit order up to where I clicked on edit order. So all I have to do right now is like put in 36, 38, 40 to raise it. Okay, so I can do this quickly. I can move my order up quickly. It's just, do I want to do that? I want to start seeing these bids go up. I want to start seeing this thing. Look, 1,500 to the sell side, and they're just holding it up. You have massive size here. 38. Come on, baby. So anyway, I ended up taking ODB. For anybody that doesn't know ODB, the CD where he had dreads, Old Dirty Bastard, ODB. Okay. So this cassette. Wait, Old Dirty Bastard died? When did he die? Right here, this one. Return to the 36 chambers. Right there. Yup. This John right there, bro. So I had this and Biggie Smalls on my desk. And I was listening to it in school. It was no big deal. You could do that back then. You know what I mean? My teacher took it. My teacher took that shit from me. Put it in the June box. It was hot. Because it had parental advisory. Because it had parental advisory. I'm like, come on. You know? So, anyway. I don't know why I brought that up. It just, for some reason, I just thought about it. Here we go. We're about to find out. Are we getting ready to have the old extendo? Are we getting ready to get the extendo here on Nvidia? Oh, so ARM did all that off of an upgrade from 2 different places. Get the hell out of here. It just had earnings. Look.
Donald Trump those shares. ARM Holding shares up 4% after the stock received a price target increase at 2 different firms. JP Morgan raising the price to 160 from 140, and Barclays raising its price target to 145 from 125.
Stop it.
Both firms maintained their overweight or buy rating on that stock, so keep an eye on that one. On the flip side, JP Morgan is lowering its price target for Elf Beauty to...
See what I mean? That's that bullshit. So you're going to tell me an upgrade or a downgrade right after the fact that it had earnings is when you want to, you know what I mean? You're like, that's what the stock is going to listen to? That's ridiculous. That's bullshit.
TKC Turkcell shares are holding now. The company always holds ahead of their news, their earnings report. That's Tango.
It's going to pop again. Nvidia is going to pop again. Fuck. It's all good. It's all good. I want to thank everybody who hit the like button, subscribed, and all that stuff. So right now you have a buy trigger, but you need to just watch ARM. Okay? So go on over to ARM, and if you start to see how this is just consolidating, you could get an extension out of this. But what's important here is it's probably done for the day. You know, the question is does it close above, or like, do you end up getting that 160? You know? Let's see here. So what I'm doing right now is I'm just looking at the size of the candle. It's $10. Wait, no, 39, yeah, 40, 54. So it's $14. $14 candle. That's way above. What is this? 147. We'll say 160, 50, 4, and where we at? 13. Yeah, this is it. It's about $15. That's about it for the ATR. Now the question is does it hold the high a day? Does it hold this level, or do we get a pullback? Because again, we have even a bigger catalyst with being Fed Day. I want to thank the new subscribers. Thank you guys. I just looked down. I just saw. I want to say thank you. I do. It means a lot. I need to perform. I need to perform, though. Yesterday was a really good day for me. Today, not so much. I saw ARM. So anybody that took this, this is why I said high risk, high reward on Nvidia. I saw Qualcomm did good, decent, had good earnings. Qualcomm sold off, right? Just breaking levels, breaking the 100-day. Look, right now, breaking retest. This probably gives you a continuation. It's still green. All right, here goes Nvidia. Nvidia has a buy trigger right now, but it's not extending off of that level just yet. If this waits any more longer, I'm going to expect Nvidia to start pulling back down to 147. I'm going to start expecting it to sell off a bit. Either it's got to start going and bouncing, or this thing's going to start selling off. Because this is a buy trigger. A lot of things that are meeting all right here, right? When you have all kinds of indicators and prices, moving averages, and everything at meeting right there, and buyers, it's like, who's going to win? If buyers are not there to pick this thing up when there's a buy trigger, then this thing's going to pull back, right? Then they're people that know that are going to look at that and think to myself, like, yeah, let's get rid of this. This thing's selling off. Markets are making new highs. Nvidia is not. Part of my issue with this was that Nvidia is the stronger name in the market. I do not like fighting strength. It's stupid. I'm like, it worked yesterday. Don't touch it. You petted the shark yesterday. You're going to get fucking bit. Don't do it. Sorry for the language. But guess what? I had to get bit, I guess. Gotta learn the hard way. Like, come on, man. Just give me a fucking pullback here. Come on. Again, though, so ARM, or Qualcomm, and then ARM started bouncing. So here we go, Nvidia. Let's go. Pull it back. Pull it back. I have a limit order out, but I have an edit to that limit order right now. I'm in the screen, and I have that set at 35 cents. So if this thing starts pulling back right now, come on, look at it going to, no, 8 done. Come on, look at that. What is it doing? They're not bringing up the ask. Come on, bro. What is going on here? Oh my God, that's bullshit. Oh, wow. They are not trying to bring that up. That sucks. That sucks. I don't like that. They're not bringing it up. It's not moving. What's the delta on these again? I can't remember. I don't remember what they were when I bought it. 17. Oh, shit. That sucks. So I'm at 35, guys. Let's see if I can get filled. It's probably going to be a little bit. Probably be one of the last ones. 36. 38. I just raised it. Oh, they got me. They filled me. They already filled me, guys. They filled me. They filled me. So I'm out of Nvidia, of course. Damn. That's why I don't like being in the screen and not knowing. I'm actually surprised they filled me that early. It's probably because I was probably one of the first ones sitting at that price. And that's how it should work. It's not how it works, but I will say, if you're there sitting, like whenever you put your order in, a lot of times you'll notice, like look at this. Now it's going to start extending to the downside, guys. Here we go, 146. There it is. It's going to start giving you some, you got to get this trade line to break. Got to get that 15-minute trade line to start breaking, and you'll start flushing. There's been a lot of selling pressure on this name. I know that there has. I know it's crazy, and I don't like shorting, you know, the stronger name in the market, but everything underneath this stock has been showing sell. And now it's just a matter of time. I just, you know, sometimes you'll have to face a 25-50% drawdown, unfortunately. Or you risk, here's the trouble. And this is what can put people on tilt. Is that you try to be patient, and then like yesterday, if you didn't take that trade off the previous resistance zone here yesterday that I grabbed. Oh, I thought I had the 1 minute. So I got short right here, guys. We got above this level, we pulled back and held it, and then it failed. So the bounce into it on this 1 minute chart, the bounce on that candle, that bounce into that, I took this short, and then boom, you got the flush. This was a nice trade. This was an 80% trade. All right. So it's like 70, it's like 75, 78 with commissions. You know, with that's without including commissions. I got in around $1.10. They went to $1.08. But look, here's a break and retest of VWAP. This is why it's just got to hold strong sometimes and just really know what it is that you see and believe in yourself that you're seeing, you know. So that's why I don't know. So anyway, I was just saying that, like, sometimes you can mess yourself up because you're trying to get into the stock and you're like, you know, it could be a little too early. Then you got to face some drawdown and you're like, damn, the market dynamics change. The market starts going either to the upside or downside, the opposite of your trade. Now you're fighting the market, but when you entered it, you weren't. You know, I see all that. I don't say it, but a lot of those things are at play, and that's why, you know, I'm just going to stop out of this thing. It looks like you guys are good to go. But again, I tried to raise my orders, but they already filled me. I feel like... Anyway, let's look for the next trade, guys. Let's look for the next trade. I'm out of that. Let's get it going. Let's go in for some more. And it's not going to be Nvidia for me, guys. What's everyone watching right now? Did anybody go after Google or Microsoft? And look, there's ARM. There's the level we talked about on ARM. Just went right into it. Bottom left of the screen. ARM. All right, we talked about this. It was an area. It was a few dollars wide. You got to give it some room. But as long as you're sitting on it, as long as it broke and you're on top of it, you got to count that as holding. Until this thing pulls back on an hourly chart, 4-hour chart, or whatever you need, until it breaks 150, right? Look, see how it like pulled back and then went higher? It needs to pull back like it didn't hold, and then bounce into it to turn it into resistance. So if you're looking at it from a higher turn time frame, like right there, here we go. Things are going to start pulling back now.
And that raises some concerns that even though some numbers are showing a trend toward the 2%,
149, 148.
are not moving that much.
Do you think there's validity to that argument, that they should be concerned about that and maybe give it a rest?
I would favor a 25 basis point cut in December, and then I think January is a good time to take stock where they can not only look at the data on inflation, the employment situation as well, but they can begin in January, I think,
LTBR, Light Bridge popping to the high,
ahead and see what the economy is likely to
$9.10,
look like
Lima Tango Bravo
across
Romeo.
2025, including potential implementation of some of Trump's policies.
I'm just listening to this real quick, guys. Give me 1 second.
I think to ahead and see what the economy is likely to look like across 2025, including potential implementation of some of Trump's policies.
We had Robert Kaplan on our morning show yesterday, now Vice Chair at Goldman, and he said his number one issue would be looking at labor supply, how deportations would work, and if it is in fact a top priority. His question was, does labor supply actually go down? And he says that's the number one question. How important do you think that is?
Well, if the deportation of millions of people actually were implemented, it would definitely affect labor supply. It could turn into some pressure on wages as the supply begins to hit various sectors of the economy. And so I think it's a very serious concern.
I was just listening to him, but so one person that I have not seen in a while, I hope he's okay, is Art Cashin. Let's Google it and see if he's okay. He's one of the oldest floor traders at the NASDAQ. I don't know how to spell his name. There it is.
NNE, Nano Nuclear Energy, getting a pop here.
This was a month ago here. Oh, Danielle DiMartino. What? Oh, so they're both in this. So he's doing okay. That's good. That's good. He has not been on CNBC, so I was kind of worried if everything was okay or not. You guys want to watch this? It's up to you guys. I'm sure it might be a good video. We're going to continue to trade, nonetheless. We're going to continue to trade here. All right, Alphabet broke back above. I need this. I need Alphabet to break, to pull back to this 180 zone. I might listen to this real quick if you guys don't mind. Is that okay? If it's too loud, oh shit, pick 'em. Damn, there's a lot of videos I gotta watch. I'm gonna have a couple videos playing. If they bother you guys, let me know. I'll turn them off or turn them down or whatever. And then second, I'm going to scan the markets while the stuff is playing, so you may not hear from me. I'm going to actually put it in the chat right now that, oh shit, R23, what's up, bro? Do what BTC. BTC. I would wait, listen, I wish I could tell you guys what to do, but I would just be buying it and holding it. So, again, thank you for the new sub. So, here's what we've been talking about for 2 years on this stream. And that was, This thing might take a little bit. Look at that volume on that breakout. This is a beautiful... This is what, even this morning, you know, this is our stage 1 rally, right? It's a stage 1 rally with a beautiful base right here. And now, what do you know? We're extending higher. I would, and we were looking for pullbacks to 72,000. I would look for 72 to 70,000 pullbacks and just buy. And, you know, I think it's all on determining your outlook. If it's a day trade, what is it? You know, what are you looking to get out of it? You know, is there opportunity elsewhere? Like, you got to remember, like, so we were talking about all these dips here, August, July, June, all the dips. I said, guys, if you guys want to own Bitcoin, I know it sucks, but you need to do it now. This is the clearest, you know, the easiest. Like, it doesn't get any cleaner than this. You know what I mean? The volume, everything for this, you know, you still have your stage 2 and then stage 3 rallies coming. But, you know, this, we'll see if this starts at stage 2. I think you buy the dips. I think you buy it. I don't know. If you want to trade it, then I would look for intraday trades. You know, I don't really know. You know, I think you get another opportunity at 73. You know, I wouldn't mind placing a bet on $73. I think we see that in the next couple days. We may not. There's a chance we also may not either. You may just get down to 75 and take off. Look at that volume. You know, it actually would not surprise me if you just pull back 74.8 or so, and then it just takes off again. You know, because you had the opportunity to buy it. People had enough time. You know, it sucks, but what up, bro? How you doing today? All right, so that's what I was going to do real quick. I was going to take a second and I was going to play some of these videos here. Damn, that was a month ago. I wish they had something sooner. But that is a good question. Oh, here's what I was going to say. If this Bitcoin breakout happens, do you think that you would probably be able to make more money as far as a percentage somewhere else outside of Bitcoin? Like, let's just say, you know, 75 to 50 is a 25% gain. Are there crypto names that are going to, you know, react in accordance to Bitcoin? Bitcoin starts breaking out. That brings, you know, that takes the whole market, you know, to start breaking out to new highs. Is Doge going to give you, you know, another breakout? I don't know. I don't know what the ticker would be. Let's look at the chart. It's still a base. I don't care what anybody says. You know, yeah, sure, this is a nice breakout with volume. And what happens? When you break resistance with an increase in volume on massive volume, that tells you the greater the chance that that pullback, that these sellers are now going to flip to buyers or already have flipped, you know. And what happened? You broke out on a massive volume. It held. It's not surprising. It's starting to break out now. I would take a look here. Is that volume bar here? Is that, like, how much of that is actually buying? You know, you might have to go to like a 5-15 minute chart. You know, if it's red, then look at that. That's massive green. So that's a healthy market. So that would be what I'd ask myself. Okay, if I expect Bitcoin to get to 100,000, I'm not saying that it's going to or it's not going to. You know, what's the outlook? What are my expectations? 25%, that's a 25% move. Well, if I'm looking at it as a percentage, I could probably just go get 25% out of, you know, there's a lot of things. There's a lot of different ways that I could get 25%. I could just right now use my whole account and sell a shitload of spreads. You know what I'm saying? So it's about, I think a lot of people forget that. And I would just, if you want to own Bitcoin, just buy it. You get these days where it pulls back, I would just buy it. Hold it for the long term. It's going to take time to get that 2, 3, 4, 5, 15,000%. If that's what you're looking for. If you're looking to, buy the Amazon back in 2005, it's just going to take time to bring that revenue in. But I think I'd be asking myself, I would be using Bitcoin as the tool to bring in opportunity in other places, if that makes sense. If that makes any sense, right? Like Dogecoin or any crypto names that I don't know about. Do they start to run now with Bitcoin and Ethereum leading the way? Leaders lead, laggards lag. Right? And when we say laggards lag, it's not mean that they're lagging, but they're just following behind. Just turn around. They're right behind us. They're here. They're walking with us. Or they're running with us, whatever you want to say. They're climbing the mountain with us. So that's what you would have to ask yourself, If you think Bitcoin's going to go to 1 million, then, hop on. Hop on. Give it time. If you're looking for a 25, 30% in the next couple months or a month or a couple weeks, then sure. I would then I would ask yourself, well, what's easier? What 25% is easier? Is it easier to get it out of Bitcoin, or is it easier to get it, I don't know, like, selling buying puts on DJT or shorting DJT. You know what I mean? That's how I would go about it. Expectation, right? Understanding what are our expectations out of this, that, or the third, whatever it is we're looking at. And then, understanding those expectations, 25%. Okay, now what makes sense? At the end of the day, our goal is to take this number and make it bigger. It don't matter how we do it. What's the easiest way? Is it through Bitcoin? If I'm buying Bitcoin, I'm doing it because I'm just going to be... It's not that I'm going to be holding this, but I like the safety that I can just take this around with me wherever I go. And for the most part, I don't have to answer to anyone. As long as I have Wi-Fi, I'm good. As long as I have access to the internet, I'm good. I like that sense of security, something you can't pay for. Like gold. Go ahead and try to take $1 million worth of gold across anywhere. You ain't carrying that bitch. So guess what? Now you got to buy a pallet jack. You got to get the pallets. Now you got to carry it around. That's time, energy, extra money. All you need with Bitcoin is a phone. So the reason I'm saying that is because I actually sat down and thought about this. Like if you were to ask somebody, would you rather have Bitcoin for the next 10 years or gold for the next 10 years? But it's like, or I think it was like $1 million or $1 billion. I think it was like $1 billion was the thing. And I'm like, well, gold, you're going to need to store it. You're going to have a building. You're going to have a safe or something. That's going to cost you money. All you need is you could go to Walmart and get a $100 phone. 40, I don't know what they run. I'm just saying, you could get like a cheap ass phone or whatever. All you need is a phone. You don't need to, you know what I mean? You can carry it around. It don't weigh much. You don't need a damn forklift driver to be carrying you and your gold around. Like, gold's heavy, especially when you start adding it up. You get a few hundred thousand worth, 2, 3, 400,000 worth of gold. It weighs some shit. Go watch Tracks. He walks around the city all the time. I don't know if you guys know who he is or not, but he loves it. You should see the gold bars that he has. Look at this. He cracks me up. I want you guys to see these gold bars and stuff that he runs around with. Wait, whoa. It's not a 5711. It's a 59. I would take the Protect. Damn, that is a new... I was just looking at these. I was just looking at those. It's not a 5711. It's a 5980, I think is what it is. I love those Jubilee bracelets. I love those bracelets. Don't like the oyster flexes. or I should say oyster. It's not an oyster flex. Oyster flex is the rubber. So let's see here. Come on, man, bro. My guy has a massive amount. I'm talking like 100 pounds worth of a block that he carried around the city. Bro, what is going on here? I just figured you guys could see this to see like really what is it like trying to carry around X amount of money or value in gold or that's wild. But you got to give it up to him, man. He's made a business. There's Rico. So here's 170. So here it is. This is actually it, guys.
On Miro, teams work faster.
I know this is not trading, so I just
We all know cash. We all know what cash is worth. But what about dust? When it comes to cash, at the edge of the bill is the number. It makes it easy for people to figure out the value. But there's other ways to get value in the world, and we're going to be finding that out right now. Something like this, that's a lot of gold scrap, that's a lot of bars. Alright,
This isn't it either.
so there it is, that's the
That's
bar.
not it. Guys,
Preferred precious metal. I'm plugging you in. No one's paying me for this. No one's doing shit for me. Preferred precious metal is...
I'm telling you, bro, he's got a huge one that I just want you guys to see it because you'll get an idea of how, like, a lot of money. Oh, we have Joe. Hold on. The markets might move. Hold on one second. Let's listen to Joe. Let's listen to this goofball. Got a couple dead pieces. He always talks about democracy, but yet the people did not get to choose their democratic person. Let's see here. Where we at? I gotta put him on. He's not as bad as Kamala. It comes out from time to time, but you know. He talked to, so he's saying it here now that they're not together. He doesn't like her. He doesn't like her.
It's been an ongoing debate and still vital today. I know for some people, it's a time for victory, to state the obvious. For others, it's a time of loss. Campaigns are contests of competing visions. The country chooses one or the other. We accept the choice the country made. I've said many times, you can't love your country only when you win. You can't love your neighbor.
I just think, guys, that we are on to the big government stuff. And it's just like after Obama's second term, we changed the way we felt and looked at some of these politicians. Like the fact that they sat there and lied to everyone for 4 years that he does not and is not in early stages of Alzheimer's is flat out ignorant. Because then it makes you think, what else are they lying about? Why do they say these things that they think we're that stupid? Like, so it's kind of like it's disrespectful. And then some of the actions that they do, when they do things that put us back in these wars, and then then you see them go after everything that they can to tax what isn't taxed, raised what is already taxed. So it makes you wonder, it's like, wait, are you even really trying to help us out here? Are you just have your own little side quest stuff that you have going on being a politic? And that's why he's losing his job. And Kamala didn't get it. That's why. And I really think you guys can agree with that. I think if he just wasn't a politician, he could have just put his feet up and didn't do anything, and I guarantee you they'd have had a lot better of a turnout. Things would have went a lot different. But they couldn't do that. They couldn't do it. They couldn't do it. They had to borrow money when they didn't need to, give away free education to try to capture new, younger Democratic voters who yet aren't sick of war. And what's funny is this is going to change because when I grew up, all I knew was war. I went through 9/11, 80s, Desert Storm, just Syria, Afghanistan, Iraq. I understood why we were there with that, with Saddam Hussein, and really not even Saddam Hussein, but more so Osama bin Laden. That was why. Then we started to notice, okay, we got them. We're still there. Like, there's still a lot of shit going on here. Why? What's really going on? And I felt it was just like we were tired of it. We were tired of it. And then what happens? He comes right back to office. What happens? His son being on the board of Burisma in Ukraine, he does not have the right to try to take Ukraine away from Russia. They are two trade partners. All right? If there's a path for Ukraine, there's a path for Russia. And that's just how I see it. Until, they show the world that they screw it up. There was, and I hate being on repeat here, but George Bush Sr., Bill Clinton, George Bush, Donald Trump. Why did none of those presidents have issues, but it just comes down to Obama and Joe? Why is that? That's why they lost their job. That's why. They just couldn't have just common sense be they couldn't do what I feel is right.
Setbacks are unavoidable, but giving up is unforgivable.
Remember last time he whispered?
Setbacks are unavoidable, but giving up is unforgivable. We all get knocked down.
The last time he whispered like that was when he said, "We're the greatest nation. We can do whatever we want." Sure, yeah, you're right. But when you start borrowing, when you think you can borrow and borrow and borrow, and don't think that doesn't continue to price people out, can't do.
The America of your dreams is calling for you to back up. That's the story of America for over 240 years and counting. It's a story for all of us, not just some of us. The American experiment endures. We're going to be okay, but we need to stay engaged. We need to keep going. And above all, we need to keep the faith. I'm so proud to have worked with all of you. I really mean it. I sincerely mean it. God bless you all. God bless America. And may God protect our troops. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
President Biden in the Rose Garden to applause there at the White House. His first comments after the election, the loss of the election by Vice President Kamala Harris. President-elect Donald Trump, he spoke at the phone call with him. He spoke of the vice president as well, calling her a partner, a public servant, saying the country got to see a side of her he has known since he began working with her. Her character, her true character, he said Kamala Harris gave her whole heart, that she should be proud. But of this election, he said, we accept the choice the American people have made. And he went on to say something we have heard from him before. You can't love your country only when you win. You can't love your neighbor only when you agree. I want to bring in our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce. Mary?
David, this was a chance for the president to speak to what we know is a very divided country. And as he said, to assure, his supporters, Kamala Harris's supporters, and also those who voted for Donald Trump, that it is going to be okay, as he said, that this is how democracy is supposed to work. You heard the president there reiterating his commitment to a smooth transition, of course, drawing a contrast with how the last transition went, of course, Donald Trump refusing to participate in that. But you heard the president saying, as you said, you can't love your country only when you win, and also making a plea really for unity, to bring the temperature down, he said. And he went on to say setbacks are unavoidable, but giving up is unforgivable. And David, it is notable that he did offer a bit of defense of his own administration and his own agenda and policies there at the end, especially on the economy, given that what we saw from so many voters across this country can really be...
What the fuck is wrong with her? Did you guys sit there and hear that for the past few minutes on everything she started out with? She said the country is divided. I don't feel like I'm divided from y'all. I don't feel like I'm divided from people that voted or didn't vote for Biden or Trump. I'm not divided for nobody. I have no hate for nobody. Number two, this is where the shit comes from. We're not divided. Stop putting that rhetoric in our in our ear or whatever. Like, what makes you think the country is divided? Where are the riots? What's going on out here? Where's the hate? I don't see it. I don't see it. I don't see the hate. I'm sorry. I don't see it. There was something else that she said that I forgot to bring up, or like that I just forgot about. There was a second part to that that I thought was also pretty ignorant that she said. And that's why ABC, that's why they don't have views. That's why they don't have views.
I want to bring in our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce. Mary?
Listen. David, this was a chance for the president to speak to what we know is a very divided country. And
as what we know is a very divided country. That is crazy. That's crazy. There was something else.
To assure, his supporters, Kamala Harris's supporters, and also those who voted for Donald Trump, that it is going to be okay, as he said, that this is how democracy is supposed to work. You heard the president there reiterating his commitment to a smooth transition, of course, drawing a contrast with how the last transition went, of course, Donald Trump refusing to participate in that. But you heard the president saying, as you said, you can't love your country only when you win, and also making a plea really for unity to bring the temperature down.
Is it hot in here, guys? I don't think it's hot. I don't think it's hot. I'm good. I don't know. There was a point.
He said, and he went on to say, setbacks are unavoidable, but giving up is unforgivable.
So anyway, let's not forget who Kamala is, and Kamala is the person who wrongfully incarcerated over 100 people who the Fed had to co-release. The federal government had to step in and say, you unlawfully incarcerated these people. What the fuck are you doing? You can't just assume and think you're above someone to take someone's right. And that's why I feel as though America did the right thing. Because there's a part of Kamala that I don't think she's religious. People keep saying, we don't know your religion. Who gives a shit what a religion is, number one. Number two, I don't think she's religious at all. I think she's just worried about what her next job is and where she's going to get her next steak, her next Louis Vuitton. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's crazy. All right, watch Nvidia here. Let's look for the next trade, guys. We do have a Fed meeting coming up. I do apologize with that. So again, listen, what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to go put on these picks real quick for college football. I haven't looked over the really looked over the board just yet, but last week was another good week. I want you guys to know I have been killing it in college football this year. Every week has been winner after winner after winner. I think I've had 2 to 3 losses this year. Michigan versus Texas was one. But outside of that, I've been picking my spots. I think I gave you guys last week Pittsburgh. I think it was last Thursday, Pitt against Syracuse. I gave you guys Pitt. So yeah, let's see here. Dude, my season's been fire. I only do like 1 or 2 picks a week, depending on the board. I don't like play every game or anything. I'm about my money. I'm there to make money and take money from Vegas. Give me my lick. All I need is 1, or 2. So I'm going to listen to this real quick. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over charts. If you guys have any stocks you guys want to go over, and we'll go over levels and stuff or questions, put them in the chat and we'll go over them and see if we can get a trade going for the afternoon.
Pick 'em presented by Draft.
I want to say thank you guys. Guys, please grab your $25 tickets to the workshop. All right? Even if you're not struggling, if you can't be consistent, if you're struggling to get the whatever questions you guys have, or if there's something you want to work on, or if you simply don't know where you're wrong, or why you cannot get to the point that you should be, join this workshop. Because I'm going to work with one-on-one with everyone. Not together, but we'll do a one-on-one session. But the workshop is going to cover the majority of it. And I'm doing this to raise some money for the stream. And that's really all. I'm going to raise some money for the stream, and I want to help you guys and show you guys that with just a, with a one-on-one session that we can, more than likely, I wish I could guarantee it. But if you ask me, I can guarantee you that I can help you turn it around. But I can't guarantee you that it's going to happen. You just, there's a part of it where you would have to do it with me not there. And, like, you have to do what you have to do to be able to do it. So, if you want to just, again, if you guys want to just give it to somebody else, that's fine too. But we are looking for 20 spots. We already have about 4 people. There was news with Visa yesterday. So, yeah, that link is in the description. In the description, if you go to PayPal or Cash App, just have your name. Find a way that you guys can email me. You guys can message me on Twitter /X at Ivy League Trades. And if you need a request or whatever, send me a friend request or whatever to message me if you have trouble or whatever. We'll be doing that in the next couple weeks as soon as the spots fill up. It's going to be really cool. It's going to be a lot of fun. I think there's going to be a lot of kind of putting things in order. Like, I think there's a lot that goes on that people don't even think about or look at it. Like, there's a way, I don't know. I'm not even going to, I don't know how to say it without saying it, and I can't just do that because I'm really trying to get a couple things going here. And I'm going to be putting my money up with the money that we raise for the workshop. So, yes. Let's see. Where's Bitcoin at? I'm going to play this. I want to say thank you for hitting the like button, but I'm going to play this and I'm going to go look at crypto names, Mega Cap Tech, Microsoft. Did it get to 425 yet? This is a trade we gave out. 420 longs, 425. Look at that. Pulled right into 420. Bang. And stock selection. That's number 1. Stock selection. God damn it. That's why I was so mad, guys, that I wasted my time on Nvidia. Even though, look at Nvidia. It's not making new highs right now. It is up, but like it's not giving you the continuation like Microsoft and all these other names. This was one of our watches. This was one of our top watches this morning. What did Apple do? Did Apple sell off? No, it's just flat. All right, so you guys got it. Yeah, if you guys have tickers, questions, anything, throw them in the chat. I want to thank you guys for everything. Grab your spots. Seriously. If you don't want a spot, that's fine. I'll give it to somebody else. I think you got a second leg here. If you get a pullback, I would look for a pullback on ARM 150, 255-ish. And look to see if you can buy this dip and see if you can break through the high a day. I would be careful. There are a few things that are here that are not good. There are 2 things in particular that I see that tells me that we'll probably close today back down at the 20-day, like 150, 151 level, like closer down to the 20-day moving average. I could be wrong, but there's some signals flashing here.
Kings, we are back. Week 11. 11? Week 11.
Wow.
Shit.
Moves
Week
quick.
11. Dave is back. He was out last week. But by the way, not by choice. I didn't You had personal things, Dave.
I had a
didn't.
funeral.
Yeah, you had a funeral. I didn't want to say that you had a funeral because I don't know who. You know what I mean? I wanted you to say it. But I responded to one guy who was like, "Dave can't do this show anymore." It's like, dude, he's got a funeral.
Yeah,
But
I missed the punch. It was a week of. So we made the rap video that we just dropped. Took all day. We did that Monday. The Smallest Man. Tuesday.
Very good, by the way. Very good. I was waiting with bated breath for your rap to start. Josh, obviously.
I haven't listened to it, but the clip that I saw on Twitter from this, it literally reminded me, for anybody that did or did not or has just watched, if anybody's seen Birdhouse video where they went riding around in a van or whatever it was, and they did a couple different things, but it was Birdhouse. It's not the I forget what the skate video was called. I know it was a Birdhouse video though, but it just reminded me of it. I guess it's not posted here. What the hell's going on?
We're not setting retirement goals. Have someone on your side to keep you on track. Call for Fisher's comfortable retirement kit with the help you need to make.
Anyway, it reminded me of that video, of that skate video. I guess it's not on here. Just the way that they did it. I don't know. Anyway.
Obviously, like, Josh kept on going, and Josh is really good.
Yeah,
he kept on going, and I was like, when is Dave going to pop
Some people
in?
thought I was just going to be a background singer in it, but I'm trying to think. And then was that
Well, you had
Monday?
breeders. You had a funeral. You had breeders.
I had to fly the very next day. I had the funeral on Wednesday, the wake on Wednesday, then fly to breeders. I was all over the place: Boston, LA, San Diego. The video. So it was a busy week. But yeah, that's the only reason I missed. Ironically, it was my best week by a mile.
Yeah, and you almost hit one of the greatest parlays.
That parlay was brutal.
I just got absolutely fucked by them not saying the quarterback wasn't playing. And by the way, I had to place it in Boston. So, because they don't have sports gambling in California. So I placed that thing. I placed them all individual. So those are all the bets I placed. That's why they're on the sheet. And then I put them together. I mean, it was a little anticlimactic because Army was like the first loser, but I could sense it. I texted you, Dan, halfway through. I'm like, I can see where this is going.
Yeah.
I'm going to go 6-1 and I'm going to be mad. And I was.
And it was like, who else was in it? South Carolina was in it. Iowa was in it.
Vanderbilt.
It was no doubters.
Iowa.
No doubters. Yeah.
Everybody won easily.
That was
Texas
brutal.
Tech.
I was sick for you. I couldn't. I should have just.
It was $5,000 to win $500,000.
When you sent it to me, I should have just bet the rest of it. Like, I was sitting on my couch.
$5,500,000, and the only loser's Army by a couple points because the quarterback, their best player, the Heisman, didn't play, and they announced it like an hour before the game. And apparently, he wasn't practicing all week.
They usually get that info.
How is that legal? Your best friend.
He said they usually get that info. All you have to do, and what's funny is that I don't know how he doesn't know this. I think, what is it? There's a scouting report that comes out and it shows you who's starting and who's not. It should be on the scouting report. So I don't know, but I thought Army's day was coming. I still don't think some of those teams. Remember, they're never as good as. No team is ever as good as you think they are, and they're never as bad as they seem to be.
And Collins texted me. He's like, "I'm sorry, like I didn't know." It's like, who knew? Nobody knew. Right. It was like a thing on Twitter. It's like, where's the Army quarterback?
No, yeah. The only inkling that I had was maybe 2 hours before someone released the under in the game that I know, that I respect. But that wasn't like they didn't take Air Force. They took the under. And I was like, oh, that's weird.
21 to 18, right?
It moved from 21 to 18, and the over-under moved from 41 to 38. So that all happened. So when I saw the under get released, I was like, that's weird. And then like maybe an hour before I saw that he wasn't playing.
Brutal.
And it was just, yeah,
Just
I mean, you
brutal.
were in
I'll never hit
California.
one of those.
No.
I will never hit a 17 parlay.
You
The
know who
odds are
did?
90 to 1.
You know who did? Mincy.
Yeah, that speech was something.
I have two.
So we talked. We had someone from the Savannah.
I've hit a couple of them.
A quarterback.
I have a picture of them too, by the way, guys. I think it might even be an 8 team. I think.
That club calling to the Yak yesterday, and he said that Mincy, in his speech, 5 full minutes about the parlay he hit. 5 full minutes.
I mean, I gotta be honest. Maybe if I hit one like that, I do it too.
At a speech, Dave, like
Yeah.
this is a gambling show. You would talk
Yeah.
about it here, but at a speech you're giving, you think you would do it?
It was pretty fresh. Like, it was pretty fresh after he hit it.
But how much can you say about that for 5 minutes?
Analyze the picks. You gave all the analysis.
Within 24 hours, if I hit a 17 parlay, if I hit mine, I'm probably working it in. I don't know for 5 minutes.
In a speech, though, I would do it. I would. Listen,
it's a football club. It's a football club.
I agree with you. I would tell everyone I knew. But if I was giving a speech, I don't know if I would do 5 minutes on my parlay.
Well, maybe he was like looking for 5 minutes, and then it was like, boom. Well, I didn't know what I was going to say. Now I do.
And he was like, did you see the clip where they're like, what's your best Dave Portnoy story? And his best Dave Portnoy story was when he gave you NC State to win the College World Series, and then it got canceled.
The COVID year. I'll tell you what, I would probably wear Savannah Football Club merch. Like, I didn't actually, like, what is it called? The Savannah
Savannah Quarterback Club. So
Yeah,
they meet
that's pretty cool.
on Mondays.
So cool.
So cool. They do have to clean up their website because they have a list of all their speakers, and Jerry Sandusky's still listed as one of the.
I was gonna say, guys, if I don't see your message or something, I do apologize. I don't know, like, if there's any issues or something on my end or what. If I don't see your messages, you'll just have to give me a second to find out. Or, you know what I'm saying, you'll have to just give me a second to, like, get to it. But I do appreciate you guys giving me time. But I just want to let you guys know I'm making a peanut butter and jelly sandwich real quick, and I'll be right back.
Speakers.
Gotta get that fixed. Gotta get that fixed.
I said it to the guy. I was like, dude, he's like, yeah, I saw that. I saw you guys talking about it. We probably should get that off there. Yeah.
Savannah Quarterback Club.
Yeah. So
do these things just quarterback clubs exist in the South?
Yeah. Like Brandon was saying, like there's touchdown clubs, there's quarterback clubs. They go every Monday. They have a speaker. He said it's $2 beers, and you know they raise money for like local youth sports, so they get like scholarships for good.
Nice.
Good. Like,
do they have Savannah Quarterback Club merch? Because I'd love some.
I don't know, but Dave, look,
I don't
want to go
speak.
speak.
No, I don't want to speak.
No,
I want the merch.
All right, let's send Bosco down to speak.
He'd love that. Get some merch.
Yeah, they're also.
I love it. It's so South.
It's so South, and it's just when I first saw it 2 days ago, I was like, this is weird. Then we had the guy on the Yak, and I was like, this is completely normal, and I wish I was part of this. Like
I just picture like that scene in Best of Times, like the Savannah Quarterback Club is sitting down there on like metal like auditorium chairs, and the tiger runs through with paint and like throws it all over him like a rival school.
Yeah, it's probably like it's probably in a very old building.
Totally,
and
like
it's been around since 1946.
The Savannah Quarterback Club meeting is definitely like happening in what's a Stranger Things, like that is going on a set like that. Like let's have a quarterback club meeting.
Yes.
Goonies, very 80s vibes. I love it.
Yeah. You looking it up, Hank?
I'm just looking I'm reading the bylaws.
Yeah,
they got bylaws.
They got bylaws. I think there's like only 100 members or something.
200. It shall be limited to 215 members.
Yeah. Which is kind of cool. I like that.
So cool. Like a big waiting list.
Yeah. And he said the guy said that they do a pretty good job of like there's like a couple 25-year-olds, but there's like 75-year-olds in it. So
I
it's
love
just it goes like generations.
I love it.
Yeah, we need to get it. We need to.
That was unbelievable.
They have to have merch.
We need
like
we need
little
some
polos or
yeah,
something.
golf
like,
shirt. That's exactly what I was thinking. A golf shirt.
It's perfect for like the guys like the three of us, not Hank. Like we don't golf. It's a golf club without golf.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
right.
That's what I'm looking for.
I may just make my own. Like I don't even know how it goes. Like Barstool, like quarterback club shirts. Just I don't even know what it means. Just to have. I kind of like the idea of that.
Quarterback club.
Yeah. Touchdown Club is a great name too.
Yeah, that's a good one too.
All right, so
how was Breeders?
Yeah, how was Breeders?
So Elio and I were getting we had great seats. Day one was cold at Del Mar. Great seats, great time. I love Breeders' Cup. There were 22 races, I believe, 10 on day one, 12 on day two. We were pretty much 0 for 20.
Oof.
And then we won the last two big. Fierceness, unbelievable race. I put another 50,000 on him to win because I did that at Belmont. He delivered. Fierceness ran as good a race as he could possibly run. I don't regret the bet. It was devastating loss. Great horse race. Sierra Leone finally won. The pace was set up. That was great. And we saved the weekend by having those two races. We won like 300 grand on the last two. So probably we're going to be down 400, 500 grand. Made it breathable. I had a good day on Saturday. I love Breeders' Cup. A lot of fun. We had a great house. Del Mar's beautiful. So, I mean, I had a great time.
Del Mar's the only one I haven't been to. I need to.
There are bombs the entire. Bombs away because you have all the Euros, all these, no one knows what's going on. The race I hit, more than looks. It was the second to last race. I handicapped the fuck out of that. And I don't usually do it. I was watching backtracks and I went ham on it. So that felt good. I love it. I'm done now probably with horse racing till Pegasus, which is a little sad, but I loved it. Queen Picasso sold for $1.25 million.
Oh,
wow.
Shit. Wait,
Yeah.
is that was Queen Picasso one that you owned by yourself?
No, I wish. I owned a quarter of it. It was the horse that was really good. Went to Kentucky Downs, hurt its knee, was retired. It's a girl, so it's a breeding horse now.
Oh, that's awesome. 1.25. Yeah, Breeders' Cup. I can't believe Sierra Leone won. That was.
I was so confident the whole race. I was really focused on Fierceness, and that's the first time Fierceness has fired and lost. Like he ran arguably the best race he's ever run. And I was just watching him. I'm like, oh, he doesn't lose when he does this. They're going super fast. Rapoli, I was telling you, Dan, all-time Rapoli tweet. We can pull it up and put it in. He congratulated Sierra Leone. Congratulations, Sierra Leone. You're the best horse today. Well, you didn't say best. Congratulations, Sierra Leone, on a win, all the connections. And then 10 paragraphs about how Fierceness is 1,000 times better than Sierra Leone. Pace set up, best race of life. He's the 2-year-old champion. He's the 3-year-old champion. Very Mike Rapoli.
Rapoli's the best. He's such a nut. I think I don't know if I told this story, but
he's the best worst loser of all time.
Yeah, he had a tweet about the state of horse racing that mentioned us.
Yeah,
and being we got to embrace Barstool, which I agree with 100%. And he texted me and was like, hey, retweet this if you want to be a billionaire. And I was like, okay. And then he wrote back, he's like, I should have checked first. Do you want to be a billionaire?
Yeah. He basically, that's his sign off to me basically every time we talk. You want to be a billionaire or not? But yeah, it was great. That was a great race. Rapoli's trademark move when he loses bad is just a post. I'm not mad. Here's a picture of me and my daughter. That's what he does every time. But he's steaming.
All right, what else?
Hank had that parlay.
Yeah.
Oh, Hank. I was watching.
I
forget where I was. I wasn't near TV. I was just refreshing every time the Bengals were in the. It was the Bengals, right?
No, it's the Cardinals.
Cardinals. Every time the Cardinals. Yeah, Cardinals Bears. Every time the Cardinals were in the red zone, they're in the red zone the whole game. It felt like
they just didn't throw him the ball.
And there was no hedge opportunity, right? You can't like bet him not to score.
No, DraftKings doesn't offer that. And the way Devin Booker won the King of the Court was also like the craziest backdoor. He got 5 free throws in the last 20 seconds, like when the game was over.
Such a good promo, that King of the Court.
I miss it. I miss it. I'm just a player prop guy now.
Yeah, it was very funny too because we had these two guys who won a Stella Blue Golden Mug who were watching games with us all Sunday, which was cool. Like they got to basically just hang with us all Sunday. And Hank just every single time Marvin Harrison lined up, he's like, he's one-on-one, and this guy, really cool guys, like very cool guys, didn't, like they just hung out with us. The guy turns to me, he's like, this is like 4 hours into the stream. He's just like, every time Hank says one-on-one, there's a safety on top. Does he know that? And I was like, just leave him alone. Leave him alone.
Now, Hank, what? So it was a $240 bet to win 30 grand, right?
31 grand.
I don't know if you'll be able to do this. What equivalent would you say that's like? What is that me winning? Like what would I have at stake there? Like what is that? How would you equate that?
I was thinking that when you said the 5 to win 500, like I feel
Similar?
like
that's
that would
very
be
similar.
when you said that, I was thinking mine would be, but I probably wouldn't even bet 500 to win 50 grand. I think I would bet like $250 to win like 25 grand.
Yeah, or like one of Dave's, like when Dave does like a 10 grand parlay to win like 250 or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, 50 grand to win 500 versus would be the equivalent of me doing like 250 to win 25.
Brutal.
Yeah, that's so close. So close. That's the worst. Not the worst and the best. Like because you can't do anything to like get out of it. You just got to let it go.
Yeah. Because like that's why.
Well, and it was like if I just didn't pick Marvin Harrison, it would have been 240 to win like 27 grand.
Oh,
yeah. The one thing I do, and this is coming from the biggest loser gambler in the world, myself. I always try to, whenever I do those parlays, I always try to end it with a spread or an over/under, knowing that you can get out of it, or at least hedge a little. Because you just know that you'll have a chance.
Yeah, the touchdown better thing is can't get out of it.
Yeah, you're just stuck in it.
I guess do some books offer that?
It's state by state. It's state by state.
Yeah.
So some states offer no, I believe.
The negative bets they're against
Chicago
that generally.
Yeah. All right. So standings, Rico, you're holding on to the Pat Hill, 51%. Dave, you're 48.4%. I'm so bad this year, 47.3%. Ebo's running away with Bob Diaco. I think it's actually Dormy at this point.
Breaking news: my dad just responded.
What'd he say?
He just said stunned.
Oh, how is he stunned?
Because he lives in his own world. He only watches at MSNBC. That's it. Like
there was nothing.
He's in a bubble.
There was nothing that could have happened on election night that would have stunned me.
Nothing.
Just nothing. You can't be stunned anymore. Like
Bussin' with the boys getting a shout out.
That was stunning. Yeah, that was stunning.
That was stunning.
That was stunning.
Joe Rogan bussin' with the boys.
That was very funny. Good for them. That was Dana White. Dana White just getting up there and being like, and bussin'.
It is a bizarre world.
Yeah. All right. So Ebo's running away with it. And Rico, you're having
holding on,
51%. So you can't dip below 50%.
I agree.
Did you see some theories out there, Dan?
What?
Rico had his worst week this week. Round ball started.
Oh no, this is like Kyler Murray and Call of Duty.
I've had worse weeks. I went like 2-7 week 2.
Speaking of which,
here we go.
Dave, last week we were talking. Actually, let me do the game time ad, and then we have something that Jackie Tables proposed that I kind of liked, and I think you'll like as well. Game time, Hank. Will you look up LSU Alabama?
Why did I think you forget about this?
Football season is here. We can't wait to get out to some games this fall with the help of Game Time, the official ticketing partner of Barstool Sports. You know how much we love Game Time. Now with their brand new Game Time Picks feature, they're making it even easier to get to a game. Game Time Picks filters out the fluff to show you only incredible deals on great seats, so you don't have to waste time searching through thousands of tickets. We're looking at tickets for LSU, Alabama. Hank's pulling them up. Amazing game time picks deal for great seats. Just pull up your chosen event and turn on the GT Picks setting at the top of the screen, or browse the best local game time picks deals near you on the Game Time app homepage. What are prices for that game?
You can get in for as cheap as $200. I'm looking at a super deal right now behind the end zone, row 2 for $300.
I love it. Love it. So go to Baton Rouge on Saturday night. Use the Game Time app. Buy those tickets, $200 when you hit the GT Picks setting. Download the Game Time app today. Use code PICK'EM to easily score great deals with the new Game Time Picks. That's PICK'EM, PICKEM. What time is it? Game time. So we had Stanford Steve on last week. It was great. Shout out Steve for filling in. And we talked a little round ball. And Rico is very, very, very confident with his Alabama team. Says 13 deep, best team in the country. They will 100% be at the Final Four. Jackie Tables threw out the idea that if Alabama doesn't make it to the Final Four, Rico can't go to the Final Four. I don't think that's right, because Rico loves the Final Four. He's got to be there.
Quite literally more than anything else on earth.
What would you say, though, about if Alabama doesn't get to the Final Four, Rico has to get back on the bus to get to the Final Four? Can fly home, but has to get on the bus.
Where is it?
San Antonio. It's 40 hours, Dave. But you got to give him the old
turn.
But
I'm giving the but if Alabama makes it to the Final Four, and I spoke on your behalf, Dave, and you can be out of this if you want. I said that you and I will go to the pump party with Rico.
I also was flying first class, too. I also was supposed to fly.
Oh, yeah, first
Jack
class.
said first class. I stay at your hotel.
I thought you were saying we get a private jet.
First class.
Way, way more skin in the game. We got to go to the pump party with him.
Yeah, we have to go to the pump party with Rico, schmooze it up, shake some hands.
Please say no. You don't want to go.
I would think you'd want this deal.
40 hours on the bus, though, is a big risk.
You're confident.
Do you know
confident
how many
in
numbers
Alabama.
you're going to get if Dan and I are at the pump party with you?
Yeah.
Hey, Rico, you're gonna be flaunting. You might have us on fucking leashes, just flaunting us around. I'll also throw in Rico.
He'd be
I'll
like
stay
Rick
with you.
Pitino, one by one, 6 seconds in a closet, one coach after another, smoking cigarettes, getting numbers.
The numbers would be insane, Rico.
It would be your greatest night.
You'd be shooting fish in a barrel. And again,
3 tuxedos to the pump party. They all wear like sweatsuits.
No, they don't wear sweatsuits. You dress business casual.
Tuxedos.
Business casual.
We'll go tuxedos. Or you know what? We'll get what we'll do is we'll get matching like velour jumpsuits, the three of us.
Pump party. It's up to you, Rico. It's if Rico wants a deal, I'll do it. I really don't want to go to the pump party.
I really don't want to fly
either.
40 hours, dude, on a bus. I already did 24. 40 is
So it's
like
up to you. I'm not going to force the deal on you. It's up to you. You'll get the whole package. You'll get to live like you're actually part of the big three. Hotel.
Yeah, that was the other thing.
Yeah.
He'll stay at our hotel. Yes.
Yeah.
And San Antonio only has like
You'll
one
live
good
like
hotel.
a king for a couple days.
Yeah, you'll be at the Four Seasons. You'll fly first class. It will be the coronation of Rico Bosco if Alabama does what they're supposed to do.
Or you're on the bus and budget in.
Yeah, figuring out the 2 days of busing before that and all the logistics with that.
It's your choice. I'm not going to force it
I
on
know.
you. It's
I
up
might
to
have
you.
to ask my other boss about that.
Okay.
But
I think San
have
Antonio was the
absolutely
last
no
time
idea.
Dave did Barstool Hotels.
Yeah.
What does the other boss have to do with this decision?
just letting her know that it's potentially like another 2 days. You know what I mean? But I'm
Alabama's
pretty confident they're going to make it.
Right.
They're
That's
11
the thing.
deep now.
Those are weekdays. Those are weekdays. Those are you working anyways.
Yeah. Alabama's going to make it, Rico.
Yeah. I think you guys just want to see me on the bus. It would make the tournament streams that much more electric.
That's the thing. It has nothing to do with the bus.
The choice. We're not forcing it down your throat.
All right.
To me, it has nothing to do with the bus. It has to do with the fact that the tournament streams. Like I want you to be so like have something at stake with Alabama, not just be like, I love Nate Oates, I want to suck his cock.
Let me tell you, Dan, as much as he doesn't want to go on the bus, I don't want him at our hotel. I don't want to go to the pump party. There's just as much in the game for us. I'll be rooting just as hard against him.
Yeah, the pump party's gonna suck. Like
Walk
I
down
don't
the lobby of my hotel in the morning and see Bosco sitting there. No thanks.
having to just
You
stand
guys gonna
there.
go for at least
Oh no, we're
80
listen.
minutes.
If we go to the pump party, I'm in
It's
on
up
the
to
pump
Bosco.
party.
Yeah, it's
yeah.
Bosco.
Yeah,
It's
I would
Bosco.
only hold you for like an hour and a half, and then I
No,
want to do my
no,
own
as much
thing.
as you want.
Yeah,
as
I want
much
to get
as
the
you want.
You want to get a little loose, get the parents away.
I'll fucking and guess what? I'll have a couple drinks. I'll fucking be
Well, it's
smoozing
cash.
it up.
It's cash bar, so you're gonna.
Oh,
It's
I
gonna be
forgot
on you.
it's cash bar.
It's cash bar. It's gonna be on you. So I'm not paying for nothing. But yeah, I think it would make the streams that much more electric. We're 11 deep now. We redshirted 2 guys.
Oh shit. Okay.
But
all right, you think about it. I think you need to answer by feast week.
all right, yeah, I'll answer by feast week. I'm
Because I
leaning
think
towards
that's fair.
240.
I'm
Yeah.
leaning towards yes.
Okay. I mean,
I'm
the plus
1-0
would be.
in college hoops, by the way.
Yeah.
There you go.
1-0.
What'd
Yeah,
you take?
2 minus 31 against Maine.
How do you think of Flag?
I didn't watch the game. I may have only seen the highlights.
He's pretty good.
Yeah,
Well, that's
very good.
That's the consensus on the street. Yeah.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
Number 1 pick in the NBA draft.
It's pretty
right?
good. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
He looked good.
He's
They'd
been
be actually my pick to win it.
really
Yeah, right now.
not UConn.
Not Alabama.
I'd have to see more UConn. I mean, it's early. Yeah, to be honest, the only guy I know is Cooper Flag, so that's why he'd be my pick. Everyone's saying how unbelievable he is.
The kid
He is
Knuppel,
pretty damn good.
Knuppel is pretty good too.
All right, so Rico, you think about that. Before we do our games, any thoughts about the college football playoff? I mean, I'm just excited.
Yes.
The only
what took so long?
Yeah, right. The only issue I have with it is I think SMU should be ahead of Notre Dame. SMU's resume is just as good as Notre Dame's, and they don't have their SMU's 1 loss is to BYU's undefeated.
BYU is wild. They're 4.
Well,
Yeah,
they get the bye because of the Big 12.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're technically 9. But they get the bye. BYU, and then I mean, Dave, I don't know if you've looked at like the one of the games that we're going to talk about. Colorado, if they run the table, they have a chance. Like the Big 12 is completely blown up.
Yep.
Colorado could be in the Big 12 championship game. Deion could be in the playoff. It's crazy.
Yeah, and they're playing really well. I think they're going to lose this week, but they're playing really well.
I'm a little nervous about it this week as well. I just need Travis Hunter to keep playing well. That's all eyes on that to save my entire football season. It's basically that all my eggs are in the Travis Hunter basket at this point. Okay, anything else about college football playoff? I mean, it's
just
awesome.
erotic. Like Dave nailed it. It's erotic. That fucking playoff is unbelievable.
Yeah,
you're gonna get
Very
teams
exciting.
with home games in big spots. You probably have it's lined up right now. Texas, Alabama with a home game. That's unbelievable.
Yeah,
Notre Dame has to go to State Penn. That's a big deal. Like when was the last time they played? It's a big deal.
Penn State is. I mean, James Franklin. He just
He's
can't.
a fucking bum.
It's crazy
Then
too.
he's
that
yelling
Ryan
at the
Day,
kids. He's a fucking bum.
Yeah,
That
Ryan Day
Jason
gets-
Kelsey thing, that I don't know how anybody is against Jason Kelsey in that story. I've actually been surprised how anybody is against him in that story.
I don't know why he apologized.
If you're logically thinking, it doesn't. He was just going to repeat whatever was screamed at him from an inch away. It wasn't like if you call him an asshole, I said this, a jerk, whatever. That was what was coming back from Kelsey. Nobody's thinking that's his beliefs or uses that word. That was what was said to him. That kid. There's a difference, and we've all been out. People, and I've heard plenty of like insulting things yelled. You ignore it. Yeah, I don't know that I've had somebody that close to me.
Yeah,
like being that insulting in my ear. And by the way, he's a fucking monster.
Yeah.
The other kid probably has been in a few fights too. He's a big dude because they're almost eye to eye. But like the fact he didn't actually do anything beyond breaking the phone, give me a break. Give me a break.
That kid introduced the word into the
100%.
exchange. Like that's
100%.
not that's not on Jason Kelsey to just repeat it back to him.
Like what he said, he meant hate with hate, but one kid was hateful. He just reacted. I don't blame it all. Whatever was said to him, he would have said back. If anything, I think he handled it pretty fucking well. Smashed the phone. He pushed him when he went down. He's lucky he didn't fucking destroy him then. And he walked away. Just like the Kelseys are overexposed for sure. Jason Kelsey seems like a universally like nice, real guy. That was, and there's not many people probably just walk through the crowd like he was doing in the first place, and that's probably why. But what a dickhead that kid was.
That was the most shocking part to me. That it's like I was like, why is he walking here with no security and like because he's just a regular guy.
Yeah,
man of the people. Okay, let's do our games. Rico, you want to do Factor real quick?
Yeah, sure. All right, let's take a break from the games to tell you about Factor. Notice how the days are shorter, but your to-do lists aren't. Power through your busy days with Factor.
Sorry, guys. Like I said, I was just eating a sandwich real quick. I'm gonna find out. I think we're gonna find out very soon here with Alibaba if we're gonna get this 20-day to reject. This could be a really nice area, or it could just rip right through it. And I don't know that it will, because I feel like if it was going to break through this 100 zone in the manner that I'm describing to you guys, like I have a picture that I know of in my head that it could happen, but I don't think it's going to happen for a few different reasons, because I feel like it would have already done it this morning. But you are getting a few things here that are working together that very well could send Alibaba back to 101. Okay? We could get this thing back to 101. And then you get your pullback, and guess what? You're back long Baba looking at, 105, 107. So be careful, watch out. Or, we're not really watch out, but there definitely could be a trade to be had here. All right. So I'm going to go through some charts here. I was just eating a sandwich, so thank you. Forgive me. Yeah, so let's go through. If you guys have any questions or tickers, you guys can throw them in the chart. We'll look at like semiconductors. We'll go to healthcare. We'll go through banks. Some other small cap names. I mean, if we're honest with ourselves here, this in my opinion is where the strength is. The Qs are strong too, but I think this is outperforming right now. So names like MSTR, just some of these names here. KRE, no, that's down. KW. I don't know what it is. Shit. I forget what the ticker is. Anyway, we'll go through some stocks and some tickers. We'll do it on this chart so everybody can see it. All right. So if you guys have questions or anything that you guys want to look at, you guys can throw them down below. Now's the time. We talked about Bitcoin. I would just continue to be a buyer. I am. I'm a buyer of Bitcoin. I think you have to, especially so if you guys think about it like this, think about if you had the opportunity to buy Ford when Ford first became a company, and what that would be worth now, just in dividends. All right. Clear out some room. I'm gonna have to grab me a bottle of water real quick. So let me get back from that, and then we'll go through some charts. I'm gonna grab some water. Give me 1 second.
Factor's no prep, no mess meals. From breakfast to dinner to anything in between, Factor has easy, nutritious options to keep you fueled and feeling your best. Whether you like routine or you enjoy mixing things up, Factor has you covered with 35 different delicious meals every week. Maximize Pro 50 and Rico 50% off your next.
We got like 3 Rico. All right, games.
Yeah,
so we got like 3 really great games. Then I threw a couple other in there. We'll start.
Excuse me. Oh, I have the hiccups. But we have a Fed meeting. We got to get to. I'm going to be bringing that up as well.
with Miami and Georgia Tech. This is the revenge for the kneel down game. Miami's minus 11, overs under 63. I'll start. I'm just going to take the over and just hope that it goes like every Miami game where Cam Ward goes off and their defense is not good. Miami is one of those teams. They're going to probably be undefeated, but I don't really know how good they are because their defense is a problem, and Cam Ward is just so good that he keeps getting them out of problems.
He's really, really good.
They seem fraudulent, but they keep winning. I mean, they were down 17, what? Was it a half or late second quarter to Duke and ended up covering the game, winning by 1 million. I'm going to take Georgia Tech here. Just their defense is so bad. I think Miami wins. It's a big spread. I don't love the game. I won't bet it in real life, but give me Georgia Tech and the points.
Okay, Rico?
Yeah, I'm going to take the over. I agree with everything you said, Dan. I think their offense is going to score and they're going to allow points. You look at some of these games, like they've let up 45 to Louisville, 38 to Cal, 34 to Virginia Tech. They're going to let up points. The rest of the way, at Georgia Tech, Wake Forest, and at Syracuse. Don't be surprised if fucking Syracuse puts a scare into them in the Dome.
100%.
Syracuse is having a nice season, except for that game against Pitt that Liam Blutman gave us all through 5 picks.
And what did we give you? Let me hear it. That's why I'm telling y'all right now, you cannot fuck with me. You cannot fuck with me, especially because, listen, I'm going to tell you why. I stay in my lane. If you want to make some money, if you want to use the ATM machine that it is that I use, we took Pitt. That's all I'm going to say. In the beginning of the season, what did I say? I said Ohio State made a mistake. And the quarterback from Ohio State going to Syracuse, this team's going to be a lot better now. They were already progressing. And they've been really good. They just had a down day. But I gave you guys Pitt last week. Congratulations. And these guys lost money.
That was
3
bad.
pick sixes.
Yeah.
In the first half.
Next up, Dave, your game, Michigan at Indiana. Indiana's minus 14, over under. Let me find it. This is over under 49.5. I'll start again. I'm gonna take Indiana. I've been on Indiana. The only week I wasn't on Indiana was last week because I thought it was maybe a spot. And Michigan State going up 10-0. I felt like the biggest genius in the world, and then I just looked back and it was like, wait, it's 35-10. What the fuck just happened?
They were in my parlay. Indiana was in my parlay. So after I had Nebraska, I've had them last couple of weeks. They've covered. I think this is the easiest bet on the board. I think Indiana absolutely smashes Michigan. They're smashing everybody. Michigan's bad. I bet the game. That's how much.
Yeah.
I think Indiana. I took Indiana. If Michigan wins, fine. I'll write up. But I couldn't. I don't know how this is only 14. I don't know if it's the name of the programs. This to me should be like 28.
The Michigan played a little bit better than I thought against Oregon. But still, Oregon covered the 14-point spread. Yeah.
And that was at Michigan.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
They're
I
just
think
not
Michigan
good.
is one of those teams that when they're down, these teams that haven't been able to really get them, they're like, oh, we're going to get you.
It's a program-defining win for Indiana. I agree with that.
I don't know about that.
Not program-defining, but it's like it's a nice little
It's
chit chat.
playing
We
out
beat
your
Michigan.
frustrations for a decade or whatever. Program-defining, no. Michigan's a 500 team.
No, program defining would be if they
Beat
go
Ohio
to
State,
Columbus and beat Ohio State. I also think there's a vibe around Michigan that it's like, all right, this is a full rebuild year next
100%.
year.
That's
we're
how I
going
am.
all in. Yeah. Right.
I mean, they asked Sharon about it. The quarterback, he laughed.
Did you see, Dave, by the way, the quarterback that decommitted from Michigan
Yes.
now is looking at Wisconsin?
No, I didn't see him looking at Wisconsin. I knew he did decommitted.
4-star, yeah.
Yeah, there's a chance I might be I've asked if I'm needed, so I might have to drive up for the Oregon-Wisconsin game.
Oh, wow.
To do a meet and greet. We'll see. They haven't given me the word if I'm needed. It might just
Why
be
are
a
you
phone
looking
call.
to the side here?
Hank gave me a face.
No, I was just curious what needed would entail.
I told them whatever
Fistful
they
of
need
cash.
from me, whatever they need from me. I mean, no, not cash because that's illegal, Rico. There could be a conversation about future NIL deals, but I just said whatever you need from me, just let me know.
Because you can't give them anything.
Right now, no, absolutely not. But we could, the NIL, like if he commits to Wisconsin, goes to Wisconsin, there could be he could
You'd be
the face
slinging
of
Stella Blue
coffee
and
We should
cheesesteaks.
give him the van.
We should give him a van.
The van.
Vanny? It doesn't work.
It will by next football season.
That's Wisconsin NIL broken down van.
I know he doesn't speak for me there. Rico, what's your pick in this game?
Give it to me again. I apologize.
Indiana minus 14
Indiana.
over 49.5.
We got sidetracked. I'll lay it with Indiana.
Okay. Texas Tech, Colorado. Colorado at Texas Tech. Texas Tech is 3.5-point dogs. Texas Tech off of a huge win. Over under 63. This one's got me nervous. You like the over, Rico?
I like the over.
Go
It's
ahead.
on my card. I like the over. Both teams can score. I like the over.
I think I've lost every Texas Tech bet I've made this year.
Yeah.
there might
Back
be
in the
bug
day, it used to be Clemson and Cal for you. You said in an early pick 'em.
Yep.
And then I've lost every Clemson bet I've made. So.
Yeah. I'll take the over. I'll ride with you. I'll be a rider. I'll get in the hole. Dave, what do you got in this
I
game?
believe I've had 3 of the last 4 weeks. Texas Tech, 3 wins. Arizona, TCU, Iowa State.
Exactly. That was the other team I was about to say. And the fact that they're home dogs speaks a lot here. I mean, the number is saying that Colorado wins by 6 or 7 points. I'll do a little more work. I think Colorado might be the pick. I think Colorado is the pick there, but that's with. This is what makes. I know some of you guys are here for the markets, and I apologize because this is what I do also to continue to bring in money. I say this all the time. There are, a ridiculous amount of things around us that we can pull money from. And this is something I'm really good at. So sometimes I watch this. But the difference between a good bettor and a not good bettor, one would be time and the work that you put in, but understanding what the number is telling you. This number isn't 1 or 2. Right? So they're saying with a number at 4, it's not 6 or 7, but it's 4. And notice how it's also not 4.5. So this thing probably comes right down to the wire and they lose by 4. That's why I feel like this is going to be a field goal to not even a touchdown, but I think 3 to 6 points is where this falls in. So that's telling you that Texas Tech should be able to hang with them. So, but it's also saying that this number isn't low enough for me to really like it. And what's funny is there's actually a lot of them right above it. San Jose State and Oregon State. Oregon State -3. Kansas State and ISU +3. And what I would do next, Kensaw and UTEP 4. Georgia versus Old Miss versus Georgia 3. So there's a lot of low numbers here. But what I would say with a 62.5 point, they're saying that they're going to score, but not score a whole lot. But they'll hit that low 60 mark. It might even go under. Number 2, I would look to see who Colorado and Texas Tech play next. Like if I seen like Nebraska was on the ballot for next week for Colorado. Okay, so next week they have Utah. And that is at home. They just crushed Cincinnati. Cincinnati hasn't been that good. Arizona, they crushed. Lost by Kansas State. I would put Kansas State, I would put Texas Tech right there with Kansas State Some weeks a little, a little better than the other. But let's look at Texas Tech and see who they play next week, because it's important. Come on. That's a big win off of Iowa State. A big win off of Iowa State. And that's, TCU and Texas Tech. You know, we took Baylor. I think it wasn't last week. Might have been last week. Or the week before. I can't remember. It sucks, man. There's only a few more games left. This really sucks. So Texas Tech has Oklahoma State next week. That's always a good match. So they do have a little bit of a rival game there next week. And you know what I would do? I wouldn't bet it. That's why I make money at this. I think that's a game where you don't even try to bet it.
State. I didn't have them when they got killed by Baylor. So that makes me think they're like, I don't have that game in my head. I just have them covering, winning, beat spreads. I think they may nip Colorado. I think it's a very close game. It should be a pick 'em. I like Texas Tech.
Yeah, the only thing that
I'm rooting for Dion, but I like Texas Tech.
The only thing that makes me feel okay about Colorado is the spot is not great for Texas Tech off a huge win. Colorado off a bye. Did you guys see the?
That was the other part. They just went and blew out Iowa State. But again, if you go back, right? If we go back, why did they blow out Iowa State? Who does Iowa State play this week? Oh, shit. They played Kansas, Cincinnati, Utah. Nobody. So it's not like there's a rivalry game until the end of the year. Okay. So, yeah, I don't know. Texas Tech just bouncing back. That's a damn good win. Or Iowa State sucks. One of the two. Anyway. You see how they're trying to figure it out, and it feels like it's so tough to figure out? That's a game you don't play. You don't bet it. If it's that hard and you're that 50-50, then you obviously have no edge. What are you doing? Like, these guys, they bet just to bet. Sure, it's not that, like, I enjoy it. Like, I enjoy making money is what I like doing. You know? So when I go in there, this has been one of the best seasons I think I've had. Not necessarily in a while, but in a while. Because it's easy to do what you don't want to do, but it's easy to talk yourself off or back on the ledge. I don't know how to explain it. I just feel like, just like in the markets, your stock selection is important. My game selection has been the winner, in all honesty. I mean, what was it, last year? I think I still have the losses from last year underneath my keyboard here. Still have them stacked up right there. I have all my losses and my wins. I have all records of my my losses. I don't know. I don't know what I was gonna say there, but anyway, I'm going over some charts now, guys. I'm grabbing my Red Bull, and then we're gonna go over some charts. We have a Fed meeting here. I was just playing this to waste some time while I was eating. We're kind of just hanging out at high a day right now, not doing much. Okay. I would expect the markets to start to turn around here, within the next couple minutes around, as we start getting into 1 o'clock. I'm going to go on the Fed's website. I'll get everything up for us, and we'll go over charts for the next hour or hour and a half until Powell and the interest rate decision gets released. But it's not really the interest rate decision as much as it is the balance sheet and some of the other things that, some of the stuff that they say. I don't think, we won't get the Fed notes. We won't get that. That'll be in a couple weeks. But what is this? What does IONQ do? What do they do? This thing's grinding. Oh, nice. Oh, shit.
Enjoy watching that chart all day. Rob Seachin joining us. So, Liz, it's so interesting that the best performing sector under President Biden, energy. The worst performing sector under President Trump, energy. That's probably nuanced. Obviously.
Oh, wow. Okay.
What about the space?
The clip of Shador when they were breaking down the huddle.
Again, yeah. So, guys, I'm just grabbing some Red Bull, and we'll be right back here in the next couple of minutes. Go through some charts.
And the
start filling up if you can. Start filling up the chat with tickers. Spam the shit out of the chat with tickers. And I want to say thank you guys for being here. I am sorry for the Nvidia trade this morning. There's still time. You still have a little bit of time, but you know, it happens. We got to manage risk, and ultimately, you know, you have to understand if you're going to follow someone else, you have to accept the repercussions from that. You have to be able to stick to your stop loss and just act like that person's going to be wrong. Or, guys, buy a ticket to the workshop. I'm telling you guys. I'm going to go over so much shit that when you leave and get done with it, and the stuff that you have to take home, you're going to be like, holy shit. Trading just got a lot easier. I actually might have a chance now. Trust and believe in me to deliver. Again, I'm trying to raise money, if you don't know, for the stream. It's 20 people. It's $25. That's all. It's $25. So yeah.
Coach was like, "Hey, just remember registration 8:30 tomorrow for classes in the spring semester." He's like, "That's not me."
Yeah.
I'm out of here.
That's
I'll be
gotta feel like
in the league. I'll be in
that's
the
gotta
league.
be a great feeling to just be like, "Don't have to do that."
Nope.
Yep.
All right, let's take a break from the games to tell you about Amazon. Thursday Night Football is on, and it's only on Prime Video. This Thursday, one of NFL's toughest rivalries is on as the Cincinnati Bengals face the Baltimore Ravens. Absolutely massive game for the Bengals. Ravens as well, too. Join Al Michaels, Kirk Herbstreit, and Kaylee Hartung for this exciting matchup. Coverage begins at 7 p.m. Eastern with football's best party, Thursday Night Football tonight, live from Baltimore. Not a Prime member, not a problem. Simply sign up for a 30-day free trial, and you can cancel at any time. It's the Bengals and the Ravens at 7 p.m. Eastern on Thursday Night Football, and it's on Prime Video. Restrictions apply. See Amazon.com/Amazon Prime for details.
All right, first big game, Georgia Ole Miss. We're gonna be at Ole Miss. By the way, Dave. So Dave texted me. He's like, "Hey, is Mincy going?" I was like, "Yeah," and he's like, "We should work him into the show." I was like, "Do you like Mincy? You don't think Mincy already thought that he?" And then the quote. Did you see they wrote a news article about Mincy's speech at the Savannah Quarterback Club?
I believe I did see that.
Some Savannah news station, and at the end of it, it was like Ben Mintz said next up he's hosting a college football show at Ole Miss this weekend.
It's Mincy's world.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be part of it.
He said there'd be a riot at LSU if we didn't include him in the show.
Yeah, he did. Remember when we went to the Final Four and we did a show where we did
Hogs
Raising
for the
Cane's?
cause.
No, we did
Walk-ons.
Walk-ons. Thank you, Bubba. And when we were sitting there doing the live show, and a chant started, "We want Mincy, we want Mincy," and after the show, so we brought Mincy up. After the show, a guy came up to me. He's like, "Yeah, Mincy started that chant in the back." So Mincy. All right,
That's my brick watch salesman.
I'm pumped. I'm pumped to see Ole Miss. I'm pumped to get down to Oxford. It's going to be awesome. We'll be there. We have a great location right by the stadium. Come out 12:30 local time. What do you guys got in this game? 12:30 local time.
That's a 2-hour time difference?
No. What?
Huh?
12:30 local time.
Yeah.
Is the show.
So right. So wait, what? I thought the kickoff was 12:30 Eastern.
No, it's 2:30.
It is?
Yeah.
Huh.
I'm almost positive. It's in Central Time Zone.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so
All
we're
right.
doing the show 2 hours before kickoff because the
All right.
kickoff is 2:30 at Central Time. Show's at 12:30.
Yeah, I booked all my travel and everything. I thought the game was an early. I thought it was a noon kick. Okay. So I did. That was unneeded.
Good.
Okay.
Good thing that I said it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I already booked everything. Turns out Punk is going to be there too.
Are you going Friday night?
Yeah, I was planning on it.
Yeah.
You gonna
Okay.
sing anything? What could you sing?
Well, I just released probably the #1 diss track in the country.
Okay. All right. Yeah, but you could sing that.
How did YouTube take that down? Like, what did they say was copyright?
I totally lost on how that came down. They copyrighted the whole song, his music label. There's a theory, and I don't know if it's true, that Josh signed some sort of deal with Warner Music Group. I don't know why he would have, but like he can only release music with them. They rep Zach, and it was an end around. That could be it. That could not be it. Maybe that last ending, I don't know, copyright, when we're like, how lucky is Bree? Like we tried to change it. I don't know. I don't know, Hank. The answer is I don't know. But
Parody law.
YouTube, they take it down right away. You can file a complaint against it and say, we own it, and it'll go back up. We think that's what's going to happen. I have no idea how they took it. And by the way, I think it's a bad look to it shows that we're in your kitchen if you're asking for it to be taken down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Clearly it bothers you.
Is there any?
How badly do you want him to make a response?
Oh, I love it.
Same.
He can't win.
No.
He makes like a country song about me. Like, that's a huge win for me.
Is there any chance he tries to sue?
For what?
I don't. I mean, you'd have to. It would be kind of a.
I don't know what
our old friend who
you can always
who left
sue.
who
You can
had
always sue.
had a lawsuit about herpes.
I feel like his
that
dad taught us
also.
about parody law, and this is.
But there was
that
with
to
the
a T.
STD thing, there was like a confirmation that a girl got it from him. Like Brianna talked about before all of this, like that was before me. So I mean that was like factual stuff that was out on the internet.
So then he can't. That was the only
Right.
thing I thought
Yeah.
when I saw it. I was just like, because I don't know.
No,
enough
that was
about the
factual. Like
situation.
he admitted it, she admitted it, everyone admitted
then you're
it.
good.
I also think the cat killer was more to like this person has this.
Yeah.
Where this is more of like a vague. I mean, it's obvious.
Well, it wasn't very vague.
No, but like I don't. You're not saying that. Yeah.
They were as direct as possible.
Although, we didn't like say. We didn't say like I think we were saying herpes and one. We weren't saying that. I think it was a line. It was like curable, curable STD.
Yeah. Okay. So Ole
But who
Miss
knows?
Georgia.
It could sue.
Yeah. Ole Miss Georgia. You'd probably lose. That's a really hard lawsuit.
Really hard.
What are you guys thinking in this game?
Ole Miss.
I'm so sick of Carson Beck. By the way,
Ole Miss.
he wears too much eye black.
Way too
There's
much.
something about him that just pisses me off.
His face.
Yeah, his face.
He has a not great face for a quarterback.
Yes, and he's got the full sleeve tattoos, which
Hate
I
it
don't
for
think that's.
quarterback.
I don't think that's a quarterback thing.
Was I with you when I was mentioning that? I was
I
like,
don't-
is he?
I don't
think
remember.
I was. I'm like, does any other? Unless you're like Tua or like Hawaiian or
Samoan, yeah.
Samoan, you don't see quarterbacks with full arm tattoos
Yeah, that's a defensive end.
or offensive lineman
Or a
The guy in the
linebacker. Linebacker.
The
Yeah.
guy in the Dolphins,
Yeah.
who threw people in trash.
Richie
cans.
Incognito.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
a full arm tattoo guy. He did.
He was a bully. Yeah, that was his thing. He was a bully.
He threw that nerd in the trash.
He was a
can.
big time bully.
So you're taking Ole Miss, Rico?
Yeah, I think we're headed towards a truly chaotic season. I think Georgia gets a loss here. I think Lane. I don't like the way Beck has been playing. I think Lane picks him off, and we're looking at all these teams, and like there's no real true number one contender. I think everybody kind of gets mixed mashed up. I think Georgia gets picked off here, and I like Ole Miss.
Let me ask you a question about the college football playoff. If Ole Miss wins this game, runs the table, 2 losses, Indiana loses to Ohio State by 4 touchdowns.
Ole Miss.
Yeah, they're going to put Ole
They
Miss
put
in.
the SEC team.
Rightfully so.
Yeah. Because that will be – that's what The playoff that I'm not looking forward to is Miami runs the table, finishes out. BYU runs the table, finishes out, and then it's just all SEC and Big Ten. That one wouldn't be great. I want a couple other. I want SMU in. I want a Colorado or Kansas State.
Notre Dame, yeah. Kansas State can't make it.
I think Indiana can beat Ohio State. I don't think that 4-touchdown thing is going to happen.
I don't either. Okay, so you're taking Ole Miss. Dave, who are you taking?
This is like deja vu, right? Like we see a bad game from Georgia, and suddenly everyone's off Georgia. And then Georgia comes back and they curb stomp a team. So I'm going to take Georgia here. I'm going to take Georgia.
I am too. Ole Miss has not been able to win this type of game. And Georgia does. Georgia only loses to Alabama.
Well,
everyone else they beat.
Yeah, 48-0.
Here. And what I'm going to say is it's, for any sports bettor that just apparently thinks they're good or whatever, sometimes it's better to do something and look at the game if you're going to bet it. Again, you should be betting games because you have a high probability, right? You're not playing the game, you're playing the number. Sometimes there's cases where you need to look at it from the view of sometimes you would much rather lose betting Georgia than trying to get cute and losing betting Ole Miss. I would much rather lose betting on Georgia than trying to get cute and losing with Ole Miss. Because at the end of the game or whatever, you'd be like, what the fuck? What was I doing? Why was I doing that? Back-to-back champs should have been 3 because they should have went over Washington or, they should have went over Washington. It should have been Michigan, Texas, Georgia, and Alabama last year. But again, they think just because the Seminoles or Washington are undefeated, and then they go to the championship, and then they get embarrassed. I've been a big college football fan. I have not even watched an NFL game yet this year. And when this college playoff was made, it was, and they have said it, it's not about losses. You can be a 2-team. You can have 2 losses and still be in it, and you can be undefeated and not be in it because strength of schedule, and it's for the 4 best teams. You cannot tell me that Michigan, Ohio State, Texas, Alabama, and Georgia weren't the 5 best teams last year. You can't tell me they weren't. Florida State almost lost to Boston College. Florida State was lucky that they got the fumble from the quarterback that went for 7 points. That put 7 points on the board, and then the field goal that Clemson missed to win the game. Florida State beat LSU the first game of the year. LSU, and it's the first game of the year. And now look at them. So I'm just saying, that's how the playoffs were. And it's supposed to be the best teams. I don't care if you see them back, over and over again. I don't care. Because it is what it is. I know what happens. You get a Georgia and TCU, and you get these boys getting spanked. They get whooped. And they get embarrassed on national TV because they shouldn't be there. These are NFL players. Sorry.
Or something ridiculous.
Under a field goal, I think it's in Kirby Smart. That Texas game obviously was very eye opening for me. He has a way of getting his guys to a level that probably no other team can get to in these big games.
Yeah.
Where it's
And
like-
last week's a total look ahead, no interest in the game, play like shit, sloppy, turn it on at the end. They'll be up for this one. They'll be ready to go. I think it'll be close. I'm excited to see it. But, man, how can you go against Georgia?
Yeah. All right, last game I have LSU Bama. This is a true elimination game. This is awesome because if you lose this game, the loser of this game is out. Without they obviously there could be
Done.
chaos and they could maybe, but it's pretty much over for the loser of this game. LSU's plus 2.5, over under is 58. I'm going to take the over in this game, just because I think both defenses have issues, and I like both quarterbacks. And it's a personal, like, I'm going to sit down on my couch and watch this game, and I want
the over.
points.
Yeah, give me some points.
I'm being fully transparent here. There is no numbers behind my over pick. It's I just want to see points. Dave.
I have no idea. No idea. Even when you were talking, I was going back and forth 5 times. I'll take Alabama, but, I mean, if you ask me in 2 seconds, it could be LSU. I just have no idea.
Yeah. Rico?
I'll take the Boar, and I'll take Alabama. I have a hard time thinking he's going to lose this one with the pressure of the fan. Like, obviously, I just don't – Brian Kelly in a big spot, I don't want to buy it. Even at home, I don't want to buy it.
He did beat Ole Miss.
Yeah.
That was a big spot.
But he hasn't had the track record of bringing together a bunch of big spots.
Agreed.
He lost to USC this year.
Agreed. That's you're not wrong in that. Okay. That's the slate. Let's do our picks and our mortals. DraftKings this week. DraftKings has a college football parlay profit boost. All you have to do is head to the app, opt into the Barstool Boost, and make your bets. So head to the app now and claim this week's offer. DraftKings parlay profit boost. Shout out DraftKings. I wish that I could. I'm still waiting for my Scooble Cy Young ticket to cash. I've just been staring.
Really?
At it. They don't.
They
it
don't
doesn't
announce
get
it yet.
announced till like the third week in November. It's insane.
It's frustrating. It's almost that's why I can't bet the games.
Yeah, it's just come on, give it to me. All right, Rico, your card.
Minnesota -6. I'm going to lay them against Rutgers. Colorado, Texas Tech over 63. I think it's up to, you said. I'll take that. And Tulane -26.5. I got one more for a best bet.
Dave.
UCLA plus 5.5 at home against Iowa. I had UCLA last week in my parlay. They beat somebody. Plus
Nebraska. UCLA is playing good ball.
Yep. This I actually already bet it because I bet it when I was in Nashville. That's another thing. I forgot. I've been all over the fucking place. I had to go there for a conference. So I bet it there, got 6.5. It's 5.5 now, so that's good. Indiana. I know a Michigan guy. They suck. Doesn't matter either way if they win this game. If they win it, great. I have bragging rights. If not, I get the money. Texas Tech plus 3.5 at home against Colorado. I think they win that game. Listen, I learned my lesson from Vandy, and I've started jumping on Vandy, and they're cashing. This may be a tougher spot. South Carolina looks pretty good. I don't care. I'm going to keep riding Vandy. I had South Carolina as well in that parlay. Blowout winner. BYU -4 at Utah. I'm scarred by Utah.
Holy war.
Scarred by Utah. I love BYU. We're selling his T-shirts. They're fire. I should go grab it. I don't know where it is. Maybe I'll send it after. But I like BYU here. Having a great season. Finally getting the respect they deserve.
Yeah, they are. They're having a great season. Okay, I have a couple. I'll add more.
They always have a good season. BYU is usually always pretty good, and they always have some big boys on that team, and they're just they can just bully you into it. They just bully themselves into a win.
I'm going to take Iowa UCLA over 40.
We're going into charts right now, guys. I got my Red Bull. I'm just letting this finish, and I'm gonna bring the Fed thing up, and then we're gonna go into charts.
5 on Friday night. I also have Minnesota -6.
By the way,
yeah.
Not to cut you off, but when I was in the middle of that parlay, Dan's like, well, the Badgers will take care of you. They lost by 100. Because I had Iowa in that parlay.
Yeah, they're so bad. I have football's a problem for me right now. Let's put it that way. It couldn't be going worse.
I love the Bears this weekend.
I'm 0-4 in my last 4 with my teams, and they have been like everything. Like team quit, 2 teams quit,
You got
Hail
guys
Mary.
walking off the field.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, it's. I've been doing a lot of soul searching the last couple of weeks. Like a lot of like sitting in my car, like get to the office, and then I think our security guard he's so confused because he'll like come open the door for me, but I'll get to the office and I'll sit in my car for like 10 minutes just sitting and just like nothing. All right, the Minnesota -6 and over Navy 57.5 South Florida. Let's do our mortals. Hank.
The Rebs, Ole Miss.
Ole Miss.
+2.5.
Okay. Zoopy.
Clemson -6.5.
Okay. Jack.
South Carolina.
Okay. Ebo.
Tulane -26.5.
Good pick.
Tulane -26.5. Oh, that means Rico's got that. I'm going to take the over in Duke and wait, is it Duke NC State? Yes, I believe so. Duke NC State 52.5. Dave?
I'm doing Indiana. I keep saying at 14 points, I think that's a ridiculous spread. I got to be an honest person. I love Indiana in that game versus the spread.
Rico?
Fresno -11. I think they take care of Air Force.
Okay. All right, we got anything else? Oh, Bubba.
LSU Bama over.
I love that, 58. I think that's it. Good show, boys.
You guys want to try and get Beard for Saturday, or you just got enough with Mincy?
I think we got enough with Mincy.
All right.
I mean, Mincy's all you can handle.
That's all you can probably take, yeah.
That's more than enough. That's more than enough. He's going to be in rare form. He won't work for the next 6 months after this. This is his crowning achievement. This is it. Okay, we'll see everyone. Ole Miss, Georgia, 12:30 local time. We're right by the stadium. We're excited to be there. So we'll see everyone come on out to the show, and good luck, boys.
See ya.
All right. All right. What's going on here? Speaks first time after the Trump win. I got one more. I'm just getting there, guys. I'm getting there.
Look at that.
That's cool.
Yeah, it looks really pretty. This is the road trip setup right now. I got my neck pillow. Dad does not have a neck pillow. But he's not sleeping. Although neither am I.
I don't sleep much when I drive. I try not to. I've been just about everything down this road.
Really?
Yes. So.
How many times have you done it without supercars? Like just in total, with supercars and with regular cars?
Honestly, stop counting.
Oh man.
So I've done it in an Integra Type R, which we filmed.
Yeah.
I've done it in the AMG S55 Mercedes. I've driven it in the Huracan, the original Huracan, the first one, and multiple times. I've done it in my 458. I've done it in my F430 Scuderia. I've done it in the SVJ. I've done it in my manual Murcielago. Actually, that's a lie. I've never done it in the SVJ, I don't think. I think I transferred the SVJ now. I've just done gumball in it so many times it feels like I've done crazy road trips. So not the SVJ. I've done it in my LP640 manual Murcielago.
That's crazy.
I have not done it in the first gen GT1 Murcielago manual. But I have driven the entire east coast of the U.S. because we started in Boston and drove to Boca Raton, Tasha and I.
Oh, yes.
On Gold Rush.
Yep.
So.
You've done a lot of driving.
Guys, I might end up grabbing this pullback up here. What time is it? 12:57. Coming into 1 o'clock. They'll probably start pulling this market back at 1:30, at 1:30, 1:15. They might be starting to do it now. I think I'm going to just grab some puts now, guys. Honestly. Dude, look at that volume. Bro, the market could pop one more time. Toasted assholes. Run away as fast as you can. Alright. The heck? Oh, that's Starburst. Alright, so I'm thinking about grabbing some puts up here, guys, but I don't even know if it's worth it. I really don't. I'm telling you guys, look how red the time in sales is. Like, it's just, I don't know why. It's just such low volume. Like, look at this. Like, if I can get one more little bounce, MACD's negative now for each of these little ones. I don't know. I would say don't fight it and just let it rock. Just let it go. Just let it go. These blow off tops will keep going and going and going. So, not that I can get long. I need a pullback, honestly. What we will do is, what we can also, and we will do is, we will look for, here we go. Oh my gosh, it just did it. Fuck. So I can't lock my indicators or anything, so now I got to take these all the way back down and try to fix this. I guess that's where I had it before. I just wish we could save it. So the IWM has been, for the most part, selling off, especially up at this zone right there. So once again, you guys can see it. And you know what? You know what's funny is, I think Putin is speaking right now. And they're
Westinghouse air brake technology, Wabtec, in a pro-cyclical environment. How more cyclical can you be than railroad equipment? Was this one up a lot yesterday? Yes, it was. Set a new high.
Oh, yeah. Crazy. Like, I wouldn't doubt that in the next 2 years, I've probably done 1 million kilometers in supercars.
Wow. That's a lot.
I would definitely have hit probably that milestone in about 2 years' time.
That's impressive.
Because each year, I do a little over 100,000 kilometers. About 100,000 kilometers. I'd say about 100,000 kilometers a year I drive in supercars.
Wow, that's a lot of driving.
Yeah,
at least it's in supercars.
Yeah, because I do just shy of, well, I do about probably, I'd say 7,500 kilometers a month on average. Some months a little less, some months a little more when we do big rallies.
That is a lot. Although you were saying that if you weren't a YouTuber and you were working a normal job, you would be happy to do like transporting, like driving a truck with cars.
Yeah, we were talking about that actually.
Yeah.
I said if I was to choose a career that, you know, is like your kind of like,
I guess normal job isn't even like the word for it, because like driving a truck is not really normal or like super average, but
it's pretty normal because when you think about the sheer volume of truck drivers it takes to get all the stuff we take for granted around the world. So that's why I'm super grateful for everybody who has any career on any level.
Yeah.
Because everything makes the world go round. Right? So when you think about being grateful for the things you have, we wouldn't have any of the stuff we have without all the people who drive it all over the place. Like all these trucks.
Yeah.
Look at them. Every 2 seconds it's a truck. Right? There's UPS right there. So all these people who facilitate moving these products products, these services, these goods around.
Yeah.
Not services. They're not moving massage people or hairstylists. They're moving products around, the widgets all over the world. They're everywhere. All the food that's at these
Shit, my mic's not on. Is my mic on? I think it might be coming here, guys. Here it goes. Market might start to pull in. This is it. These are your... I think we could start to see these puts start to make some sense, if you know what I mean. Just watch if it starts giving you the follow-through. Understand that you have to know what you're doing if you're going to try to fight this trend and time it. I would say don't unless you know what you're doing. I wouldn't do it unless you know what to look for.
fast food places.
But it looked like there it was. It looks like it's getting ready to come. If you had to ask me.
Restaurants or whatever, it all arrives on a truck.
Yeah.
It's pretty impressive.
But that just goes to show how much this guy loves driving.
I do love driving, so if I was to choose a career, what I was getting at, I'd choose a career driving a vehicle of some kind. Like driving long haul trucks would be fun. I'd probably do something more like Carlos, though. I wouldn't want to drive a big rig. I would want to drive something like a dually with a trailer and move people's like fancy cars around. Yeah, that would actually be a really cool job.
Yeah, that would. You'd probably meet a lot of really cool people as well.
You would. Great networking. And you're always just on the road cruising. You got to remember though, 55 in the right lane. Dave and I drove going back to how many times have I done this route? The first time I drove and hauled anything, we drove on.
So there was something here about a China hack with phone use from the government or something. I'm going to look into it. Just give me 1 second. And we'll see what that's all about.
The dually Dodge that we have, the big Ram. I guess it's just called a Ram now. Sorry, I always call it a Dodge still. But I drove the dually Ram with the 2 cars in the back of our trailer. And Dave and I drove it straight, just taking turns sleeping in the back. And we both got tickets. I got a ticket in California for passing a slower vehicle.
All right, there goes Tesla. Looks like it's getting ready to turn around. Just because it looks like it wants to doesn't mean it will. Nvidia might actually bounce higher. Right there.
Respondents think the Fed settles into lowering rates every other meeting next year, starting in March, but all that has a big asterisk next to it. Kelly covering the Fed just got a lot more interesting. Get some sleep.
I'm watching.
I know. I'm tired too. He said get some sleep. I'm still tired too from staying up so late the other night and Tesla, Microsoft we talked about. We were looking for a 230 425 longs or long at 420. This is what we wrote down this morning. So if you weren't with us during the morning, 420 holds. Profits off at 422.50, 425 to target. If you get a 422.50 rejection, we're looking for a move back to 415. So here and here. All right. But yeah. So we were above this 50-day. Now it's trying to extend. And then if we go here, let's move that 20-day. And now we're stuck between the 100 and the 150-day moving average, which is okay, or the 200. I told Pal, get your thumbs ready now. Start working them thumbs out. Anyway. This looks like it's trying to roll over, doesn't it? Looks like a crown. Like if you were to like draw a character with hair. kind of how you would draw them, right? There it is. There's the hair. And you draw the face. You know what I mean? Oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm getting ready to do this.
Well, it certainly is live. I think it's, it's really clearly going to depend on the data between now and then. I don't think the Fed officials are going to be looking down the line to see what the president may or may not do at some point next year. That still remains very uncertain at this point.
Man, taking my shit way too long.
Incoming data between now and December meeting, and I think at this point it still very much is a live meeting.
See?
People are starting to ask the question of whether they could end up hiking rates yet. XRAY dense supply at the lows now down about 26% following their earnings report this morning.
Hey, what should we give him?
That's XRA. XRAY at the lows now $17.66.
You're smoking bad, bro. Shit no good, bro. Damn. Stock chart arts.
Also,
Somebody needs to make something like that. Picture like stock chart arts, like what people make with all the little stuff that they give us. Smoking. Reminds me of The Mask. If you guys, for anybody that's seen that movie, this is a movie from back in the day. Anyway, alright, I'm going to delete this. This is actually a pretty good face, though. I got to be honest. Like, it's just even. The sizing of it. I think that's a pretty good, that's going to be my watermark, actually. I'm going to make this my watermark.
And I had to speed up, so I was doing 65 in the left lane. And he gave me a ticket.
So you're not allowed to be in the left lane at all?
You are if you're passing a slower vehicle, but that vehicle has to be doing slower than 55 miles an hour.
Oh my gosh. That's tough.
Yeah. It's a grind when you're only doing 55 all the way down here.
Yeah. I was going to ask you as well, what was your dream job before you started doing YouTube? Like when you were like my age or younger?
What did I wanted to be a firefighter.
Really?
Yeah, you know, it was a combination of you get paid to stay in shape.
Yeah.
You help people in need, and you get to play with cool things like the fire truck and all that equipment and stuff, like the respirators, the axe.
Right.
I thought it was pretty cool.
That is
so
cool.
I wanted to go to school and be a firefighter at one point. I had to go to school for that. You have to go to the Justice Institute in British Columbia and take a special course to be, I believe, a firefighter or a paramedic.
Yeah,
the downside was, to go to it, you had to have your high school diploma, which I didn't have. And I had grade 8. So I would have had, not even grade 8, so I would have had to do 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. That's 5 years of schooling, right?
Yeah.
I was like, Dumb David, no do school. Make me run course, carry hose. I'm like caveman, right? Like I couldn't, I don't know, I just wasn't.
You're smart.
I am, but not academically. Like, not book smart.
That's fair.
So I'm like street smart.
Yeah.
I kind of have that common sense knowledge, but I don't have the, like, you know, textbook knowledge. So
that's fair.
I could have went and got my GED, but it was going to take me like 3 years. Then I would have had to go and apply to get into the school, which was like a 2-year backup, and then do the school, which was like a year or 2. So by the time I'd completed everything, it would have been like 7 years to get a career. I was like, that's not going to work. But I did go. My dad paid for me to go and do an industrial level first aid certificate, so that if you had that and you worked at any of the mills in our area, you got paid more, because now you could be, even if you weren't the first aid attendant, you were like the backup. They had to pay you more.
Right.
So I went and got that, and I got like 98.9%. I almost aced the course.
I knew that. I knew that because Mom's always told me about that. She's like, your dad is actually really smart. He went and did this, whatever, and she told me that story, and she's like, yeah, he like pretty much aced the test. I'm like, that's impressive, because that wouldn't have been an easy test.
Well, I got the highest score out of the class, and a lot of the people who take the class are majority people who are just renewing. So they already are supposed to know all this stuff. They're just renewing their certificate, because you have to renew it all the time.
Wow.
In order to stay an active first responder at a facility like that. So I got the highest score in the class, which was cool. And the textbook I had to read was like 400 pages, and it was all these big medical terms. So every third word, I'm not even exaggerating, like every third word in this book, I had to go and look in the index, or look up in a, what is it, a thesaurus? Like what it meant.
A thesaurus,
I had to figure out what the word meant. I didn't even know what it meant. So I studied basically 10 hours a day. I went literally to my dad's place, where it was super quiet on Cortez Island, and I studied my face off for like 3 weeks before I went and took the course. And then the cool thing about the course, which really helped me retain the information, was it was a practical course, which means it was hands-on. Everything was like acting out scenarios. So it was like, all right, you've arrived at the scene of a truck that crashed into the front of the building, and there's 2 occupants. And you basically walk up and they tell you what's wrong with the people. Like, oh, this guy's got a compound fracture leg. This person has, they're unconscious. They have some bleeding out of their ear. Okay, who do you pay attention to first? And you basically have to attend to the person with the most life-threatening illness. So you go through all that. You have to basically put a splint on the person's leg all properly, and you do it all like real life. You bring out like real splints and all that.
Wow.
And you'll spend like 2 hours attending these people in this car and like going through all the protocols, keeping them alert, checking their ABCs, which is airway, their breathing, and their circulation. You always want to check those things, because that's what keeps someone alive.
Yep.
Right? I even remember that stuff to this day. Well, it's really cool. You learn CPR and all that stuff.
Wow.
And if you have to do CPR on someone, you can't stop until the other paramedics get on site. So sometimes you'd be in the class and you'd have to sit there and do CPR on one of the pretend acting patients. They'd make you do it for like an hour straight.
That's tiring.
Yeah, so they run you through all the protocols. And there's a lot to learn. Anyhow, fun fact, I'm no longer
really cool.
certified, but I've had my industrial first aid.
Wow. That's super cool. I did know that, but I didn't know the fireman story. Firefighter story.
Yeah, I wanted to be a first responder firefighter. And then I realized later on I'm mentally probably incapable of doing that job, because I'm a big softie. And that would be a really, really hard job to do mentally.
Yeah. We were actually talking about that last night, because there was a little forest fire.
Yeah.
And I was like, I could not be a firefighter, which is ironic now that you're saying that that's what you wanted to do. But yeah.
Well, you don't think about it at the time. Like,
no,
he's showing
it sounds
up to
cool. And then
house. Hey, look at all the cows. Holy cow. It is. You would show up to like a house that maybe a family got trapped in and was like on fire, and you're like going in there and you're like maybe pulling.
Guys, I'm bringing up the Fed website stuff now.
You'd be pulling out.
I was just finishing my drink and just doing some research, doing a little bit of reading. But I'm going to bring up this Fed website, and if you guys are bored with this, let me know. I can throw in CNBC or something, but we're going to get into these charts now. I'm still watching to see if we're going to turn this market around. Looks like the SPY is going to reject this level here at 595. What I would do is see, there's something you could be doing right now, but for anybody that doesn't know, I'm trying to raise some money here for the stream. If you would like to donate a spot to someone else, but I'm hosting a workshop. It's $25. That's all it is. And if you guys would allow me, an hour and a half, 2 hours of your time, I'd like you guys to have to join the workshop. And if you don't want to do it yourself, you want to donate it to somebody else, that would be cool. The link is in the description for that, or message me. You guys can email me or message me on Twitter. Secondly, because I think there's a lot of information that I know that there's a lot of information I can provide that nobody talks about. You know, there's so much more to a Fibonacci. There's so much more than to just how much money are you losing. There's so much more than just an entry and stock selection, right? There's a psychological factor when understanding why like reading and what you perceive of it. Reading this stock chart, understanding what's going on and what it's really telling you that you may not know until you it's like this third world, and it's crazy because it's just like, until I knew about it, I was like, oh damn, I never looked at it that way. Never looked at it that way. It's one of those things where you kind of got to be told some of these things to view it that way, if it makes any sense. Links in the description. Thank you guys. Thank you to the new subscribers and the ones that like. I know today's a little bit boring. I just had to stick my hand in the shark's mouth and just get bit real quick to just not do stupid shit. So I got short Nvidia yesterday, just off the pullback of that rejection, off this rejection zone. It was an 80% trade, right? It was a nice trade. I knew not to do it again today. At least something inside of me told me not to do it again. It's one of the strongest stocks in the market. It's one of the only stocks making new highs right now. All-time highs plus new highs. And what did I do? But it's all good. This is a very small loss. Looks like a lot of people see that time factor is a bitch. That's why I was getting frustrated and I took it off. I only lost a nickel on that trade. No big deal. But yeah, so I got the Fed stuff coming up, and get ready because today just started. Technically, today is just starting.
People or children that are like unconscious and like half burnt. That'd be really hard to see.
That would be very difficult to see. So shout out to all of our.
That is the other part to that, is like some of the stuff that they have to see, and like, you know, you just, another person needs help, they need help, you know. But you will walk into stuff that you just don't want to see, that you just hate to see that happen to somebody. They have to see it and deal with it and clean it up.
First responders out there.
Shout
Takes a
out
lot of
to
love to do
first
that.
responders, police officers,
Really doing
firefighters,
some crazy work.
military, all that stuff is like, as much as it's a physical game, it's a mental game, man.
Oh yeah, which is like almost more exhausting.
100%.
Yeah. Well, we got more cows. Now it's really starting to feel like California.
Yeah, very dry.
Dry
It's like
and flat, straight.
that yellow grass, right?
Yeah.
Typically, when I drive through here, it's like really dry. This is one of the rare times I've driven up here when it's actually raining.
Yeah, we've had a lot of rain.
Yeah. A lot of rain this week. Most of the trips have been actually wet. We have some dry patches, but we have driven the majority of our route in wet conditions. There's so much of this drive that obviously we don't film.
Oh yeah.
But if you wanted to know what it was like behind the scenes, this is it. Just aim the camera forward for like 5 minutes.
I can put it on time lapse actually.
That'd be cool.
I'll put it on a little time lapse for you guys.
Well, I've never been to Cali.
That's cool. Must be hauling that for a client or something, because if that's his car, I don't know why he's not driving it. I'd rather be driving the S-Class than driving the truck. Like 5 minutes.
I can put it on time lapse actually.
That'd be cool.
I'll put it on a little time lapse for you guys.
I will say California has the coolest trees, at least the West Coast. Damn, look at that. I love those wheels too. And that C-Class is nice. Should be a C-Class, unless it's...
Must be
I didn't see how many doors it had, but I think that's a C-Class.
Client or something, because if that's his car, I don't know why he's not driving it. I'd rather be driving the S-Class than driving the truck. And our friends.
All right, we're at a...
The Rivolto. The Rivolto. I want to see him do some burnouts in it, or some donuts. That Rivolto's so bad.
Stop getting some food because I'm hungry. Looks good. Well, lunch was good.
Lunch was amazing.
Yeah.
We didn't show lunch, this one on the main channel, but we found this little Thai place that made super clean chicken, plain rice, which I still didn't eat the rice because I can't have too many carbs, but I got my protein in, and they just made the most beautiful soft-boiled egg. Like, incredible.
It was good. I had broccoli and chicken and rice with a Thai peanut sauce, and it was amazing. What should we got going here?
That's to keep my extra chicken refrigerated.
Exactly.
I'm actually freezing because we got the AC cranked in here just to keep my chicken cold.
You have a hoodie behind you?
I do.
Well, back on the road again. On the way to the HQ.
Yeah.
We got like 5.5 hours?
Yeah.
Not too bad.
That's not that bad.
No, we've done like, what, 18?
Yeah.
Yeah, crazy.
It is crazy. And we have a hotel reserved for tonight.
Where are we staying?
Phil contacted me. We're going to stay at the other hotel. Going with the bigger gym.
Alright, just so you guys know, I got the Fed meeting up. Now we're going to get to work. Alright, I'm going to look at yields. We're going to look at solar names. Alright, we're going to see if and when yields pull back, where do we want to be? There's a lot of different sectors here that are going to be, you know, have a direct result of this Fed meeting. Easing rates, you know, your solar stocks, TLT. All right, but then we need to know if yields bounce, what does that mean for TLT? What does that mean for the longer end of the bond? Okay, so I'm going to let this video play out. And I am going to... I'm going to pull up a daily chart here. Hold on 1 second. I think my cat wants in. But I'm getting into this stuff right now, guys. Currencies, okay, DXY, Dixie, UUP in other words. You can play Dixie through UUP. This is a nice huge breakout. Huge breakout. Pullback 104 if it holds and climbs higher. Watch this level. This is key. Because if something is going to happen in the markets, you're going to see the dollar. You're going to see the move in currencies if the move means anything. So if you see the market like rip higher or sell off, and you don't see currencies either, you know, going higher or lower depending on which one you look at, chances are that move is going to just come right back to neutral. Okay? And it wasn't nothing to even be worried about. Okay? Okay. Okay. Alright. So that's that there. Let me let my cat in.
Anaheim.
Nice.
Bigger gym. I asked him if he could give me a room with a tub so I can do ice baths, cold baths.
That's nice.
Yes.
I really like their bathrooms at that one. They're so big, fancy.
Nice.
They're very nice.
So who knows? Maybe we'll even find our way to Disneyland for a couple hours one night. Never know. We're gonna take my kid to Disneyland.
I'm not really a kid anymore, but I would still love to go to Disneyland.
You're my kid. You'll always be my kid.
Well, we got a straight stretch ahead of us. The clouds look really cool though. Look at the clouds.
The clouds look rad. This part of the drive is pretty boring.
Yeah.
It's just straight.
Yeah. And we're passing all these big trucks.
Oh, look what we got here. A bunch of cows on the wheel.
More cows. And we made it back.
We did.
And now we have to go.
Send Dave a photo for a thumbnail.
Yep.
So we're gonna go down this hallway. And we can turn this on. By the way, I've not seen the new wheels on my Murcielago.
Ooh.
And by new, I mean just we re-barreled them. So the front wheels were really wide. It had a 3.5-inch lip on the front.
That's why they were.
Yeah,
they
so
were
it's a
rubbing,
wide
right?
body kit. Look what's in the corner. Look at that lineup. Go look at it. Go touch it. Go sit in it. Do whatever you want.
I'm so
gonna take
excited.
a thumbnail.
Okay, enjoy taking your thumbnail.
Actually, hold on. You have to get out of my shot because we're gonna do something. We're gonna do a thing here. This. This is perfect.
Thumbnails. Oh my god, look at her. She's beautiful.
You love it?
Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. It's here. It's real. This is missing something. Hint, hint. Oh my goodness. Okay, I want to sit in it. Oh. How do we fix the interior here? I guess we'll never know. Oh my god. Oh, look at her. I cannot wait to start making some changes on this. Looks so good. It looks so good. Well, I was tired from the road trip, but not anymore. Now I'm wide awake. Oh my god. Oh, just as I remember it. Beautiful and perfect. Absolutely perfect. I want to go drive around in the lot out there. I'm so stoked. I can't wait to reveal the color.
Here. And look at these two cars.
Yeah.
It's actually really cool, how well they are stacked against each other in a competition. They're both great cars.
Totally. I know. I was just thinking that, looking at both of them, they actually look really good sitting beside each other.
And think about it, 55,000, 42.5. That's a lot of, this is a lot of car for the money.
Yeah.
Both of them.
Yeah.
Right? PDK, dual clutch transmission.
Yep.
Manual gearbox, naturally aspirated V8, naturally aspirated flat plane crank 6, or flat 6, not flat plane crank, flat 6. I'm really tired. I've been driving since 8:30 this morning. 13 hours in that car. Yeah, and your car sits really good.
Yeah.
Does it have coilovers in it, or is it just lowered on stock factory?
It's got
your
H&Rs.
car's got actual lowering springs and stuff.
It's got H&R on H&R.
Which is pretty cool, because you're saving money there.
I am saving money there.
Oh yeah. You have a whole coilover kit in there. You have room to adjust it,
So-
which is cool because you don't have to spend your money on any of that.
See, he should be able to see the color and be able to say what kind it is. You should be able to do that. You should be able to know what color it is and what manufacturer.
Your car's ride height is literally dialed. If you just keep this size wheel, and change the tire, like put the tires back on,
Yep.
you're good. Which is pretty
So
sick.
a bit more, but in
you
reality,
bought,
it's like there's
it
things.
came with some stuff that you were gonna get anyhow.
Yeah. I just want to go over this again. Budget for the car was 60, and then we get 10 to put into it.
Yeah.
And if we're under the budget for the car, then so right.
So technically you have like 15 grand.
I've got 15, and Jason's got a lot more. 18. He's got 28, and I've got 15. If I'm doing my math correctly.
Man,
It's really cool.
we just gotta do something about this door panel.
I know. I was just asking you, how do we fix that? Like, is that
We'll get
difficult?
it fixed. We'll probably just find another door panel or something.
Okay. Well,
I'm excited.
she's
for you.
beautiful.
How's it feel? Good?
So good. I was just saying I was tired, and now I'm wide awake.
Not your driving position. You probably need to sit up.
No, the steering wheel is also hitting my knees. Like it's literally sitting on my knees, but it's okay. I'm not
Adjust
driving
all
it.
that.
I want to drive it right now, but I'm not driving it right now. I am nervous to drive in LA in this, but you said we were gonna maybe work on it with me driving the minivan.
Well,
It's not really a
what
minivan.
we'll really do is we'll just
The
get this
Carrera
thing sorted
van
out.
GT.
We'll just start driving. We'll drive in like probably just start off when there's not much traffic and just build up to it. Drive
So
more.
nighttime?
It's like anything. Listen,
I know.
young people drive here all the time. Like you just have to understand that. Like
That
you
concerns
gotta be confident about what you're doing.
We'll work on that. We'll work on that. Hey, thanks for creating a platform where I can do this stuff.
Guys, keep an eye on this. Keep an eye on this. This is the first. Well, this is the second. This is the second breakout. First day. Second breakout of the day. Usually you don't want to trust lunchtime breakouts, but this one's different. Why is this one different? And why do you not want to trust these halftime runners? Please, if you do not know the question, I want to see some of you guys give me your guesses in the comment section. Give me your guess on why you do not want to, more like, why you don't want to go after halftime runners. Second, if you don't know the answer, join the, grab a spot. I'm serious. Y'all are playing yourselves. I'm telling you. You're playing yourself. Don't do that. You're worth more than that. Grab a ticket. Grab
With
a
you?
ticket.
My pleasure. That's the first thing I thought about when I started the channel.
Yeah, for sure.
I was just thinking about something. Two of you guys, I'm actually going to be already reaching out. I'm going to be sending two of you guys out there a message. But I don't think you guys are here, but I'm just stating
No, this is really
like a lawyer on the record.
cool. I have interest in running a business and being creative and doing all that sort of stuff. Actually executing said thing, I'm like, just make it happen. Do the thing I asked for.
That's understandable. And you know what? I also have the interest in the business, and that more so than getting the hands dirty part. But it would be cool to know some of that. Would make me a little bit more useful in life. Not having to rely on other people as much.
You know, between you and I,
Yeah?
if I had the budget, right,
Yeah.
and I had to choose between this or this,
Yeah.
it would be really hard.
Yeah.
Like, there's things in this that I like. Clutch, manual gearbox, you
yeah.
kick the clutch, rear wheel drive. But at the same time, like, this, honestly, like this platform, has way more potential to outperform this by like, honestly, by like a landslide.
Yeah.
Like you can take a 911 and make it a freaking street/track weapon because they're just built like the way that they're just so built with a balance that every car they build has got that DNA in it. This is a cool little car.
Yeah.
But honestly, this car with like a track setup tire dialed in the suspension and a few little tweaks, this thing would freaking rip. Like for
You need a little bit-
400 horsepower, you tune it, you get 400 out of it, NA, it's gonna scream. This is just the 911s handle so good, Porsches.
You need a bit more of a budget though, right? To make it do that.
Oh yeah, I'm talking
Yeah.
like if you took one of these.
But
I'm
even
talking
if
like
it
a
had
crazy
like,
track car, like
yeah,
if I took this and stripped it,
yeah,
and put a race bucket seat in it, and the cage in it, right?
yeah,
And tuned it, made it 400 horsepower, and put it on like slicks, and took it to the track. This car would kill the equivalent to trying to do that to this car.
right. Even on the same budget,
it's
like you just can't.
It's just the simple stuff. It's just the balance of like an engine being back here versus an engine being in the front of the car.
Right.
So, but Jason's car is really clean. It's cool looking.
Jason's car is very
You can't really
clean.
beat it for 45 grand.
No.
To be honest.
No, you really can't.
Hell, 42.5. Like, it's an
All right,
Aston
here we
Martin.
go.
It looks.
Here we go. It's on. It's on. Let's go, guys. See what type of volume we have here. It's already halted. You came out of the halt, it lasted 2 seconds. Out of the halt, it lasted 2 seconds. Kind of like me. Halt, 2 seconds, done. Back to sleep. Just done. No, I'm just playing. I'm just playing. Let's see here. Let's see.
Stock, it looks more exotic than this.
Practice makes perfect.
Yes, that is true.
But 911s have really nice lines. I've always liked Porsches.
I really love the silhouette of this car.
Yeah.
I love it.
By the way,
Yeah.
the Lamborghini Revuelto
Yes.
is one of my favorite cars. Like
I have
that.
to agree with him. I have to agree with him, and I'm going to say this, guys. I don't know how this is doing what it's doing. Because I'm going to tell you guys right now, this CEO needs to be ousted soon. Maybe that's why it's got a beautiful double top. But look at this. Could it be this is why the stock is performing well? Because he took the easy way out. Let's save money. Let's not do a lot of, the body lines, the beautiful, the things that are and were Ferrari. That is not the case right now. And I'm not just talking electric. All right, it's much more than that. Much more than that. Lamborghini right now is dusting this company by a landslide. It's, in my opinion, it is not even close. They're still offering a V12. A V12 that hits and sings completely different than the F12, or if you want to call it the A12, F12, A12 Superfast. The new supercar. I know they have a truck that everybody's going crazy over. I just think, as a person who, look at the things that came out before, you don't have an F40. You don't have an F50. You don't have an Enzo. The last thing that was to be made by Ferrari was probably what the hell is it called? Was the last machine. It's not a Super Allegro, is it? The SF90. The SF90 is so plain. Look at this F40 and Enzo. F40 and this Enzo, they were pushing the limits of technology. So I'm trying. Let's see, where is it at? Oh my god, I fucking love the F12. The La Ferrari. I think that's what it was. The La Ferrari, I think. Don't quote me on that. You had the 599s. They were just so, I don't know. I just think that... I don't know. I just think they are.
Advantage plans ensure that your covered medical costs will never go above a maximum out of
Right here, this is the car I was talking about. But it's just not the same. It's just my opinion. Again, it's just my opinion. I think Lamborghini is winning this. And the Revolto is that. I think they skimped out on the new, what is it, the STO or the GTO or something like that.
We drove all the way down here. We got into some LA traffic, and I finally started putting things into Corsa and performance mode and zipping around some of the traffic a little bit. It honestly is a weapon of a freaking platform. It is so quick, so nimble, so planted, so comfortable, but still the emotion and the soul that you get out of that exhaust note, even stock.
Yeah.
It just sounds gnarly, like it sounds muscular. It's badass.
It really does. You should have heard this guy. He was excited about it. I really like being in cars and drive. I'm not super great at driving, obviously not his level, but being with him when he's driving, that is the best. But look at how I am stoked. Yeah, this is gonna be a close competition, I think.
Those are the levels, by the way.
gonna look
CLU
good.
is the ticker.
I'm excited to see what
We have a-
Jason does with this.
We only have a couple more minutes here. 2:45.
He's been working on that platform for years, so
Yeah.
he has, so to speak, a leg up on you in that regard.
Well, people might disagree with you there.
No, he's been obsessed with that car.
Oh, he's got a leg up with, yes, with like the knowledge and and all of that. For
And
sure.
knowing what he wants, like he knows to a T what he wants.
Yeah.
Like there's no like, what brands or what, like he knows the aftermarket automotive industry.
Yeah.
So he made a bunch of phone calls within like the first week and had half that car spec'd out already. He knows everything. He knows what headers, exhaust, he knows exactly who to call.
Yeah, he's got it down. I know what I want, I just don't know the brands. I can't believe how quickly, I still can't get over how fast.
I know.
That was
Considering how
done.
custom all the bodywork is.
Yeah.
And it's wrapped for now because I really wanted to just get it out on the street, obviously, and drive it. But I'm playing with the idea of painting it. So I've thought about painting it obviously white, and I would just paint it like basically the, flat white Lamborghini Murcielago SV white.
But then if you ever want to wrap it again, white isn't good for a base color, is it?
It's not, but I mean, PFS is pretty damn good at wrapping.
They sure are.
I mean, this car is white right now, and it's metallic gray underneath, and primer, and carbon. You'd never even know.
True that.
And because race car, it's always going to look a bit rough around the edges, which I like. It's not perfect. The race cars aren't perfect, and at DD we drive our cars. So, but it needs a custom coilover setup so that it really rides a lot better, and I can dial things in, and then.
I'm going to get rid of that because it's not doing us any good. We got 15 minutes till this Fed meeting here. All right, I have everything up, ready to rock. It's going to, we'll reload it as soon as everything comes out. We have 15 minutes. TLT. TL to the T. I'm watching 92 to 93. Watching that 200, or not the 200, but the 20-day moving average. Okay? I'm going to watch that because I feel like they're going to cut, and I feel like we could get a nice, I feel like we could get a bounce here. But what you guys have to understand is how yields and how the, why am I having a brain fart? Come on. Okay, that's what it is. you need to understand how the what's it, what the hell's that? How the yield curve works. So like TLT, people are wondering like, why did it go up and it come all the way back down? Well, the yield curve, the long end of the yield curve, the 30-year, the farther out, it pulled back, right? So when it pulls back, the price goes higher. Okay? So, but then what happens is even as it's pulling back in the, on the longer term, like on like a 6 to 12 month basis, you still have these intermittence of, putting in a lower high, right? Like if I go to the 30-year right now, all right, which is the bear steepener. We know what this is. But you can see real yields rose, right? We pulled back, but then what are we doing? We're seeing if we can put in this. This is the higher low. This is the higher low, and we look for this to pull back over time. We'll be into 2025, 2026. We'll see what happens by then. These times go by quick. I'm telling you, especially once you're in the markets, months and weeks are going to roll over, and they're going to roll over, and time is going to fly by you so fast. That is the only thing I hate about the market, is that it really chews up time, and you're like, damn. It to me at least. And if it was never like that to you, I'm sorry. But so if you look at this and you flip it around, this is TLT. This is the base that's being put in. This is the top that's being put in. And hopefully this is the another lower high. But I wouldn't be surprised if we get another, if we get another touch up here of like 4.7, 5%, 5.5%. And, like let's say like right now, when we get this pullback to the 50-day moving average, right? If and when this fails, and we start to get this pullback to 4.4, that's when we want to get long TLT. When we know we're getting this pullback. All right, guys, so let me use the restroom real quick. I just wanted to give you guys something to think about right there. I'm not sure what happened there. We need to reconnect, though. Come on. I don't know why my right AirPod always does this. Come on, bro. You can connect. Come on. Oh my God, bro, come on. I was trying to use the restroom before this meeting started, but it looks like I'm going to get caught fooling with AirPods. Dude, are you fucking kidding me? I got to put the other one in?
has come in more solid than expected in many respects. So, you know, maybe we're not going back to a 2.5% Fed funds rate. Maybe it's eventually 3.5. That's going to keep all these rates higher.
All right, I guess we're good.
The other part is has come in going back to a 2.5% Fed funds rate. Maybe it's eventually 3.5. That's going to keep all these rates higher.
Exactly. I mean, it's a sort of a grisly joke to make, but if they wanted these rates that we're showing to come down, maybe they should be hiking the overnight rate. In other words, if people were worried that would slow the economy and certainly put downward pressure on inflation, yes, it would invert the curve, you know, again and whatnot. But I mean, for instance, if they hiked by a full point, you'd probably see the 10-year fall. You'd probably see some of those rates.
Look at this retest here, guys. Back at 595. It's a beautiful retest right there for you breaking retesters. Oh my God.
Economic data. Borrowers. I mean, it's one of these all news is local kind of things.
Sure.
If you have credit card debt, it's been a tough environment. If you're a first-time home buyer, it's a tough environment.
On that exact point, one of the policies Trump had floated was, I believe, capping credit card rates at 10%. And
no, 15. It was like 15 or 18. It wasn't 10. I think Obama and them did it at 20. That's a lie. It wasn't that low.
Cortez.
You can't make it that low.
That's not something a president can do unilaterally. I don't really see any movement on that. There would actually be major unintended consequences.
Right.
Such as?
Access to credit, other fees could go up. It just wouldn't be profitable for banks if that's all that they could lend at.
But we have buy now, pay later, Ted. We don't need the credit cards anymore. I'm sure that's what that industry would say.
It is creeping in a little bit. It's still, though, somewhere between 1% and 3% of the overall credit card market. So it's growing rapidly, but it's still a small slice. Credit cards are still huge business. I mean, there's over $1.1 trillion of outstanding credit card loans.
It's a big number. Ted, real pleasure to check in with you before this decision.
All right,
Thanks
guys,
for your
I'm
time.
good to
Thank you.
Ted Rossman at Bankrate.
I'm going to use the restroom real quick. Guys, Fed meeting. We have this Fed meeting in 5
Gearing
minutes.
up for
and then
that.
We'll get
out of this break.
Dude, what the? I'll be right back, guys. Oh my goodness. All right, it's go time. I pretty much have my list together, guys, already. So we go to let's go here. Let's go to like let's see here. What do we have? All right, so here's Tesla. Let's go look at Google. I gotta charge my phone. I can't charge my AirPods. And I will get, at 2:30 will be the press conference, which we'll get through Bloomberg, because Bloomberg is usually the best for, you know, having that news conference, like, right up to date. So... All right. So again, when this comes out, I would wait and be patient. Wait and be patient. Okay? Because, sure, you may get your move, but it may end up just reversing and just sitting at VWAP. Sitting at or above VWAP. You have a little bit of a zone right here at 593.70. I'm sorry, 393.50. Okay, 393.50. Well, that is the S&P 500. Here we go. 30 seconds, you guys. What we need to know is the balance sheet and things of that nature. Here we go. 15 seconds now. 15 seconds. 10 seconds. Can we get it early? There we go. It's
Fed funds rate to 4.5% from 4.75 to 4.5 to 4.75.
It's not out here. I keep getting.
Discount rate 0.25 points, 25 basis points, 1.75%. Fed says labor market conditions have generally eased.
Okay, here it is.
Remains low.
So recent indicators. Recent indicators suggest that economic activity has continued to expand at a solid pace. So I'm going to read this off to you. The committee seeks to... Okay, hold on. Since earlier in the year, labor market conditions have generally eased and unemployment rate has moved up, but remains low. Inflation has made progress towards the committee's 2% objective, but remains somewhat elevated. The committee seeks to achieve maximum employment and inflation at the rate of 2% over the long run. The committee judges that the risk to achieving its employment and inflation goals are roughly balanced. The economic outlook is uncertain, and the committee is attentive to the risk on both sides of the dual mandate. So what that is they take their... Right, they take labor market and inflation. Which one is hurting us the most? That's what we're going to fight. We're okay. This is good over here, but this is worse. We need to give this attention. And when we give this attention, that side's going to go up as well. So you want to keep it balanced. In support of its goals, the committee decided to lower the target range of federal funds rate 1/4 of a percent point to 1.5 to 4 3/4. In considering additional adjustments to the target range for the federal funds rate, the committee will carefully assess incoming data and evolving outlook and the balance of risk. The balance of risk. So when we see Powell, we want to focus on balance of risk. They may not even ask these questions because they probably forgot that this is the last meeting. He was heavily talking about that we can't afford to let this get out of hand and continue to get out of hand. And we're okay letting the labor market suffer a little bit, you know, to get this side better, which is the inflation side. And considering, let's see here, what do we have? The committee will continue reducing its holdings of the, here we go, right here. This is what I was telling you guys, their holdings. The committee will continue reducing its holdings of the Treasury securities and agency debt and agency mortgage-backed securities. The committee is strongly committed to supporting maximum employment and returning inflation to its 2% objective. So, in assessing the appropriate stance of monetary policy, the committee will continue to monitor the implications of incoming information and economic outlook, prepared to adjust stance of monetary policies as risks emerge that could impede attainment of the committee's goals. So voting. So here your Fed, you know, at the bottom are the ones that voted. So implementation note on November 7th, 2024. So what I want to see here, okay, so here we go. The Federal Reserve has made the following decisions to implement the monetary policy stance announced the Federal Open Market Committee in its statement on November, blah, blah, blah. The Board of Governors voted unanimously to lower the interest rate, we know that, to 4.65, effective November 8th. As part of its policy decision, they voted to direct the open market desk at the Federal Reserve Bank of New York until instructed otherwise. The Federal Open Market Committee voted to direct the open market desk at the Federal Reserve Bank of New York until instructed otherwise to execute transactions in the system open market account in accordance with the following domestic policy derivative. So they have people selling, you know, their assets. Effective November 8th, 2024. So this is tomorrow. This is effective tomorrow. Undertake open market operations as necessary to maintain the federal funds rate in a target range of 4 to 4.5 to 4 to 3/4. Conduct standing overnight repurchase agreement repo operations with a minimum bid rate of 4.75% with an aggregate operation limit of $500 billion. Conduct standing overnight reverse repo agreement operations at an offering of 5.55 with a per counterparty limit of 160 billion per day. That's, I think, each country. Rollover at auction the amount of principal payments from the Federal Reserve holdings of its Treasury securities maturing in each calendar month that exceeds a cap of 25 billion per month. Redeem Treasury coupon securities up to this monthly cap and Treasury bills to the extent that coupon principal payments are less than the monthly cap. Reinvest the amount of principal payments from the Federal Reserve's holdings of agency debt and agency mortgage-backed securities, MBS, received in each calendar month that exceeds a cap of 35 billion per month to Treasury securities that roughly match the maturity composition of Treasury securities outstanding. Allow modest deviations from stated amounts for reinvestments, if needed for operational reasons. So if they feel as though they need to step in and do a little bit of QE, quote unquote, that's kind of what that is. That's what he's talking about there. But let me see here. Boom. So, but that's not really anything. But engage in a dollar roll and coupon swap transactions as necessary to facilitate settlement of the Federal Reserve's agency MBS transactions. In a related action, and this is what CNBC is telling you, how much are they letting roll off? What are they doing? But what's the amount? That's what we wanted to know. The important stuff. Sorry, that's why. Okay. In a related action, the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System voted unanimously to approve a 0.25 percentage point decrease in the primary credit rate to 4.75% effective November 8th. In taking this action, the board approved the request to establish that the rate submitted of the boards of directors of the Federal Reserve Bank of Boston, New York, Philadelphia, Cleveland, Richmond, Atlanta, Chicago, Minneapolis, Dallas, and San Francisco. This information will be updated appropriately, blah, blah, blah. For more information regarding the open market operations and reinvestments may be found on the Federal Reserve Bank of New York's website. Let's go. Oh, damn. Implementation, Treasury securities, agency-backed securities. I'm going to scroll through this stuff tonight. I'm going to scroll through that stuff tonight. All right, let's see. So we got it. So we can look back. All right, if we go back to the last meeting, all right, we know that this, you know, I'm sure they're decreasing it. But what was it, 160 billion, I think it was? What I'm trying to do here is, okay, here it is. So domestically for here, okay, overnight repo, minimum bid rate of 4.75 with an operation limit of 500 billion. That's 500 billion for the U.S. Overseas, conduct standing overnight reverse repurchase agreement operations at an offering of 4.55% with a per counterparty limit of 160 billion per day. Wait.
Although, David, the entire agenda seems to be one where they're trying to grow our way out of these myriad problems.
Hold on.
Well, yes, but I mean, there are a lot
Conduct standing overnight repurchase agreements.
Once there's no campaign, there's a real pressure on President Trump. How does President Trump
I don't know why I thought.
decide to move things forward in terms of policy? Because I don't think
Hold on 1 second here.
Well, the pressure could come from the bond market, though, and that's why it's interesting to watch those levels taking a breather today.
Go ahead, Steve.
Okay, overnight repurchase agreement, and this is reverse repo. Okay. This is the reverse repo. I'm sorry, I do apologize. I do apologize, guys. That is my wrongdoing. I don't know why I do not know why I thought I saw something in there that I didn't see. All right. All good. All good. That is a reverse repo and then the repo. The repurchase agreement. Okay. We're good. I don't know why I thought it was something different. I don't know why I thought that I just thought it was something else. All right, so obviously we're going to wait until 2:30. That's when things matter. I'm going to grab a Pop-Tart real quick. I'm going to grab a snack real quick. And then the Qs have not really moved. The SPY hasn't really moved either. We're still just hanging out. All right, we got a low level there that we're watching. The Qs are back at highs.
How would you ask him, does he think the increase in rates is due to higher inflation expectations, higher deficit expectations, or higher growth expectations? He won't want to answer.
If you guys have any questions, you guys can feel free to post them in the chat below. Thank you guys for being here. I'm going to go through some trade ideas here. We have a half hour, so if you guys have any ideas on things that you guys want to trade, let's go take a look at yields really quickly. All right, let's go through Twitter. We can get rid of this. Not sure what happened there. Oh, Turkey, I thought you were out, boo-boo. What are you doing? I thought you was... What are you doing, boo-boo? Sorry, I know I keep getting up, guys, but I may have to get up again. She may want to go in the window. I didn't know she was in here. I thought she left. Okay, so let's go here. FOMC. We only have a few minutes already. 2:12. No, I love how they. Damn. Hold on.
Let's go to Chicago for some reaction in the bond market, which is similar, kind of taking it in stride right now, Rick.
Yeah, taking it in stride. There's some interesting subtle moves below the hood that we should pay attention to. If you look at
Just gonna let these people know. Oh, sweetie. Boo boo.
Maybe what's most important though is that if you look at auction yields, the auction yield for the 3-year, for example, was 4.152. For the 10-year, it was 4.347. They're both underwater. The only one that isn't on
You know what? I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna leave it. I'm not gonna post anything because I don't have time to do this. If people want to know about it, they're gonna have to. You guys will have to tell them to whatchamacallit, to come join. Wait, what the hell's going on here?
Hi, I'm your Republican congressman. The feel when you're totally not pressed. The feel when we control your bodies. Hey, bitch, we control your bodies. Guess what? Guys win again, okay? Men win again. And yes, we control your bodies. Hi, I'm your Republican congressman. Hi, I'm your Republican congressman. It's your body, my choice. And men, women again. Men win again. There will never, ever.
Alright, sorry guys, I just had to comment here. Oh, this was 14 hours ago. Anyway, so I don't know what that had to do with it. FOMC, Twitter, nothing on I just wanted to look here on for FOMC real quick. Just I don't want to go down a rabbit hole, which is kind of hard not to do. Let's see here. Change the previous meeting from where they were. Whereas a dissent, do you believe the removal of gaining confidence on inflation indicate potential more hawkish path? Rate cuts ahead. Oh, there is. I don't know what I can and can't capitalize because of the hotkeys that I have set up. I don't think I still have it up. Shit. I'm sorry, guys. I do apologize. Damn it.
That triple issue of rising long-term rates. Is it the deficit? Is it inflation? Is it real growth? How do you think the Fed's thinking about this backup, a significant backup in yields since they cut rates last time around?
Well, first, thanks for having me on. Look, I think it's a combination of
I can't.
increased deficits, perhaps growth staying strong, but also the
Alright, I can actually. Hold on.
you have the Fed cutting rates as the fiscal policy is becoming more stimulative. And so I think the market is suggesting that the borrowing costs that the U.S. government is going to face are more likely to go up as opposed to going down as we go into a bout of what looks like pretty serious deficit spending.
So what is the Fed's role when that is the case? You know, no one's saying that, you know, that they need to react to fiscal policy, but in some ways they can't ignore it either.
Well, no, they can't ignore it. So what they'll do is obviously run it through their models and think about it, and they want to see if there's an inflationary impetus that comes from that. And all that depends very much on whether or not, you know, productivity increases and the economy grows. Uncertain for sure. And so let's wait and see. But I think they will be a little more attuned to
DUO Fang DD announcing pricing of their $5 million registered direct offering
and an increase
at 70
not yet decided.
cents per share. That's
They'll wait and see.
Delta Uniform Oster.
We've been pointing to the idea that there might be fiscally stimulative things like tax cuts and spending programs that are in the pipeline here. The effects of those would not show up for quite some time. So I guess then my question would be, how soon would you expect the Fed to react
Shares of Fang DD
to that?
falling
Will they
now
wait and
on
see
that.
it until they can see the effects, or will they move preemptively?
Well, that's a very interesting question. They certainly have to wait and see what the actual policy is. It takes some time, you know, to propose tax cuts to get them through Congress. So this is not an immediate thing. And so I think it's first, what is the policy?
Fang DD now at $1.36, continuing to pull back here of about 19%.
Out there. And so I'm not
That's
in any
Delta
sense suggesting
Uniform
that,
Oster.
you know, the next move is going to be up. I think they'll wait to see what the policy is, assess it in an analytical sense, and then be prepared to move if it looks as though inflationary pressures are going to pick up.
Yeah, or it could.
And so we shouldn't be on our.
Go ahead, finish. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, please.
I know, I was gonna say, I guess.
No, we shouldn't be.
No, please, finish. I'm sorry.
We shouldn't be.
I haven't looked at Lyft yet, guys.
Changing policy from either the administration
That's weird, isn't it?
or the Fed.
I think it's weird.
Something's going to play out over quarters, if not years. And so we should just be very mindful of the time frame here. That's not the next few meetings.
Yeah, that was kind of what I was driving at, was the idea that this is gonna
Oh no, I didn't type in FOMC. Shit. Oh my gosh, I'm such an idiot.
Yes, it is. I think they're on the path. Inflation seems to be coming down.
I'm such an idiot.
They focused on the labor markets, which
That was the whole point. We might be able to bring some new traders in here. Oh man. Does it again. Sometimes this computer stuff kind of gets to me sometimes. I'm not that great at it. I'm not that good at it. Anyway.
I think this is going to be a press conference that is going to try and make as little news as possible.
Don't let nobody tell you you can't do anything. You can do whatever the hell you put your mind to. Alright. Alright, so. Let's go here, here. We got to bring up. I'll worry about that in a few minutes. I know we don't have much time. But. Let's go look at TLT. I wish I could listen to music. That's what I like trading by myself. I can lock in and zone in and not worry about being live. Because I'm trying to get to the point where we can have awesome discussions. I could have sponsors, be able to, like I said, trying to work on this camera. I worked on it a little bit yesterday. I just don't know why it freezes. I feel like it's my computer. It just can't handle everything. But I'd like to be able to pick up some sponsors so we could just do lessons here all day for people that don't know what they're doing or how to do it. You know, be able to get the latest news, things of that nature. So we got to turn this ship around. We need a trade. We need a trade here. All right, TLT. This is a nice little pullback. Let me go here. Yeah. All right, so here's a daily chart. And the first thing we need to do is we actually need to look at currencies, believe it or not. Because if the dollar's not moving, then currencies aren't going to move. Or if currencies aren't moving, yields aren't going to move. Alright, so there we go. That's cool. I can dig that. I can dig that. Man, that's a crazy break, retest, boom. Listen, guys, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but if we pull back and hold $1.04, she's got room to go higher. A lot higher. A lot higher. You know, honestly, I'm going to put this here, and I want to see if this is it for a while. I want to see if the dollar is happy running back to this level here. We need to change this shit to blue. So we'll see here. If you do not get above 104.6, 104.6, but if it does, even if it pulls back further, we could still get a day where you put in this lower high. People get worried. Oh, the dollar's rallying again. Watch out, watch out. And it's just, just running a test back to this zone. So we kind of, everything is as expected. Everything is still as expected. I mean, I don't know. But we could find it out by looking at CME at the Fed Fund Futures.
Welcome back, Powell Lunch, everybody. Just minutes away now from Fed Chair Powell's press conference at 1/2 hour. For a little more analysis, let's bring in Mike Santoli for some perspective. Mike, what do you make here? I mean, Kelly and I were just joking a little bit. We've gone from maybe the most consequential presidential election to the most inconsequential Fed meeting we've seen in years. For sure, Tyler. In fact, I'm sure that's the way Chair Powell probably likes it. Kind of a low drama decision, the statement barely tweaked, and really it reflects spot for now. There's going to be a moment when maybe the stakes go up a little bit from here, but they're following, the path that they've mapped out before in terms of normalizing rates. I get a lot of the back and forth about what to make of the yield move on the long end of the curve, and do you think that it means a policy mistake? Do you think that it means there's a deficit, tantrum going on? I don't really see there being that much to explain. July 31st, we were right at this level at 4.25 on the 10-year. We had a massive growth scare that collapsed yields. The growth scare went away. We got a rate cut that's in part supposed
Coming
to
up, Fed Chair Powell in just about a minute.
funds as well as the yield curve. That seems to be what's going on. Maybe if we fly from here in yield, that's going to tell us a different story besides just, hey, we're still in an economically resilient time.
I want to see if this starts breaking out to the upside. Look at this daily chart. You have to kind of look at it with it slid down a little bit, and you really start to see what's going on there. Let's go ahead and get Powell. Let's pull old Powell up here. Not sure what that was all about.
Maybe we're closer to neutral than we thought we were. I doubt that's going to be the case. He loves to be very agnostic vocally about,
agnostic.
Just knowing that we're not there yet. So I'm not sure that there's going to be.
So we'll wait. A minute left. All right. MU, still MU showing up. I don't know why nothing else is showing up. What about DraftKings? I'm guessing nothing's moving. I mean, I'm just trying to sit here trying to find some trades. Hard to do when the market is just doing up and down, not doing too much. DraftKings still $39. Oh boy, we've been looking at this one. We really like this one down here at 36.
It has earnings. All right, guys, so I'm going to try to find which one is best.
Are you ready for this? I actually am so excited.
Is this a certified?
Absolutely not. Touch is going to be pretty wild.
I think it's going to be one of those news conferences, and Mr. Clarendon knows this well.
Well, he's here, guys, and it's not even on any of these. Fuck. Come on, man. I'm going to turn this up for you and be quiet. I'll let you guys know what I do. 1.9 thousand. Reuters, baby, Reuters. Always on par with it.
Good afternoon. My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people. The economy is strong overall and has made significant progress toward our goals over the past 2 years. The labor market has cooled from its formerly overheated state and remains solid. Inflation has eased substantially from a peak of 7% to 2.1% as of September.
I gotta find the quickest one, guys.
Fed took another step in reducing policy restraint
To our 2% goal. Today, the FOMC decided to take another step in reducing the degree of policy restraint by lowering our policy interest rate by a quarter percentage point.
Everything is the same, guys. Don't get crazy. Just give me 1 second. I'm trying to do us a favor here.
Activity has continued to expand at a solid pace. GDP rose at an annual rate of 2.8% in the third quarter. And the recent indicators suggest that economic activity has continued to expand at a solid pace. GDP rose at an annual rate about the same pace as in the second quarter.
Labor market is solid.
Come on.
About the same pace as economy over the past year. Conditions remain solid. Payroll job gains have slowed from earlier in the year, averaging 104,000 per month over the past 3 months. This figure would have been somewhat higher were it not for the effects of labor strikes and hurricanes on employment in October. Regarding the hurricanes, let me extend our sympathies to all the families, businesses, and communities who have been harmed by these devastating storms. The unemployment rate is notably higher than it was a year ago, but it has edged down over the past 3 months and remains low at 4.1% in October. Nominal wage growth has eased over the past year, and the jobs-to-workers gap has narrowed.
This is
overall, a
up
broad
to
set of
date.
indicators suggest that conditions in the labor market are now less tight than just before the pandemic in 2019. The labor market is not a source of significant inflationary pressures. Inflation has eased significantly over the past 2 years. Total PCE prices rose 2.1% over the 12 months ending in September, excluding the volatile food and energy categories. Core PCE prices rose 2.7%. Overall, inflation has moved much closer to our 2% longer-run goal, but core inflation remains somewhat elevated. Longer-term inflation expectations appear to remain well anchored, as reflected in a broad range of surveys of households, businesses, and forecasters, as well as measures from financial markets. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people.
This meeting means
We see
shit.
the risks
You
to
already
achieving
know,
our employment
right?
and inflation goals as being roughly in balance, and we're attentive to the risks to both sides of our mandate. At today's meeting, the committee decided to lower the target range for the federal funds rate by a 1/4 percentage point to 4.5% to 4.75%. This further recalibration of our policy stance will help maintain the strength of the economy and the labor market, and will continue to enable further progress on inflation as we move toward a more neutral stance over time. We know that reducing policy restraint too quickly could hinder progress on inflation. At the same time, reducing policy restraint too slowly could unduly weaken economic activity and employment. In considering additional adjustments to the target range for the federal funds rate, the committee will carefully assess incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. We are not on any preset course. We will continue to make our decisions meeting by meeting. As the economy evolves, monetary policy will adjust in order to best promote our maximum employment and price stability goals. If the economy remains strong and inflation is not sustainably moving toward 2%, we can dial back policy restraint more slowly. If the labor market were to weaken unexpectedly, or inflation were to fall more quickly than anticipated, we can move more quickly. Policy is well positioned to deal with the risks and uncertainties that we face in pursuing both. The Fed has been assigned 2 goals for monetary policy.
This is why I hate this side of the damn AirPod. I don't know what's wrong with my right AirPod, bro. And I almost took the stream off because my freaking thing fell and it almost hit the power cord button.
Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans. We understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I look forward to our discussion.
Thank you. Given the expectation that the election outcome will produce policies that would meaningfully impact the U.S. economy next year, how is the committee taking these proposals into account for upcoming decisions, including potentially the next one in December? And can you give us any more sense of how proactive or reactive the Fed is prepared to be to changes in economic policies with the next administration?
What type of question is that?
Let me say that
this is why these people need to give jobs to common sense people. What the fuck kind of question is that? It's not going to play no role.
And anyone who writes down forecasts in their job will tell you that the economy is quite difficult to forecast looking out past the very near term. Here, we don't know what the timing and substance of any policy changes will be. We therefore don't know what the effects on the economy would be, specifically whether and to what extent those policies would matter for the achievement of our goal variables, maximum employment and price stability. We don't guess, we don't speculate, and we don't assume. Now, just in principle, it's possible that any administration's policies or policies put in place by Congress could have economic effects that over time that would matter for our pursuit of our dual mandate goals. So we, along with countless other factors, forecasts of those economic effects would be included in our models of the economy and would be taken into account through that channel.
Nick.
Chair Powell, Nick Timrose from the Wall Street Journal. Roughly 1 year ago, when the 10-year Treasury was flirting with 5% and 30-year mortgage
Nick's
rates were
hair's
near
growing.
8%, you noted
It's
how
kinda
higher
like
borrowing
mine.
costs, if they were sustained, could weigh
Where do you
on
guys see
economic
mine? You guys
activity.
haven't seen my hair.
Given that you've said you
My hair's
believe
never
policy
been
is
this long.
restrictive and the Fed is now dialing back that restriction, are the growth risks presented by higher U.S. Treasury yields today any different from those you identified 1 year ago when inflation was still meaningfully above your target?
So I would just say this: we've watched the run up in bond rates, and it's nowhere near where it was, of course, a year ago. I guess the long run rates are well below that level. So we're watching that. Things have been moving around, and we'll see where they settle. I think it's too early to really say where they settle. Ultimately, I'm sure we've all read these decompositions of what, and I certainly have, but it's not really our job to provide our specific decomposition. I will say, though, that it appears that the moves are not principally about higher inflation expectations. They're really about a sense of more likelihood of stronger growth and perhaps less in the way of downside risks. So that's what they're about. We do take financial conditions into account if they're persistent. And if they're material, then we'll certainly take them into account in our policy. But I would say we're not at that stage right now. It's just something that we're watching. And again, these things don't really have mainly to do with Fed policy, but to do with other factors in the economy.
If I could follow up, is the September SEP, are those rate projections still valid? Do they still seem relevant
Right here,
given where we
guys.
are now?
This is why he's bringing it up, because
It's
we've been raising rates and we're
through the
still
cycle between
negative.
The last set and the next set.
Financial conditions are
I
still
wouldn't want to
easing
comment one way or the other.
and have
People
been eased.
Let's talk about the data we've gotten since the last meeting. So, in the main, the economic activity data have been stronger than expected. The NIPA revision was stronger. Certainly, the September employment report was stronger. The October report not stronger. Retail sales stronger. So overall, though, I think you take away a sense of some of the downside risks to economic activity having been diminished with the NIPA revisions in particular, and so overall feeling good about economic activity. So I think we would factor that in. At the same time, we got one inflation report, which it wasn't terrible, but it was a little higher than expected. So I think really the question is December, and by December we'll have more data. I guess one more employment report, two more inflation reports, and lots of other data, and we'll make a decision as we get to December.
I don't know what he said.
Gina Smilik from the New York Times. Thanks
We
for taking
know
our
who
questions,
you are,
Chair Powell.
Gina
When it
with
comes
a
to
J.
December, what will you be looking at specifically as you try to make that decision? And then, as of the Fed's economic projections in September, you had written down 4 quarter-point interest rate cuts in 2025. Do you still think that those are likely? Is that sort of the baseline outlook at this point, or has that shifted? And if it shifted at all, can you give a little bit of detail as to why?
I can't. We don't fill out an SEP, and I can't characterize one that wasn't filled
Summary
out
of
today. So I
economic
can't really speak
projections.
for kind of exactly where the committee is. I will just say for December we're going to be again at every meeting we're going to be looking at the incoming data and how that affects the outlook. As you know, we're in the process of recalibrating from a fairly restrictive level at 5.33%. After today's move, we're down 75 basis points. And we're asking ourselves, is that where we need to be? That we're trying to steer between the risk of moving too quickly and perhaps undermining our progress on inflation, or moving too slowly and allowing the labor market to weaken too much. We're trying to be on a middle path. where we can maintain the strength in the labor market while also enabling further progress on inflation. We think that's where we are, but that's the question we're going to be asking in September and in other meetings. And again, I can't really update you on the committee's thinking because we don't fill out an SEP at this meeting.
Yeah, totally appreciate that. I guess when it comes to your own thinking, do you think that a full percentage point of rate cuts in 2025 is a reasonable outlook?
Again, I'm going to wait. We're going to wait and see how things come in December. I mean, it's just.
I'm sorry that I get upset. I have to say this. He just said we do not guess, we do not assume, and all that stuff. Why does she ask these questions? Do these people not listen? I'm sorry that it frustrates me, but these people have good jobs. These are the people that are writing papers for the Wall Street Journal. But they apparently don't listen.
I would say that, again, we didn't update the SEP, so I'm not going to characterize, where the committee would be.
Howard.
Thanks, Howard Schneider with Reuters. I wondered if you could please elaborate, explain a little bit the two changes in the language of the statement here. In the first paragraph, when you say inflation has made progress, dropping the word.
Damn. Who is she? Oh, no,
no, progress. And in the second paragraph, dropping the sentence that the committee had gained greater confidence that inflation was progressing towards its 2% goal. Is there any policy substance behind either of those changes in language? Is it meant in the door to a December pause? Is it meant to communicate anything about the stickiness of core inflation in the last 3 months?
Thinking. So the test of gaining further confidence was our test for the first rate cut, right? And so we met that test in September, and therefore we take that test out. If you leave it in, then it's new forward guidance. It's brand new forward guidance. What do you mean by it? Are you requiring yet further? We have to say yes or no at every meeting whether we've made further progress. The point is we have gained confidence that we're on a sustainable path down to 2%.
Watch TLT.
So that I would tell you is what that's really all about. It's not meant to send a signal. Neither of those is meant to send a further signal. And saying further progress, it becomes a test. We don't want to be. We don't think it's a good time to be doing a lot of forward guidance. There's a fair amount of uncertainty in what I've said. The path that we're on, we do know where the destination is, but we don't know the right pace, and we don't know exactly where the destination is. So
we'll find out as we go. Exactly.
The point is to find the right pace and the right destination as we go. And I think there's a fair amount of uncertainty about that. And you don't want to tie yourself up with guidance. You want to be able to make sensible decisions as you go.
Right.
Steve Leisman, CNBC. Mr. Chairman, you talked about higher rates, perhaps from an expectation of higher growth. You didn't talk about it in terms of expectations of higher deficits. Is that something you think might be behind the recent rise in interest rates, and are rising deficits a concern to you?
So we don't comment on fiscal policy, and again, I don't have a lot more to say on what's driving bond yields. In terms of policy changes, though, let me give you a sense of how this works in the ordinary case. Let's say Congress is considering a rewrite of the tax laws. Doesn't matter what's in the content. So we would follow that. At a certain point, we'd think we see the outline, so we'd start to model it. And then we'd wait, and then at a certain point, the staff would brief the FOMC and say, these are the likely effects. There's lots and lots of literature on the effects of tax policy changes on various parts of the economy. So we'd try to get smart on that, and then the law actually passes, and you'd start to you'd probably run an alternative simulation before that happens, just to keep people trying to understand it. Then when it actually passes, it goes into the model, along with a million other things. So, we have a very large economy. Many things are affecting it at any given time. And, a law change of some kind would go in there, but it would, it's a process that takes some time. Clearly, the legislative process takes a lot of time. And of course, the real question is not the effect of that law. It's all of the policy changes that are happening. What's the net effect? And, the overall effect on the economy at any given time. So I think that's a process that takes a lot of time, and that we go through all the time with every administration, constantly, and this will be no different. But right now there's nothing to model right now. It's such an early stage. We don't know what the policies are, and once we know what they are, we won't have a sense of when they'll be implemented or all those sorts of things. So I think I would just say we're not doing that now, and all that will take time, and it will be very much regular order when we do that.
If I could just follow up on Nick's question. Are the current rates something you feel like you need to lean against in that they go against the direction of policy by adding restrictions to the economy, or do you just take them as a given and perhaps a signal that you should do less?
Look, I just think the first question is how long will they be sustained? If you remember the 5% 10-year, people were drawing massively important conclusions only to find, 3 weeks later, the 10-year was 50 basis points lower. So, it's material changes in financial conditions that last, that are persistent, that really matter. And we don't know that about these. What we've seen so far, we're watching it, we're reading, we're doing the decompositions and reading others, but right now it's not a major factor in how we're thinking about things.
Chris.
Thank you, Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. You mentioned the positive economic data that we've seen since the September meeting, including revisions to things like savings, higher GDP growth. We saw stock market jump yesterday. That's renewed some of the questions about why do many cuts at all in this with this backdrop.
So you're right. As I mentioned, and as you mentioned, the latest economic data have been strong, and that's, of course, a great thing and highly welcome. But, of course, our mandate is maximum employment and price stability, and we think that even with today's cut, policy is still restrictive. We understand it's not possible to say precisely how restrictive, but we feel that it is still restrictive. And if you look at our goal variables, the labor market has cooled a great deal from its overheated state of 2 years ago and is now essentially in balance. It is continuing to cool, albeit at a modest rate. And we don't need further cooling, we don't think, to achieve our inflation mandate. So that's the labor market. Inflation has moved down a great deal from its highs of 2 years ago, and we judged, as I mentioned, that it's on a sustainable path back to 2%. So the job's not done on inflation. But if you look at those two things, we judged in September that it was appropriate to begin to recalibrate our policy stance to reflect this progress, and today's decision is really another step in that process. Overall, as I mentioned, we believe that with an appropriate recalibration of our policy stance, we can maintain strength in the labor market even as our policy stance enables further progress toward our inflation goal.
Great. And just to follow up, what might cause you to pause rate cuts in December? What kind of economic data would lead you to that path? Thank you.
So we haven't made any decision like that at all. But we're in the process, as I mentioned, of moving policy down, our stance down over time to more neutral level. And as a general matter, as we move ahead, we are prepared to adjust our assessments of the appropriate pace and destination as the outlook evolves. So, for example, if we were to see the labor market deteriorating, we'd be prepared to move more quickly. Alternatively, as we approach levels that are plausibly neutral, or close to neutral, it may turn out to be appropriate to slow the pace at which we're dialing back restriction. Again, haven't made any decisions about that, but that's certainly a possibility. If you can think of it as similar to what we do with asset purchase, with asset runoff, with QT. So we reach a point where we slow the pace, much like an airplane reaching the airport slows down, and so we're thinking about it that way. But it's something that we're just beginning to think about.
Edward.
Thanks, Chair Powell. So with the noise in the jobs reports that we've seen, and you look at the Fed's favorite inflation, PCE inflation, overall it's 2.1%, very close to the Fed's target, but core inflation is 2.7%, and it's been that way since July. So why doesn't this data give fuel to a rate pause for this meeting?
Well, so I think if you look at the 3 and 6 month, you're quoting the 12-month. So we look at all of them, right? But if you look at the 3 and 6 month core PCE, you'll see they're around 2.3%. So we look at all of them, And we also look at 12 as well. But what it's telling us is that we really have made significant progress. And we expect there to be bumps. For example, the last 3 months of last year, the core PCE readings were very, very low, probably unsustainably low. So that's why forecasts generally see a couple of upticks toward the end of the year. On the other hand, the January reading certainly looks like an example of residual seasonality, so that we saw last year. So when that falls out of the 12-month calculation in February, we should see a thing down. So it will literally be a bump up and then down. We understand that. Overall, you see the progress on inflation, and you also look at the economy and you say, what is the inflation story now? Where's it coming from? So I point to a couple of things. One is the non-housing services and goods, which together make up 80% of the core PCE index, are back to the levels they were at the last time we had sustained 2% inflation, which happens to be in the early 2000s for a period of 5, 6, 7 years. So they're back to that level. What's not is housing services. So let's talk about housing services. Housing services is higher. What's going on there is, market rents, newly signed leases are experiencing very low inflation. And what's happening is older, leases that are turning over are taking several years to catch up to where market leases are, market rent leases are. So that's just a catch-up problem. It's not really reflecting current inflationary pressures. It's reflecting past inflationary pressures. So that's one thing. The other thing is, I'd say look at the labor market, not a source of inflationary pressures. Where's it coming from? It's not a very tight economy. What is the story about inflation? You see that catch-up inflation also in insurance and several other areas. So you're seeing, we're not declaring victory, obviously, but we feel like the story is very consistent with inflation continuing to come down on a bumpy path over the next couple of years and settling around 2%. That story is intact, and it won't be one or two really good data months or bad data months aren't going to really change the pattern at this point now that we're this far into the process.
So are you quickly trying to get to that neutral rate that you see, or do you foresee that you have some time to get there?
Nothing in the economic data suggests that the committee has any need to be in a hurry to get there. We are seeing strong economic activity. We are seeing ongoing strength in the labor market. We're watching that carefully, but we do see maintaining strength there. And so we think that the right way to find neutral, if you will, is carefully, patiently. Again, that's not meant to have a specific meaning, other than to the extent the economy remains strong, we have the ability to take advantage of that as we try to navigate that middle path between the two risks.
Craig.
Hi, Chair Powell. Craig Torres from Bloomberg. 2 questions today. Did you learn anything about what Americans think about the economy from the election results? First question. Second question. I want to talk about some labor market indicators, and I do so with great respect for your attentiveness to the maximum employment side of the mandate, Chair Powell. So the unemployment rate has been at 4% or higher for 6 months. One of the broadest measures of unemployment is up about 0.5 point from a year ago. Compensation gains are sliding back. The quits rate, a signal of labor market dynamism, has been heading down to that bad neighborhood of the 20 teens. So you have put a marker at Jackson Hole saying any further cooling is unwelcome. It is cooling generally a little bit further. So at what point do we reach what you would describe as a shortfall from maximum employment? Thank you.
Sure. So on your first question, I'm not going to talk about anything that relates directly or indirectly to the election. On the second one, this is the great question, and it's the one we think about all the time. So I'll just say a couple things. There's nothing really surprising here. What we know is that the unemployment rate is low. We also know that it's moved up significantly from a year or so ago. So we've seen a big change upward in unemployment. Sometimes that has meant bad things. So far, it doesn't appear to be. It appears that I wouldn't say that the labor market has fully stabilized, because I do think it's continuing to very gradually cool. but it seems to be in a good place, and our policy, of course, is designed to keep it in that good place, to maintain the strength in the labor market, while also enabling further progress on inflation. You know, you mentioned a bunch of indicators, and you're right. You know, the openings to unemployment rate is back to a normal level. I would characterize it more broadly as normalizing. You mentioned wages. Wages are still running just a bit above where they would need to be consistent with 2% inflation, unless productivity is going to remain at this high level. If we see productivity, you know, more sustainably at these high levels, then that would sustain higher wage gains. So I would say, in fact, you can say it the other way, that wage increases are now consistent with 2% inflation given current productivity readings. But of course, the lore on productivity readings is whenever you see high readings, you should assume they're going to revert pretty quickly to the longer-term trend. That has always been the case for 50 years. But you know, it may be that we're now 5 years. If you look at the NIPA revisions that came out a month ago, we're 5 years into a nice set of productivity readings, which are sustained and very healthy. But overall, it's a good labor market. We could talk about 20 different data series. We'll be looking at all of them, of course. You know, we don't want the labor market to soften much from here. We don't think we need that to happen to get inflation back to 2%.
Victoria.
Hi, Victoria Guido with Politico. Some of the president-elect's advisors have suggested that you should resign. If he asked you to leave, would you go?
No.
Can you follow up on, do you think that legally you're not required to leave?
No.
Mike?
Michael McKee from Bloomberg Radio and Television. You talk a lot about what the data are telling you and how you are dependent on the data, but in terms of forward-looking assessments of the economy, what are you hearing from CEOs or other officials around the country? What did you hear today from the regional bank presidents about what companies and consumers think about where the economy is going from here rather than looking backwards? And does that match up with what your forecasts have been and what you think the appropriate policy path should be?
So it's hard to characterize a really interesting set of discussions we had, and of course you'll see them in the minutes in 3 weeks. But I would say this: I think the comments from our Reserve Bank colleagues and from the CEOs that they talk to are pretty constructive on the economy right now. Pretty constructive, feeling that the labor market is back to normal, to the point where it's no longer that much a discussion topic in their world, whereas 2 years ago it was all they were talking about. So they feel like the labor market's in balance. People feel good about where the economy is. Demand is obviously pretty strong, and you're seeing 2.8% growth in the third quarter estimated. Maybe the year's 2.5%. This is a strong economy. It's actually remarkable how well the U.S. economy has been performing with strong growth, a strong labor market, inflation coming down. We're really performing better than any of our global peers, and I think that is reflected in what you hear from what I hear people hear from CEOs. I don't get to talk to a lot of CEOs in my job, but I hear what others summarize from those, and of course I hear the Reserve Bank presidents do a lot of that, and it's pretty constructive overall. Now, that's not to say there are areas of caution and things like that, but ultimately, overall, pretty positive.
Well, to follow up the areas of caution, if there were black clouds on the horizon that you identified as something you're watching, what would they be?
I think it's things like clearly geopolitical risks around the world are elevated, and just as clearly they've had relatively little effect on the U.S. economy. Now, that can change through the price of oil or otherwise, but people talk about those as something that's on the horizon all the time. But ultimately, if you look at the U.S. economy, its performance has been very good, and that's what we hear from business people, and expectation that will continue. If anything, people feel next year, I've heard this from several people, that next year could even be stronger than this year.
Andrew.
Hi, it's Andrew Ackerman with the Washington Post. I just wanted to follow up on the discussion earlier on fiscal policy. Your predecessors, Greenspan and Volcker, spoke up loudly when they thought large budget deficits endangered economic or financial stability. Will you do that too? And right now we're in a period of full employment. We have large budget deficits and debt at historic highs that are rising. Is that something you'd speak out against?
So, I have said many times, no more, no less than what the predecessors you mentioned have said. And what that is that the U.S. federal government's fiscal policy is on an unsustainable path. The level of our debt relative to the economy is not unsustainable. The path is unsustainable. And we see that in, you've got a very large deficit you're at full employment, and that's expected to continue. So it's important that we, that to be dealt with. It is ultimately a threat to the economy. Now, I can say that. I don't have oversight. We don't have oversight over fiscal policy. I've said it on many occasions, just said it again.
Okay, thank you. I guess the other question is, to follow up on Victoria's question, do you believe that the president has the power to fire or demote you, and has the Fed determined the legality of a president demoting at will any of the other governors with leadership positions?
Not permitted under the law.
Not what?
Not permitted under the law.
Thank you.
Courtney.
Courtney Brown from Axios. In response to Howard's question, you said it wasn't an ideal time to give forward guidance because of the economic uncertainties. Can you lay out what some of those uncertainties are and whether or not it includes some of the proposals that the president-elect has put out on the campaign trail? Tariffs, for instance?
No, I was not referring to the new administration's policies at all, nor will I today. So what I'm just saying is, as we look ahead, we know, and I mentioned this in my statement, that the risks are two-sided. I guess I should start by saying that we think that the economy and we think our policy are both in a very good place, And but as you look forward, you say, what are the risks? And one risk is that we would move too quickly and find ourselves having moved too quickly, and inflation comes back, and we lost our chance to get inflation back to 2%. So we have to avoid that risk, and to avoid that risk, that means you want to move carefully. The other risk is that we move too slowly, and that we allow the labor market to weaken too much and do unnecessary damage to the labor market and to people's working lives. That says don't get behind the curve. So these two things are the two risks that we have to manage, and so we're in the middle there. We try to be in the middle and deal with manage both of those. Again, the idea is to support the strength we have in the labor market and in the economy, but also with somewhat less restrictive but still restrictive policy, enable further progress toward our 2% inflation goal. This is a thing where meeting by meeting we're going to be making our assessment of what the right path is. It's not as important. The precise timing of these things is not as important as the overall arc of them. And the arc of them is to move from where we are now to a sense of a more neutral policy. We don't know exactly where that is. We only know it by its works. We're pretty sure it's below where we are now. But as we move further, there will be more uncertainty about where that is. And we're going to move carefully as this goes on, so that we can increase the chances that we will get it right.
Simon.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Simon Rabinovich with The Economist. I know you don't want to share your decomposition of bond yields, but if you look at the break-evens, it is clear that longer-term inflation expectations do seem to have risen, up at about 2.5%, for example, on the 5-year. That's up half a point from when you cut in September. Do you have any concern at all that longer-term inflation expectations are de-anchoring, or put another way, are anchoring at a slightly higher level? Thanks.
So we would be concerned if we thought we saw longer-term inflation expectations anchoring at a higher level. That's not what we're seeing. We're still seeing, between surveys and market readings, broadly consistent with, I looked at the five-year earlier today, and it's probably moved, but it's just not, it's kind of right where it's been, and also it's pretty close to consistent with 2% PCE inflation. So that's been a traditional one that we look at a lot. But overall, expectations seem to be, and really have throughout this, in a place that's consistent with 2% inflation. But you're right to say we watch that very carefully, and we will not allow inflation expectations to drift upward. But that's really why we reacted so sharply back in 2022, was to avoid that.
Kelly.
Hi, Chair Powell. Kelly O'Grady, CBS News. We just talked about what you've heard from business leaders on the economy, but many average Americans are still not feeling the strength of the economy in their wallets. So what's your message to them on when they might expect relief?
So you're right that we say the economy is performing well, and it is, but we also know that people are still feeling the effects of high prices, for example. And the world went through a global inflation shock, and inflation went up everywhere, and it stays with you because the price level doesn't come back down. So what that takes is, it takes some years of real wage gains for people to feel better. And that's what we're trying to create, and I think we're well on the road to creating that. Inflation has come way down, the economy is still strong here, wages are moving up, but at a sustainable level. So it's just, I think what needs to happen is happening, and for the most part has happened, but it'll be some time before people, regain their confidence and feel that. And we don't tell people how to feel about the economy. We completely respect what they're feeling. Those feelings are true, they're accurate. We don't question them. We respect them.
And just a quick follow-up, President-elect Trump has been critical of your performance. Any concern about his influence on the Fed's independence?
I'm not going to get into any of the political things here today, but thank you.
Nancy.
Hi, Chair Powell. Nancy Marshall-Genzer with Marketplace. What is your plan if we start to see stagflation?
Well, so that's the whole plan is not to have stagflation, so we don't have to deal with it. So that is actually our plan. It's of course a very difficult thing because anything you do with interest rates will hurt one side or the other, either the inflation mandate or the employment mandate. I would just say that we've been able to see inflation come down a whole lot, much closer to our goal, without the kind of sharp increase in unemployment that has often accompanied programs of disinflation. So, knock on wood, we've gotten this far without seeing a real weakening in the labor market, and we believe we can complete the inflation task while also keeping the labor market strong, and that, of course, is exactly what we're trying to do.
Can you rule out an interest rate hike next year?
No, I wouldn't rule anything out or in that far away, but that's certainly not our plan. I mean, our baseline expectation is that we'll continue to move gradually down towards neutral, that the economy will continue to grow at a healthy clip, and that the labor market will remain strong. If you look at our that will not change from the September SEP. That is our baseline forecast, and short of some exogenous event, that will continue to be our forecast for the foreseeable future. So. But ultimately, we're not in a world where we can afford to rule things out a full year in advance. There's just too much uncertainty in what we do.
Let's go to Jean for the last question.
Hi, Chair Powell. Jean Young with MNI Market News. I wanted to go back to a comment that you had made about Americans being quite unhappy about the cumulative price level rises over the past few years, even though now inflation is back on a path to 2%. Would it be appropriate for the Fed to undershoot for a while on its inflation goal under the average inflation targeting regime, so people have a chance to catch up?
No, that's not the way our framework works. We're aiming for inflation at 2%. We did not think it would be appropriate to to deliberately undershoot. And part of the problem there is that low inflation can be a problem too, in a way. But that's not part of our framework, and it's not something we're going to be looking at in our framework review. Thank you very much.
All right, guys, that's it. Okay, I don't know about you, but as for me, Powell put me to sleep. The market put me to sleep. Powell put me to sleep. These reporters, I think, need to start asking serious questions. Not how are you going to change your policy because of a new president, or are you going to change your policy because of a new president? No, we don't guess. We don't do all that stuff. So I'm going to play CNBC here for a second. Nvidia. Let's see what happens here the last hour of the day. So I was looking. We have CPI, retail numbers, all kinds of stuff next week. Be prepared.
Continues to expand at a solid pace, that labor market conditions have eased. He was non-committal on another rate cut in December. I want to show you what the major averages are doing, pretty much hanging on to those gains. It does follow that massive day. Yesterday, NASDAQ's been the outlier all day, up 1.5%, but the S&P and the Dow are also winners. Welcome to Closing Bell. I'm Scott Wapner, live here, Post 9, New York Stock Exchange. Let's bring in now Double Line Capital CEO and CIO Jeffrey Gundlach. Jeffrey, welcome back for our traditional visit.
Hey, Judge. Good to be here again.
It's good to have you. So what is your reaction to what the Fed chair had to say today? He used a couple of R words.
My mic is not on. This is Jeffrey Gundlach from Double Line Capital. If you don't know who he is, Google Double Line Capital or YouTube it. They have a lot of segments. So if you're new and you want to learn about, a lot of this stuff, Double Line Capital, Jeffrey Gundlach, he owns it.
Down by 75 basis points. So he's gotten much more in sync with the bond market by a movement of Fed funds relative to 2 years of 135 basis points of convergence in just basically 2 meetings. So I really think that we probably have one more rate cut coming in December, because that would true up the Fed funds rate with exactly where the 2-year Treasury rate is right now. So it is interesting that we've had such a strong performance of the stock market since the last Fed meeting, while we've had interest rates rising. So you've had a tremendous outperformance of stocks versus at least Treasury bonds since the last Fed meeting, and I attribute that basically to.
All right, it looks like TLT is going to go, guys. I'm going to focus my attention on TLT, especially if the overall markets are not going to move. Wait, the markets are climbing. They are climbing. Hold on one second. So you can see Benzinga is bringing him up. I'm tired. Powell really put me to sleep, guys. Like, he knocked me out.
Towards their goals, and he said so in fairly direct language today. So yeah, the thing that's sort of surprising me a little bit is that people are so willing to dismiss the softening jobs market. I mean, the 12,000 jobs, I know people want to attribute that to one-off hurricanes and strikes and stuff like that. But I keep looking at the household survey, and the household survey over the last 11 months has been a loss of jobs, of over 300,000 jobs cumulatively over the last 11 months. And so that typically is a little bit more real time at economic turning points. It's still not terrible, the household survey. It's very volatile, so we have to watch out for that. But it is not showing tremendous signs of strength. And the real problem that the bond market seems to be having, from my perspective, and it's being talked about much more in the open, it came up several times at the press conference today, is that the supply of Treasury bonds is getting to be rather astonishing. We have a $2 trillion deficit. It's about 6% of GDP over the last 12 months. and we still have a growing economy. And the interest expense on the debt, which I always talk about, 3 years ago was $300 billion per year. It's now $1.3 trillion per year. And we have a great volume of bonds that are rolling off with very low interest rates from 5 years ago, or even 3 years ago, that are being refinanced at substantially higher rate levels. And this is going to continue to be a supply problem for the bond market. And for this reason, we are not positive on long-term Treasury bonds. In spite of the fact that the economy is sort of gradually slowing down, it's just the supply of bonds is very troubling. And so we recommend investors stay at the intermediate part of the Treasury bond market and not out in the 20 and 30-year bond sector. In fact, when we're at the low in rates, basically several weeks ago, we made another duration cut or maturity cut in many of our bond funds because we do not want to be exposed to this fiscal financing problem, which I think could very well lead to rising interest rates in spite of the fact that we might have a slowing economy. So interest rates are rising. We have the curve is not inverted anymore, 2s to 10s. It's not very positively sloped. It's a very flat yield curve. And we're anticipating that the Fed will cut rates again in December. So not a lot to take away from today's meeting. It was pretty much a repeat of the comments that were made by Jay Powell at the last meeting. But I do think that he is much more in line with the bond market, and he is correct in exuding the idea that he's in a normalized sort of a place and that he's making progress towards the mandate. The inflation numbers are lower, of course. The PCE core is at 2.7. There are some inflation numbers in the low 2s. We believe that if we keep the price of oil around the low 70s, which has been a lot of resistance down at around 70, we think we're going to see potentially a headline CPI that's below 2% in about 4 or 5 months, based upon the structure that's there. So Jay Powell will be able to pretty much declare a victory. I also commend Jay Powell for bringing up the lags on the rent rolls. The part of the inflation rate that remains elevated is kind of rent rolls. The new rents have almost no inflation, but the old ones, they come down with a lag. And so that part of the inflation picture is probably still going to provide something of a ceiling on where the inflation rate is going to be for 2025. I don't think under the base case we'll see a 3-handle CPI inflation rate during the next 12 months.
Jeffrey, bear with me for a moment, if you would. Steve Leisman's come out of the room where he did ask a question to Fed Chair Powell. Steve, going in, you called the statement splashless. That's the word you used. Were there any waves, if you will, in the comments that he just made?
No, I think what there was a guy that was on the beach trying to avoid getting wet from any of the waves that might be lapping on the shore, Scott, is how I would describe it. And those waves include a new election, potentially huge new fiscal policies coming down the road. You and Jeff were just talking about the spike in interest rates that are out there and what's happening with the deficit. I think he didn't want to get involved in much of that today. He seemed to say, hey, all of that's down the road. But I'll just play for you the one thing that says, hey, where are we going with this? And he says, we're still going to neutral. Here's what he said.
We're going to wait and see how things come in December. I mean, it's just, I would put it this way. We're on a path to a more neutral stance. And that's very much what we're on. That has not changed at all since September. We're just going to have to see where the data lead us.
So, Scott, that's where we're going. It sounded to me like maybe there's another cut, as Jeff suggested, coming in December. I do think it's interesting what's happened, which is now the market seems a little bit more aligned with where the Fed is, and where, by the way, our Fed survey is, as opposed to the Fed getting more aligned with the market. The market went way haywire in terms of expecting lots of rate cuts. It came back up, and now it's, I don't know, actually a little bit more restricted than the S&P. But I think what we need to do, Scott, here, and I'm fascinated by Jeff's comment, you got to be on your toes. Things could change, and they may take time, and that's going to have an effect on the Fed, but we just don't know how or when.
Yeah. I mean, the chair, I mean, Jared Jeffrey did mention the movement in the 2-year, it becoming more in line, is the point you make, with the Fed. I want to ask you to react to one thing that we did hear a short time ago by Chair Powell. It's when he was asked by a reporter the political backdrop, certainly some concern of, what the Trump presidency would mean for the rest of the chair's term, which goes until mid-26. So he's got 18 months or so. Let's listen to how Powell answered this, and we can react quickly on the other side.
Some of the president-elect's advisors have suggested that you should resign. If he asked you to leave, would you go?
No.
Can you follow up on, do you think that legally you're not required to leave?
No.
Emphatic, defiant? What do you make of the way he answered that?
I think that he feels that the law does not give the president the authority to dismiss the Fed chair. Most of the legal scholars I've talked to about this issue suggest that he does not have that authority without cause, and whatever cause means, it would be like serious malfeasance in the job. And he's pretty adamant about that. He serves at the pleasure of Congress, nominated by the president. If the Congress wants to change the Federal Reserve Act to give the president the authority to dismiss the Fed chair, look, the tail of the tape, Scott, we did something, remember he said the Fed has no guts, no vision back in 2019 when he wanted the Fed to cut. And then he said he might demote the Fed chair. And that's when in 2019 he also said that Powell said he would not go. And then this year the president-elect said he might get rid of him. Then he said he's going to keep him. For my taste, Scott, the more important issue is that this has got to be a lot more fun to cover the Federal Reserve right now, in terms of, but I do think the thing to do with all this stuff is probably to ignore it. I don't know that it's going to have any big effect on policy. Fed chair's just going to do his thing, act according to the law, and the president's going to make a lot of comments about policy, and it's just going to be more interesting than it has been under President Biden.
I did think it was an interesting exchange there. Steve, thank you. Senior economics reporter.
Pleasure.
Steve Leisman. Back with Jeffrey Gundlach. I mean, Jeffrey, we talked about the backup in yields. You certainly did. I mean, what role do you think that might play, if any, in where policy does go from here? Powell said, quote, "We're watching that. We'll see where they'll settle. Right now, it's not a major factor in how we're thinking about things." Do you think it needs to be a bigger factor?
Well, I think that one thing with the Trump election and the Senate going to the Republicans and perhaps the House, if the House goes to the Republicans, there's going to be a lot of debt. There's going to be higher interest rates at the long end, and it'll be interesting to see how the Fed reacts to that, because Trump says he's going to cut taxes, at least he said so in the campaign, and he's very, pro-cyclical stimulus. As basically, it's in his DNA. So it looks to me that there will be some pressure on interest rates, and particularly at the long end. So I think that this election result is very, very consequential. And I think most people were surprised at how widespread the strength was for the Republicans. And maybe it was just a denunciation of all the lawfare. I think that was a really big issue in the election. People, all these crazy lawsuits being filed almost on the same day back a year ago. And people just don't like that. People don't want this kind of strange manipulation. And I think that Trump's authenticity is something that attracts people. Unfortunately, he's very outspoken about the types of policies that are very stimulative that he wants to put in. And he's always been a debt guy. So I'm really worried about that. I'm glad that Elon is somewhat associated with this administration. I mean, they're talking about looking for some spending cuts. That'll be really interesting. I mean, Elon, if you're listening, give me a call. I can help you try to find $1 trillion or $2 trillion out of spending cuts, because we certainly need that. But I think that we have a risk here of there being a backlash from the bond market. And the stock market has done so well since over the past couple of months, and the bond market has not done very well at all. And it's starting to be kind of an interesting valuation issue. I think Goldman Sachs, put out a paper talking about forward returns and how bonds are very, very competitive given the yields where they are today, where you can get 7% yields out of not terribly risky, say, double B type of a corporate portfolio. And I think it's quite likely that bonds will be much more competitive going forward than they were. But in particular, what's interesting is that the spreads on corporate bonds are very, very small in terms of the incremental yield versus treasuries relative to history. They're almost where they were really at the lowest. For like junk bonds, it's only about 270 basis points higher than treasuries. Investment grade corporates are inside of 80 basis points over treasuries. But I don't think that that means you should be avoiding corporate bonds. I never liked the really low rated stuff, the triple C's and all that. But in single B, double B, weak triple Bs, I really think that there's a reason why spreads are so tight. And it's because I think the corporate bond market is less risky on a relative basis than the treasury market. It almost reminds me of where it was back at the beginning of my career when Reagan came in, people were worried about the deficit, and you had the higher quality bonds, like IBM, for example, I remember at the time, actually yielded less than treasuries because people thought IBM was safer as a borrower than the treasury market. And I think that's one of the things that's propelling this corporate bond performance that's been very, very strong. The reward isn't very high, but the risk isn't very high. These corporate treasurers are smart. And when rates were so low, I mean, when 3 years ago, the high yield bond market, believe it or not, yielded 3.5%. And so these treasurers locked in these very low rates, and there isn't a maturity wall coming for the next few years. And so it'll be interesting to see how the spread markets change. And we've already seen pretty much spreads tightening across the board on non-treasuries. It's the treasury market that's been the underperformer in recent months, and I have a feeling that could continue.
So you told me prior, and I think you alluded to it here when talking about the tax cuts, you told me you were not in favor of re-upping the Trump tax cuts. So he obviously thinks he has a mandate. He may, in fact, have a wide enough margin in the House by the time this is all said and done to do that. Do you stand by that view that they shouldn't do that? And I also want to know what you think about that Larry Fink op-ed in the Journal the other day regarding the deficit, which you are obviously concerned about, that essentially you can grow your way out of this deficit problem. You just have to have a higher nominal GDP growth, in fact, to do it.
Yeah, I actually agree with that point, except there's a caveat, and that is we have to stop this deficit spending. Jay Powell said this in the press conference, to his credit. He said, we can't keep spending $2 trillion more than we're taking in. The math just doesn't work. Ben Franklin said one of the great natural wonders of the world is compound interest. But when you're compounding your debts, you're running into a real, a parabolic compound interest curve that's working against you. So we really need to have less of a deficit, and I don't think that's going to happen in the quarters ahead based upon the strength of Trump in this pretty resounding victory. I think Harris actually underperformed Biden in just about every county in America. It's kind of hard to believe it could be that widespread. But the lack of authenticity from Harris was really kind of fatal. And of course, she had an albatross around her neck with a approval rating of her boss that was just mired at 40 or lower for the last few years. So she really had an uphill battle that she was forced to climb. But I think that we're not going to get better news on the deficit in the first couple of quarters, maybe first year of the Trump presidency. I really do not want tax cuts, frankly, for anywhere in the economy, because I don't think that we can continue on this path.
We don't need tax cuts, but we need them to stay the same. And the point is you can always volunteer your money. Let's not forget that. If you want to volunteer more money, go ahead. It's fine.
frankly, rather sobering. So I do not like long-term Treasury bonds. The last thing I did relative to long-term Treasury bonds was to sell them.
You had been calling for a recession at some point. Do you still think one's possible, likely, or do you think that the election of Donald Trump changes the calculus because he's going to theoretically have a more pro-growth agenda, if you will? You certainly would have. You have a lot of pent-up demand as it relates to M&A and other things. How do you view that now?
Yeah, I think that's right. I think Trump. It's clear by the action of the stock market, not just yesterday and today, but really over the past couple of months, as the support for Trump was on the rise, kind of steadily for the six to 8 weeks prior to the election. We see tremendous outperformance of stocks versus bonds. It's getting rather stretched, but I do think that it's right to see the Trump victory as reducing the odds for near-term recession fairly substantially. And so I don't really like the way it's going to be accomplished, because I think that's going to lead to this problem on long-term bonds. But we'll see what happens. Certainly the odds of recession drop when you have this type of an agenda being promoted in plain English for the past 3 months by Mr. Trump.
Does it change the trajectory of the dollar, which is obviously one of those trades that had been a so-called Trump trade? We saw the dollar index rising, and it seems to be on a higher trajectory from here. Is that what you see?
The dollar seems to be extremely correlated to interest rates. If you take a look at the chart of the DXY index and overlay it on the chart of, say, the 10-year Treasury, it's the same chart. So what happens is our interest rates, have been going up, and that's supportive of the dollar. If I'm right, and there's still some potential for long-term rates to be suffering under deficit fears, then the dollar would probably still go higher. And so for the time being, we've been neutral on the dollar for much of this year, and it's been trading in a range between about 108 on the DXY index and 100, and lo and behold, right at the dead center of that range, very nearly the dead center. And that's the same on the 10-year Treasury yield. It got down to 360. It's been up at around 5% or so, and we're right in the middle of that. So the dollar is extremely influenced by movements in U.S. Treasury rates. And so I believe that is going to continue to be the case, because it's been an extremely strong correlation over the past several quarters, and there's no reason to believe that's going to change.
It seems as though you think that Chair Powell, at this point in the cycle, from when we started doing these interviews a couple of years ago, it feels like at this point, can he, at this point, declare victory? He obviously said today explicitly that he wasn't, and some like Stan Druckenmiller this week suggested that they might try and do that a little too early. But does he have a right at this point to declare victory, given the trajectory of inflation, where the economy is, again, using the word remarkable to describe it? Should he?
I think it's a little early on that, but I think he'll be able to do that come, say, March or April of next year, unless we get some sort of a shock to commodity prices, particularly the price of oil. Because we're going to get, on the headline CPI, we're quite confident, given the current structure of the commodity complex and where rents are going and the like. We think that the CPI is going to have a 1 handle on the 12-month headline number come March or April of next year. And if that happens, well, then I think you can start talking about declaring victory at that point in time. I think it's too early now. He's too prudent. He's too careful of a Fed chairman to make that assumption. He says we don't predict, we don't assume. He said those words in the press conference. I applaud him for that. But the trajectory he's on, he's getting closer. When we started these conversations, the Fed was so far behind the curve. They were so loose compared to the obvious trajectory of inflation. And then he was too tight. And now he has gotten himself, begrudgingly perhaps, but he's got himself almost in line with, I've said this almost every conversation, Scott, the Fed follows the 2-year. And I know people push back against me, but I can prove it mathematically, and it absolutely follows the 2-year, and he's almost exactly in line with it. So Powell is in the right spot where he is. He says the labor market's normalized. I agree with that. The inflation rate has been coming down. I think he deserves credit for what he's done once he finally started cutting.
Too.
And now he's cut 75 with the 2-year going up. He's right to be in a relaxed frame of mind, and his mood and demeanor in the press conference were very good. I thought his answer to, are you going to be demoted or would you step down if Trump asked you to? I thought that was a great answer. Just no hand waving, just no. He's not stepping down. I think that's good.
Yeah, I think that's why we played it. It had a bit of I don't know, drama necessarily to it, but the way that the chair answered that. I mean, how do you view that? I don't know if it's a wild card or not. That Powell obviously thinks he has some room ahead to continue to cut rates, right? He made that clear. He thinks they're too restrictive. To the degree of which they are, that's still unknown. But he also is potentially going to be dealing with reflationary policies from a new president at a time where the economic backdrop, Jeffrey, is pretty good. It just creates tension, I think, in the relationship, if you will, moving forward.
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, I think there is a risk of a reflationary policy. We don't know what the tariffs are going to look like. They could be, surgically applied, which would be great because that's kind of where it was the last time. Or they could be, just very heavy-handed. That would obviously be potentially inflationary, depending on what method is used on these tariffs. And of course, tax cuts that he's talking about are horrible for the deficit. So we've seen that. And I'll just repeat it one more time. As Trump became more likely to win, we've seen rates go up, and we've seen, in spite of those rising rates, we've seen stocks going up. So it's been a very obvious sort of a Trump trade. I don't know why that one should expect that to change in the near term. I mean, we have to see what happens come January, third week of January. But I'll be monitoring the rhetoric that comes out of Trump very carefully. And he will be probably trying to browbeat Powell into being less restrictive, if possible. So it's going to be an interesting time period here. We've had quite the week. I think Powell looked a little tired. I think a lot of people had a late night on Tuesday. And so this meeting is really very inconsequential. I
thought it was inconsequential as well. I've been the same way, guys. If you guys notice, I've been tired the past 2 days. Really tired. So it'll be nice to get some sleep. And I think a lot of people stayed up and it kind of messed their sleep up as well.
Is nearly as dramatic. It'll be fun to watch. Let me ask you this. Of the Trump trades, if you will, the one that we saw to the downside was China. You've told me for many months that you liked India. Do you like it more today because you anticipate higher tariffs on China? How do you view that whole paradigm?
Well, I like India a lot for the long term. I mean, it's obvious that they're on the ascent, not just demographically, which is extremely strong demographics, but they're clearly a beneficiary of production shifting away from China, as is Mexico probably. So I think that that's not something that I even think about as a 3 month or 1 month. I'm talking about a multiple year horizon. And I just think India is a great place to be for the long term. The dollar is very stable. Oil has been very stable. It's really remarkable how we've seen such volatility in gold and silver being up so much. Now Bitcoin is on a moonshot.
I was going to ask you that.
This is all, I think. Yeah,
I was going to ask you that. Did you go out and buy some Bitcoin on Tuesday night?
No. I have no interest in cryptocurrencies, but I do think that it's interesting that gold has been rising and silver has been rising relentlessly pretty much all year. And I think that's an anti-deficit, anti-central bank type of a mood that's going on. Central banks are buying gold like crazy. Retail buying, even Costco is selling gold, and they can't keep it in stock. I think people are viewing Bitcoin and gold as not speculations as much as they were 5 years ago, but more as permanent portfolio allocations.
And we talked about this earlier. It can fit in the palm of your hand. If you have money, you can't fit that money. Someone that has money, you can't fit that in gold. You're going to need a whole lot to bring that around with you.
And so I don't have a mechanism for valuing fair value on Bitcoin, so I stay away.
All right, we'll leave it there. I think we covered so much. I so much appreciate your time as always, Jeffrey. Thank you.
All right, we'll see you in December. I guess the next one's what, December now?
Yeah,
I guess
December.
So.
Yeah, we'll see you in about a month.
Yep.
See what happens.
All right. All right. Good luck, everybody. Good luck out there.
All right. Yeah, you as well. That's Jeffrey Gunlock joining us from Double Line once again. Up next, much more on today's market reaction to the Fed decision and Chair Powell's news conference. Instant expert analysis is coming up. Plus, Airbnb.
All right, again, guys, we're just sitting here trading sideways. Next week, CPI, retail sales. All right, initial jobless claims. So I'm not sure what to make out of the rest of today. Other than it is what it is, I think people fell asleep. All right, I think some people fell asleep. Everybody's tired. Everybody's still tired because we were up till 3 o'clock. I was up till 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning, and then got up at 7. I didn't stream, but I got up. So, I think everybody is tired now from this election. You can tell. We've been hearing it throughout the day on different segments. And I'm I just feel like I'm just glad that I'm not the only one. So, Powell put me to sleep. But the market is getting ready to close. Hey, look what happened. See, you're not going to know this, but I told you guys with Baba, there was a lot that was happening up here, and that this was a trigger to get long. So I'm not sure if anybody took this long, but we talked about it. We talked about this. So congratulations for any of those that took this little trade here. It wouldn't have made much, but I'm looking around at the indexes. IMW. Let's see. Is IMW a ticker? No. It is. It is. That's funny. So, I know some of you may not take notice here, but take notice. IWM's been, kind of pulling back here. I don't know why my charts look so weird. I don't know if I moved something or if I did something to these. I hope I didn't. Shit. I don't know, but another day. I'm a little upset that I wasted my time with Nvidia. With the amount of stuff that was out there. Google, Microsoft, congratulations for those that took along. Google, Microsoft. All right, that's one of the stocks we wrote down. 420 holds, long, 422.50. 425 was the target. Now you're working your way to where? We already know the number. 430. That was the major level right there. So nice job. Great job today. I'm frustrated I wasted my time with Nvidia. A lot of the semiconductors, Qualcomm didn't perform as well. Let me throw this away. I'll be right back. I want to say thank you for those that have been here with us throughout the day. We're not going to satisfy everybody, but if you guys, have any comments to, what are some things that you guys would like to do on here? If you guys have any questions, companies, if you guys want my thoughts on anything, we can give it a grade and what I think. Kind of like Kramer does, Well, so we can look at some earnings here. We do have some earnings after the bell. What's today? Thursday? Or this was last week, wasn't it? We still have Intel, all these names here. Visa, FSLR, Reddit. Wow. Okay. So this morning, Moderna. Let's go take a look at Moderna. Sold off. I figured. You guys remember when I said that, they made more money in sales, and then they also stopped spending as much in one place, but then overspent in the other. It was pretty much, a scratch even, but they lost so much, it actually took them back negative. So, what a down move here. Damn. I figured I should have just went with this. And that was the level, I think. Let me see. Fucking E-Trade. You can't even get your brokerage to work. How are you going to have retirement account? Promote retirement accounts. All right, so here's your support level here on Moderna down here at $50. We'll see what happens. CNBC's back on. We'll play this out.
Plus, Virtuosa has the setup ahead of Airbnb earnings in overtime. Joe, I'll turn to you first. Your reaction to some of the things that Jeffrey Gundlach said in reaction to what the Fed chair said.
I think Jeffrey's spot on in identifying that the potential for the long end to back up is a significant possibility. I think Jeffrey's right to identify we're seeing a rally in some of the precious metals. But I also think that Jeffrey's tone is one that I share, where I think you have to be optimistic about where we are in the investment environment. And I think we're making a tremendous mistake here. We listened to Chairman Powell's press conference. We listened to it, and I think a lot of skeptics about where we are in the marketplace were attempting to hear something that would disrupt this rally. You're not going to hear that. You're not going to hear that from Chairman Powell. And let's remember that the scoreboard for President Trump is the stock market. When President Trump was elected in November of 2016, the first thing that happened in December while his transition team was working was the Fed raised rates 25 basis points. And in 2017, they raised them 75 basis points on 3 meetings. And then in 2018, they raised them 100 basis points on 4 meetings. We're in a completely different situation right now, Scott. The Fed is actually cutting rates. We're looking for contention between the Fed chair and the president that I don't think is real based on where we are today.
Yeah, it's like candy for somebody who has made a career of hoping for low interest rates. I mean, it's just what you do and how you do it. That's what you want. What'd you make of what Jeffrey said?
I mean, maybe it's the slow pace and the wait and see posture that might at some point create a little more static. But right now, I think the market wasn't really expecting much beyond confirmation that the plan is in place. They think that rates are too high for where inflation is. They've thought that for a while. They're normalizing it. They're hoping the Treasury yield curve normalizes. Powell could not be pulled into making grand declarations about the message of long-term yields going up, because honestly, I don't know why there's this much fixation on a 4.2 or 4.3% 10-year Treasury yield. We were here July 31st. Sure. We're above there in April. It went up quickly, but that's because we entered and then immediately reversed out of a growth scare. It's not about some kind of critical tipping point level. So I think all that is to the good. And in terms of the stock market, I mean, look, the overheated stuff yesterday is backing off. Bank stocks giving up 2% after a massive move. Transport's down. Otherwise, it's definitely people want to remain involved, and you have a final hour lift here, basically driven by procrastinators who don't have enough exposure.
There is a question as to what role the backup in yields may play in the trajectory of Fed policy.
Sure.
At a time where you have, as the chair himself called the resilience of the economy remarkable, you do have the possibility of the backup in yields going even further.
Sure.
They're not exactly sure where neutral is.
That's
they know
right.
they're too restrictive, so there's still a lot of wild cards.
There's plenty of play in all of these questions, and I do think that's why it's probably into next year that it becomes a little more touch and go, because another quarter point from here, they're still not going to be at neutral. They're still not going to be near neutral, what they believe is neutral. If yields start to really blow out because inflation data or inflation expectations are really gathering steam, that's going to be an issue for the economy, for equity multiples, for what the Fed thinks it needs to do. But until and unless that happens, I don't think that that's the thing specifically to worry most about.
I focus on positioning. And let's remember, we're still not certain that it was fundamental forces that we got that backup in yields from the last Fed meeting until the current Fed meeting. I think a lot of it was technical in its nature. I think you had a market, as it relates to the Treasury market, where speculators had gotten very long because they thought the economy was cooling. They thought they were going to get 50 basis point consecutive cuts beyond September. And I think now you've got a Treasury market where speculators are actually very short the market. So I like that Chairman Powell gave the example of the last time that a 10-year went up to 5%, and he kind of dismissed it and basically came right back off.
Now it's not a major factor in how we're thinking about things. We're watching it. Let's see where they settle. It was not exactly fully dismissive of it, but certainly didn't sound concerned.
Damn, these stocks
So
are
many
getting
things.
hammered. Did you see that?
Does that color your
Lockheed
opinion on where and how you would put money to work from here forward? Because so much happened yesterday in so many different parts of the market. It's like, well, I liked Bitcoin before, but wait a minute, that was like above 75,000. You know, I kind of like growth stocks like Tesla, but that was up like 20% this week. How do you play it now?
So I think where momentum was working, that intensified, and momentum by itself is a very powerful force. I think you stay with that. But I also think we were reminded of the opportunity regarding just investing in the U.S. itself.
I told all of you guys today, these M&A boys and girls, they're getting on it. These deals are happening right now. You've already heard it 3-4 times now. Come across the wire.
Was the expectation
this is what this man means. Business can happen. We don't have to worry about the government saying, no, you can't.
It's pulling back slightly. I still think you stay mid-cap and large cap. You play the broadening out in mid-cap and large cap, and let the Russell really prove itself that it's going to come out of that earnings recession.
All right, we'll come back to you guys in a second. To Deirdre Bosa now on what to expect with Airbnb and OT. D?
Hey, Scott, it's all about bookings and demand expectations. Last quarter, you might remember, the company warned of slowing U.S. demand. The Paris Olympics likely provided a boost for its latest quarter, but most importantly, how he's encouraged by the trends that he was seeing. So I'm curious to learn how he plans to capitalize on those trends, as well as how he will continue to build now that the company is in growth mode. Another area to watch is marketing spend, as Airbnb increasingly shells out to compete with the other OTA home sharing units, and how that could impact margins. Scott.
Dee, thank you. We'll see what happens, Deirdre Bosa. Mike, I'll turn back to you. I'm curious as to what you think about, the Fed chair is pretty confident that inflation is going back towards sustainable, I think is the word that he used. Gunlock thinks it may go lower than target, and he's been pretty consistent on that. Quote, if we keep the price of oil around low 70s, we're going to see headline inflation below 2% in 4 to 5 months.
Maybe at least on CPI. And sure, I mean, I think it was interesting in the press conference when Powell was asked.
All right, we have 2 minutes, guys. I'm just listening to this, and we'll go over these earnings, and that'll be the day. Get some sleep. We got one more day to go tomorrow.
Really a coded signal to suggest that we're losing confidence or that the trajectory's changed. I think the market took some heart in that. Interestingly, too, he was also asked if they would like to see inflation go well below target for a while, spend some time there because they had this idea a while back when inflation was too low that you had to let it sit higher than 2% for a while to even out the long term. He basically just threw cold water on that. It's like, nope, we're not playing that game. We're 2% the target, so we're not going to fight for super low inflation. So I think right now, those are all questions for once we get closer to target and closer to neutral in terms of the range.
I also thought Jeffrey Gundlach highlighted something that was important related to the difference between how the Treasury market might be trading, but how the corporate bond market is trading. The corporate bond market is trading.
And that's what we're watching right now. Like, this long end of the bond, the bear steepener, as it's called, this shouldn't be surprising. These are kind of like lower highs being put in a longer term time frame. We'll see. Tonight, DraftKings, Block, DraftKings Square. I love trading Square. I like trading DraftKings. TTD, The Trade Desk, Affirm, Fortinet, Pinterest, Airbnb. What? Bro, we're going to have a lot of stocks to trade tomorrow. For whoever this was, I didn't want to put your information out there. But let me see here. I will get back to you.
The left-wing gender insanity being pushed on our children is an act of... The left-wing gender insanity being pushed on our children is an act of child abuse. Very simple. Here's my plan to stop the chemical, physical, and emotional mutilation of our youth. On day one, I will revoke Joe Biden's cruel policies.
All right, here we go.
On so-called gender-affirming care. New executive order instructing every that promote the programs that promote the concept to cease all programs that promote the concept of sex and gender transition at any age. I will then ask Congress to permanently stop federal taxpayer dollars from being used to promote or pay for these procedures and pass a law prohibiting child sexual mutilation in all 50 states. It'll go very quickly. Furthermore, I will support...
All right, here we go, guys.
Was a loss of 17 cents or small loss than expected for Charlie Michael Bravo Michael. AGL, Agilon Health reporting
Abolishing popular vote. Little do they know.
7 billion.
Oh my God.
So that's short for AGL. Expedia is out.
Expedia.
Expedia reporting $6.13. That's a beat. The estimate was $6.04 for Expedia. Revenue $4.06 billion. That is short of the $4.112 billion estimate from EXPE.
Guys, there's a ton of earnings coming out this afternoon. Tomorrow's going to be awesome. Airbnb, DraftKings, Fortinet, Block, Square. That was one company. Block and Square are the same company, but I still get them mixed up. Rivian. Okay. Affirm. Let's go over here to... Why does Expedia's thing look like Alibaba's? Their logo. Airbnb. Come on. A penny short. Airbnb a penny short, guys. I'm trying to move quickly here. All right, I'm trying to move quickly. Okay, let's go. Let's see. Sorry if it sounds like I'm shouting. All right. They haven't even came out yet.
DVAX Dynavax reported 12 cents.
Redfin.
Was 11 cents. That's a penny beat for Delta Victor Alpha X-Ray DVAX.
Airbnb hitting highs. All right, but Redfin.
LITE Lumentum reporting 18 cents. The estimate on Lumentum.
Q2 2024 EPS 28 cents. Misses the 20-cent estimate. That is an 8-cent miss, you guys. Sales 278 million. Estimated 280 million. That is a bad beat. Bad beat. Bad. Redfin. All right, let's keep it going. Let me go to the 15-minute chart. Redfin.
EXPE CFO to step down. Echo X-Ray Papa Echo. TPX Temper Sealy out. Dropbox is out. DBX
Dropbox. Oh my God, there's so many.
The estimate on Dropbox.
Alliant Health, AGL.
53 cents, so that's a beat for Delta.
Oh my gosh.
Revenue 638.8 million. The estimate 636.9 million, so that's a beat.
All right, AGL guys. Alliant Resource, Igilon Health, AGL. Q3, 1.4 billion, 1.45 billion. That is a miss of 1.47 billion. They missed it by $200 million. This is actually a big company. Why is this a $2 stock? Look at that. Look at those earnings. Holy shit. Like if we go to Airbnb, why is it doing this? So yeah, 1.45 versus 1.47. Bro, are they not going to put it up here? This is dumb. Come on, guys, throw out the results. Congratulations if you were able to get this DJT short. I told you it's time. Datadog. I forgot about that today. They reported this morning, so there's a lot. There's a lot to go through. What is it? Let's see here. Pins. Pinterest selling off, guys. This had made a comeback. This had made a nice comeback, and now it's selling off. It's a shame. You know, it happens, but. All right, Airbnb guys, $2.13 versus an estimate $2.14. They missed by a penny for Airbnb. I want to see the revenue. Square. This is why I hate when this shit happens.
Revenue of 5.98 billion, the estimate 6.244 billion. So that's a miss for Sandy, Quebec.
So they missed. They missed on revenue.
Shares of Block also selling off here. SQ.
SQ is selling off bad, guys.
NWSA, News Corp. News Corp. Reporting 21 cents.
This thing, Square will just never be able to take off, huh? This thing lives at the 200-day moving average.
Further action against other companies that have ingested our archives and are synthesizing our intellectual property.
Topic of M&A following rumors of an Uber deal and whether she is in fact looking for strategic opportunities for the company. We are watching shares move higher.
Rivian.
All right, Tina Modi, thank you. Rivian results are out. Bill Bo has those numbers. Bill.
Morgan, this is a miss on the top and bottom line for Rivian. The company losing 99 cents a share.
Rivian lost 99 cents a share, guys. Oh my god, look at Square. It's just getting hammered. Oh my gosh.
That's RIV and Rivian. Romeo India Victor November.
Rivian. Not too bad right now.
LGFA Lionsgate reporting revenue of 948.6 million. The estimate was 935 million. That's a beat for LGFA. MSI Motorola Solutions reporting $3.74 adjusted. That's a beat. The estimate was $3.38 for Michael Sandy India. MNST Monster Beverage. Monster reporting.
Dude, there's so many earnings.
Earnings of 38
Docs.
cents. The estimate on Monster
Expedia.
was 3 cents. Sales of 1.88 billion. The estimate was 1.91 billion. That's a miss for Monster.
In the fourth quarter, that's something they have been saying for some time. They are on track for that, according to Rivian, and they've affirmed their delivery numbers of 47,000 to 49,000 vehicles. Production as well, between 50,000 and 52,000 vehicles for the full year. Lots to discuss with Rivian's founder and CEO RJ Scaringe right here on the floor of the Rivian final assembly plant in Normal, Illinois. That's coming up in
Third quarter financial results. 2024 outlook of 50,000 to 52,000. That's their revenue. Or not revenue, but their cars. Secured R2 battery cell supply with multi-year LG Energy Solution contract. Alright guys, that might be it for me. I'm still waiting for Fortinet. FTFT I think it is. Future FinTech Group.
Shares of Nvidia hitting new all-time highs after hours, 148.95. NVDA.
Bro.
Shares of Block SQ off the lows now,
I have no idea why it's doing that.
679.
I would love to know why it's doing that.
Shares of Pinterest off the lows too, now down about $4.50. The INS. CPAY, Copay, reporting $5 in earnings. Charlie Papa Alpha Yankee. The estimate was $4.97. That's a beat for CPAY.
Adjusted earnings coming in at 88 cents, which was a slight beat on the 87-cent estimate. Revenue coming in light at $5.98 billion. The street was expecting $6.24 billion here. Now, I spoke with CFO Amrita Ahuja a short time ago. She says that the sell side orients more to gross profit than to revenue. She pointed to the company's 19% gross profit growth and revenue.
What is that, 65?
Now, a key metric that the street was watching out for, gross payment volume. That was a miss, coming in at $62.4 billion versus a street estimate of $64.3 billion. But the bigger picture here is that the company is overcoming shortfalls in GPV with tighter cost controls and improving cost structure, which is buoying profits and gross profits. As for guidance, the company says that it expects strong gross profit growth in 2025 of at least 15%. Now, Affirm shares also moving lower this hour.
CPAY, Copay, Corpay increasing its share buyback authorization by $1 billion as authorized on November 5th.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna get up out of here. This is 65 Let's see here. 65. So we held 65. But we're going to be bouncing into moving averages in a resistance zone. You know, I think Square might see 60. I'm going to say it right now. I don't mean to be the bearer of bad news, but I think it sees 60. All right, you guys. You guys have a great rest of your day. I'll see you guys bright and early in the morning. I'm going to be on a little bit later tomorrow. Okay, Fortinet. Full year 2024 adjusted EPS. Okay. Let me turn this down a little bit. $2.20 to $2.28 versus an estimated $2.04. So they raised. Fortinet has raised their forecast. Revenue is $1.56 billion. This is their guidance again. Come on. Anyway, revenue for Fortinet 1.56 to 1.62 billion. All right, EPS 58 to 62 cents. That's their guidance. Let's see here. TTD, the trade desk, sees Q4 revenue at 756 plus. That is guidance. Airbnb, Q3 2024 GAAP EPS $2.13. That is a miss. With coming in at a 216 estimate. Everything's coming in at once. My stuff is going crazy right now. So we'll talk about this more tomorrow, but there's a lot. So, you know, if you guys have any questions or whatever, throw them in the chat before I go. Pinterest Q3 2024 GAAP EPS 4-cent miss, 7-cent estimate. Sales 898 million. That was a beat. With an 896.3 million. 898. Okay, so they had $898 million in sales versus 896. It was just hard to read. Upstart Holdings says dude, Upstart is reporting? Bro, there's so many stocks that have. I told you guys. Yo, did you guys buy this? Where's the crew at? Did my people buy this or what? Oh, nah. Y'all sleeping on Upstart, huh? I tried to tell y'all. Look at this beautiful consolidation. Nice tight price action into that support. Guess what? What are we doing? We're taking the fuck off. Guys. We bought this a quarter ago. This is now up already 100% in 1 quarter. Sorry, I'm going to yell. Do you hear me out there? Upstart has been my favorite stock in the past since the summertime. And guess what? Here we are. 1 more quarter. 1 quarter and we're up nearly 100%. Congratulations. Congrats, everyone. On the stock alone. I'm telling you guys right now. This thing is more than likely about to go on a run. And I'm almost certain we're going to see her back at $100. If not 200 in the near future. So I'd hope you guys are getting on board. Alright guys, I'm going to get up out of here. I am not tired anymore. How Rockabye bade me to sleep with Fed talk. Put me right to sleep. Have a great night. Listen, still have Fortinet, DraftKings. We haven't even talked about DraftKings, did we? There's just so many. There's so many of these small caps that have earnings. I haven't even really had a chance to go over all of them. DraftKings lowers physical 24 full year 2024 revenue from 5.05 billion to 5.25 billion to 4.85 billion to 4.9 billion. So they lowered their revenue to 4.8 to 4.9 billion versus 5 to 510. 5 point. Everything keeps moving. Cloudflare total revenue 451 million to 452 million versus a 455.72 million. Adjusted EPS 18 cents versus a 17-cent estimate. That is a 1 penny beat. Full year 2024 total revenue guidance 1.6 billion to 1.62 billion versus 1.66 to 1.66. Okay, there wasn't anything else. And then EPS, they're going to lower that from 74 cents to 72 cents. Let's see if net is also going to the downside right now. It should be in the middle. It is. It's going to the downside. Guys, net, DraftKings, Upstart. Holy shit. What an earnings day. How in the heck do they not have Square, Upstart, Affirm, the Trade Desk? Why is Upstart not on here? What the hell is ANET? ANET. I got a net for you with an A. Alright. Be out there, motherfucking cooking me scrambled fucking eggs, bitch. Don't talk to me. Never mind. It's gonna stop. Just getting ready to be up on my pimp shit with earnings whispers. All right. Anyway, Arista, ANET, whatever, they are making new highs, but they pulled back. So I'm going to have a list and I'm going to have to write this down because there's way too many earnings today there's way too many companies that are reporting, and that, like, this thing should be filled. Like, these companies are actually, like, forget Friday. Forget Canopy Growth. Forget some, like, Bloomin' Brands is a good one, but I don't know. They should have definitely made this a double decker or something. I don't know. But I'm going to get out of here. I love you guys. You guys have a great rest of your night. Rivian, real quick. Rivian misses Q3 2024 adjusted EPS 99 cents. That is a miss. 92-cent estimate. Misses the 92-cent estimate. Sales 874 million. That is a miss for 1 billion. Okay. Earbings. All right. Does AMC have? Look, Motorola. I gotta share this really quickly on Twitter because this was one of our this was a #1 name of ours. Let me save this really quick. No, cancel. What the hell? Don't you ever play that shit again? Don't you ever try to do that shit? They're saying 5 weeks of bad luck. Bro, I've been whooping their ass week in and week out. Hold up, let me make sure I did not end this on us. Let me make sure I did not end this. I do apologize. Okay. Thank you to the new subscribers. I'm working on my camera here that I have on top of my monitor. It just freezes up. And for some reason, it's still on. It hasn't froze today. The blue light's still on right now. So today, it's worked. Second, please, if you want to donate, all right, I do this stuff for free. I don't make any money doing it. I don't need to make any money doing it. But I am trying to raise some money for my stream. If you want to donate and donate a ticket to someone or buy one for yourself, it's $25. I'm going to be doing a workshop that covers everything from risk management, stock selection, okay? And it's going to be with some psychology. And I think you guys really don't understand what this is going to involve and how this dramatically will help you take the course of your day throughout your trade and continue to make life easier for you so you can make money. This workshop could be sold for a few $100. I have something for the stream that I'm trying to do, so we're trying to raise some money. $25, that's all it is. The link for that is in the description. Really, just PayPal or Cash App. Let me know your name that you want a ticket. Maybe I should. I'll actually work on that tonight. And I'm going to put I will change that to the workshop program, and I'll have the links for that down there. I do got to do that. I didn't even think about that. Or if you just want to give back to the stream and buy someone else a ticket, that's cool too. It's only $25. So thank you again. That link is in the description. The new subscribers, thank you. Again, I'm going to do my best to help you guys and just show up and show out. Okay, show up every day, put ourselves in the right place in the market, and when the market is trading sideways, we don't do anything. All right, this morning I wasted my time with Nvidia, and then I should have been on Google, Microsoft. That we had a whole list of them. All right, Qualcomm never held up. Moderna, that was a short right from the start of the day. Now tomorrow, when we come in tomorrow, we're going to have a ton of earnings. So I'm going to do my best to get to bed early tonight. I might be on a little late tomorrow, like 8:30, 9 o'clock, 9:15. If you don't see the stream, just give me a little bit. I will be on. All right? Other than that, I hope you guys have a great night. I hope the stream has helped you guys somewhat. If you guys have any questions or want to get a hold of me, the links are in the description. You can follow me on Twitter and message me on Twitter. Hashtag X or whatever you want to call it. But that my Twitter handle or my X handle is at Ivy League Trades, same as the YouTube channel. So I want to thank you guys for being here. Our goal today was 20 likes. We don't really have a sub like, but we're just trying to get to 1,000 subscribers. That's all. So yesterday was an okay day for me. It got scary. Remember to manage risk because Alibaba, I could not get out of that trade, guys. You know, making 20 cents on a 54-cent trade, being up 35%. You know the feeling that is, and you cannot get out of it. It's sick, and it's a feeling that I don't want anybody to go through. So that's why when we put out orders, we should automatically throw limit orders out as soon as we get filled, to at least take some profits off the table, because again, the brokers at the end of the day can screw you if there's no news or not. Or some news could come right through the wire and limit order down, and there's nothing you can do about it. So don't ever leverage yourself. But either way, those are things we're going to talk about in the workshop. That link's in the description. I'm asking you guys, I need your help. I need your guys' help. Hit the link in the description. Sign up for it or buy someone else a ticket. Let's get to work. Let me put my money where my mouth is, or let me put my time and this skill where my mouth is, so you guys can get to the level that you guys want to get to. I think there's a lot of people that don't really explain things well enough for people to be able to make it in this game, you know. But that's all I got right now. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I don't think I'm gonna do a live stream tonight for charts. Just want to say thank you. And I hope everyone's having, if you had a good day, if you had a bad day, we got to learn from it. You got to have a journal. How are you feeling? You know, you got to go back over trades. You got to put in the work. It's tiring. It's a tiresome game. And it's emotional on top of it. So a lot of people think they want to be traders, but I'm telling you guys right now, it's not all that it's cracked up to be. It is, but it has its days. This is one of the only careers that I know that people have taken their own life over. It'll take its toll. If you let it, it can take its toll. But if you join the workshop, that link's in the description. We teach you how to avoid all the stupid little mistakes and to execute like a computer. Love you guys. Have a great rest of your guys' night. If you guys want to get a hold of me or need anything, the links are in the description. Just reach out. Hit that like button, subscribe. I'll see you guys on the next one.